Guys,
Absolutely.
This is how we do it.
This is how we're going.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. What is good, my friends? Welcome back to the Flash Brothers podcast. Yes. Joshy, how we feeling, bro?
I'm feeling great, man.
Feeling so good?
Oh, I feel so good.
This is crazy because Joshy and I just finished our first ever recording of Pregame, which is our brand new mini-series.
Brand new.
For our Patreon sponsors.
That's right.
And our exclusive subscribers to the podcast.
So we've already been.
I feel warmed up.
Yeah, we've
this
been
is crazy.
talking.
We've been talking.
I'm ready to get back into it.
Yeah.
So for anyone who wants to check out Pregame, which is the first, we just talked for like 30 to 40 minutes.
It was actually about an hour.
About an hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So we just talked for about an hour.
Yeah.
And you can access that exclusively on our Patreon.
That's right. Yeah. So you can check that out. We'll do our plugs right after we finish our catch-up section here in our first official section that's called Plugged In. Yeah. And we'll get our info there for you guys to check that out. But also, you can see the feed live on Spotify. It will be a like public feed there. Yeah. Otherwise, you can put it wherever you want. Nice. So you can place that RSS feed from the Patreon directly into YouTube, directly into Spotify, whatever floats your boat. All
whatever you want to
whatever you want to do. But you can see the public feed on Spotify. Okay. And it'll be a little lock icon next to the episode. So if you try to click on it, it'll say, "Hey, are you a Patreon sponsor? Here's a link." It'll directly link it to your Spotify, and if you're not a sponsor, you can sign up directly from there. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see like how this grows, how this kind of like goes down for public feeds. But this is, I think this is great, Josh.
No, I think it was great too. Yeah. And we had some good times. Feels like we shared a couple laughs, couple cries.
Oh yeah,
we had some emotional moments there.
I know. I'm wiping the tears away now.
Yeah, I know. Me right now. I also finished 2 beers.
Hey, yes, sir.
One of them was 8%, but I'm not feeling it.
Yeah. It was better that you knew it after the fact.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah.
So if you guys want to hear all that, you can stay plugged in because we'll tell you where to find all that.
Guys. So let's get this party started.
Yeah, let's get started,
Josh.
man.
Today marks season 2, episode 25 of the Flash Bros podcast.
The Flash Bros podcast.
We got to still talk about it because next week is our 6-month anniversary, my friend.
Is.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a special episode?
Well, we talked about it a little bit on cast last week. You presented an idea of Trash Bros, and
that would be nice.
And then we also had a previous idea that was also your idea.
Bros,
Trashed Bros, which I wrote down in my notes. I had like that apostrophe D. Yeah, exactly. And then we also had the Hash Bros idea, which was your idea too. Yes. And we could go full stoner. We could get like an actual like bong or like whatever.
Yeah, we could.
We'll talk about it. Yeah.
We'll
if you guys got any ideas, whatever you think we should do, let us know.
Yes.
Write us in.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get to those plugs. But I'll continue here. My name is Sam. I am joined, as always, today by my beautiful, beloved co-host, brother, and roommate, Joshy. How we doing, brother?
What's up, everyone?
How was that for an intro?
That was beautiful.
Yeah?
Actually, I was trying to remember what letters you said. You said beautiful, something.
Beloved,
yeah. Beautiful, beloved brother.
Yes.
And
all B's.
Yeah, so you went BBBR.
BBBR.
Yeah.
BBBR. That's Joshy, baby.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
You said B so fast. I can't.
BBBR.
Yeah.
BBBR.
Dude, I feel like I've always struggled with like talking. I feel like I can talk fast, but if I am talking like at like Mach speed, it's so mumbly.
BBBR.
So I can't like enunciate and go really fast.
I struggle with that too. I think everyone kind of does naturally. But like it's almost like a thing where it's like if you start stumbling a little bit, it's like you trip and fall.
Yeah.
But the way that you get it going is you just like, it's like you completely try to ignore it. Like if I literally just try to, see? That, if I try to talk as fast as I possibly can, you know what I mean? One day you'll fumble, but if you keep going, you can just accidentally like do it really good.
Yeah.
I can talk as fast as I want, even if I keep going. I can't.
I feel you're limiting yourself, and I feel like you're.
Well, you try right now. Try. Come on.
Okay, I can do it if it's like certain things, right? Like,
just say
didn't fit him. He was just 14 when his parents built a very strange machine. He was designed to view a world unseen. He's gonna catch a ball because he didn't fit him.
Wait.
So if it's like premeditated, yeah, exactly. Like I already know it, like beat by beat, I can.
What about just a sentence?
But just talking in a sentence, I don't know, like...
Come on, try it. You did.
Just talking in a sentence, we're going to do... Here, I'll just say this, like, what's good, my friends? Welcome back to the Flash Brothers Podcast. Okay. Welcome to, we can do patreon.com/Flash Bros Podcast, or you can send an email to Patreon, or I'm sorry, it's going to be flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
There you go.
That wasn't
good.
bad.
That was good. But
Thank you.
Was premeditated.
That was... You're right. You're right.
You
so
did
it's
know
not
that
like
before.
a natural, like, concurring sentence.
Yeah.
That we're, like, saying very fluidly. A natural concurring sentence,
and I'm consistently speaking and saying
every your shirt's very blue and it's white, and it's a little bit of, like... It looks really good,
I have a white hat, and my name is Jeff.
Yeah. Jeff. Jeff.
Something like that.
Jeff. We'll get you another one.
Thanks, man.
Let's kick this off, though. So,
let's get it going.
Joshy, let's get some ketchup in the door, brother. What have we been playing, bro?
Okay, so... if anyone wants to hear how I'm emotionally doing, you can check out the pregame.
Absolutely.
We kind of went a little deeper than we normally would be able to. Like I said, it was an hour long.
Yeah,
so it was like a whole episode. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe.
Yeah, definitely, guys. Yeah, we're gonna keep like kind of the goal too. Like from the beginning is like Joshy and I are like all about being vulnerable, transparent. But
absolutely.
There's certain things that also I feel like it's just safest for everyone that we don't talk about. And like I don't want to make this like super political. And I want the vibe to be very positive.
No, I'm with it
for the podcast.
That's what
right?
I want.
So a more intimate look, if like you really want to know, more like a deeper dive to Joshy and I and our relationship, and be there. Like we called it the VIP lounge.
That's
so
right.
If you want to be a part of that VIP lounge, that is what really like getting it plugged in is all about.
That's right,
baby. You know what I mean? Yeah,
that's right.
Check out that episode. But
please.
For gaming, which is what this podcast is all about, Joshy. What have you been up to? What have you been playing?
So obviously, everyone knows. Everyone say it together.
Pal World! Yes, sir!
I'm still playing Pal World. I love it.
Yes.
I am only getting further along in the game. I genuinely have just never been this into a game on Steam before.
So everything you said before, it's still still riding.
Just chugging along.
Is it like going up? Are you like enjoying it more as you play?
Yes, because there's always something you're naturally progressing to.
Yeah.
And that's one of my favorite things. And so when you think something... like you can't get better in a certain aspect of the game, you're wrong. There's always something to do.
For sure.
I am one level away from an official like handgun. So I already have a gun, but it's it's like a makeshift
a little musket,
gun.
Right?
I had a musket.
You had a musket.
And then I had this makeshift gun. It looks like it's thrown together with like scrap parts. The aim is terrible. It holds only like 6 bullets at a time. You got to reload. But I'm going to have a handgun in one level from now. I will have a handgun. And it is not hard to level up at all. You just have to do things. There's dungeons you can do, and then there's like bosses and raids you could do. So there's always something to be done. I'm loving it. I'm loving every second. What the hell are you doing here?
I'm just hooking you up.
What?
I'm just hooking you up.
You can't do this to me,
Don't even worry about it, bro.
Sam just replaced his full twisted tea. Oh, it's so cold and nice. Buck, I'm gonna drink it. All right.
Yeah, just leave it there.
Loving it though.
Yeah.
Just keeping it simple. I'm loving it, and I've just recently experienced the breeding aspect because I know you play Pokemon, so I didn't know if you like bred a lot when you were.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like the most I did was in. What was it? Alpha Sapphire, right?
Yeah.
And Omega Ruby, and the way that was laid out was very ideal. I don't know if you played that.
I didn't play it, but I did.
Check this out. There was I'll just like real quick tangent on the breeding and why it was amazing because as you know with Pokemon the formula there, at least with like classic Pokemon it's steps, right? And so it's this like makeshift number of steps you take
per egg.
Yes. And something that's like there's classes of Pokemon, so something like a like what is it, like Volcarona, right? Like evolves from Larvesta, I think. And so Larvesta can come from an egg, like a Larvitar can. Wow, they have the same name. Okay.
Yeah,
Larvitar or like Dratini. Okay. So those are a higher class Pokemon requiring more steps, right? So it really would depend on how far you're willing to go on this grind. But generally, the better Pokemon, it's a longer process because of like breeding. And I'm not gonna go like super deep into like all the attributes and what makes breeding so kind of like unique and addicting with Pokemon. But there was a way. What I want to talk about is the way it was set up on Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, which is after you beat the main story and then the Delta episode. You get a ticket to go to it's like Battle Island. Or some Battle Island Frontier. Something like that, okay? Which was a, like, throwback to the Battle Frontier that was put into Emerald coming from Ruby and Sapphire, right? Yeah, so that was, like, the big true edition that was, like, I don't know, just one of those things that Pokemon did that, like, really, like, gave, like, even competitive players an edge, and was really good for the fans because you could play competitive Pokemon without playing competitive Pokemon in the Battle Frontier. Because they were PvP like bred. So these are not your basic Pokemon
and they're like they're like high stats.
Yes.
Like, things are good.
Oh yeah. And it was addicting. So like I would grind for days.
Yeah, that's nothing like anything I other Pokemon games have done. I don't think. That's pretty.
Not to that degree.
That sounds pretty. Not to that degree.
And it was really fun. And honestly, they did a stellar job. I played the Battle Frontier quite a bit back in the day, but that was definitely not when I was a kid. Not into competitive Pokemon until. Fast forward now I'm really into competitive Pokemon. So the Battle Frontier was amazing, and the way the breeding was set up was this island, like it was on the 3DS, right? Yeah. So it had like it was before Sun and Moon, but it had the 3D look to it, right? Like, and it had like you're playing on a 3DS, so it had the slide pad and everything. Right. But like the notch, that didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Like
the notch? What do you mean?
Yeah, like I'm sorry, like the little like C-stick nub. Right?
Oh,
the 3DS XL, right? You couldn't change the camera angle.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as dynamic. Remember Sun and Moon, you run around and the camera will like zoom out.
It would like change.
Yeah, it was like a dynamic, like much better 3D modeling.
Yep.
Excuse me. Like it was much dumbed down. It pretty much was like a 3D Pokemon, okay? Like what Black and White wanted to be, that was this generation. And so when you're on the island, when you get past a certain point on the sand, the island shifts completely in perspective.
Oh, that's cool.
So there was like literally this thing where you put your 3DS on your table.
Yeah.
You take a penny or a dime and you shove it under the circle pad. Like pretend this is the circle pad, okay? You slide it under in between like the divot of the 3DS, so it forces the circle pad up. And if you're in a certain part of the island on your bike, it would continually go in a never-ending loop around
so you could just
the island.
Hatch as many eggs as you need to.
Yes, you could put your 3DS down and watch something, do something, and you're just on a timer. You know, so I grinded the fuck out of breeding and everything you possibly could do competitive Pokemon in that game because it was laid out really well.
What a good little strat too. I love that kind of stuff. I feel like there really is not that type of gaming as much anymore. It's so funny because especially the older I've gotten, the more it's like you would actually no. I kind of did that in the newest Pokemon.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah. So the way that some Pokemon, you know how they're always adding new ways to evolve Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
Like new Pokemon. You remember 3DS with that
Malamar?
One? Yeah. You gotta turn it upside down while he's evolving.
We're in the same wavelength. You love how it just caught it immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, remember the 3DS? You just one hand motion.
I did one
Malamar, bro.
He's like, oh, that's the one.
Yeah.
But they have, obviously, in the new game, in Scarlet and Violet, they have the ability for your Pokemon to follow you, and it counts each step that they take.
Okay.
And it's pretty unique, too, because each step they take goes with their animation.
Yeah.
And so a smaller Pokemon, it would take less time. If they needed to evolve using steps, it would take less time.
like a Piplup or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Charmander.
Or if you have a Charizard, every step is going to be the big step it takes.
That makes sense.
So the way that you would evolve some Pokemon, like the Pika clone of this year is a 3-stage evolution.
Palmy.
Yeah, how'd you know that?
Because Pokemon Go.
Oh, is it Pokemon Go? Okay,
Yeah, there's not many Pokemon from the latest gen, but that's one of them.
He's one of them. Mm-hmm. I love that. They've never done a Pika clone that evolves, and they did a 3-stage evolution.
3-stage.
They've
not a baby stage and a second stage.
It's not Pikachu or it's not, sorry, it's not Pichu. It's not like Plusle and Minun of two Pokemon. It's an evolving Pika clone. That's such a cool idea.
And fighting type?
And fighting electric.
Really sick.
So good.
Really sick.
Seriously, I use him for a minute.
Because it goes, it's like Palmy.
Yeah, Pomo. I think Pomo's the last one.
Pomo is the last one.
Yeah.
You're right.
Pomni, right?
Pomni,
right? They
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I love their designs. I think it's a very OG type of design too.
Yeah.
Because,
he's almost like standing up and he's like this.
Yeah.
Right? Like
yes.
kind of like flat palm.
Yeah. My favorite thing about, oh my gosh, I love it. Pomni is his it like the reason I say it's like such an OG is because the design doesn't change insanely to each next evolution.
Yes.
But it's enough for it to be like, oh, that's a different Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like you can tell that Pokemon is not the same as that one, and then you keep going on.
No, for sure. I want to tell you real quick and share like my first thought when I saw this design and what you're talking about with seeing the. I'm sorry. Can we correct it too? Like, what is the first stage?
Oh, Pomni. Yeah,
Pomni.
Pomni is the first one.
That's the first.
Yes.
Pomni.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the middle one?
Oh, it's Pommi. My bad.
Pommi.
Okay. And then
Pommi.
I'm gonna find him because I'm struggling. Oh, here it is. You're right. It was Pomo and Pomot.
Pomot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Pommi, Pomo, and Pomot.
So when I looked at these, because a general trope with like evolution is like things are growing on them, almost like an evolution, like an actual mammal, like evolution standpoint, right? Where it's like, okay, the tail gets bigger, they get more things, they get scarier, they get stronger.
Yeah.
It wasn't the case with this. In fact, like, especially because it's on Pokemon Go, and if you make your Pokemon your buddy, you can see them, right? Like, size and scale is very big in Pokemon Go, and it's cool because you really get to see, like, what these scale like next to your dude. I'm sure you see it a lot with Scarlet and Violet.
Right.
With them following you and shit.
Well, because they follow, exactly, and... Yeah.
So it almost looked to me like a very natural like progression
getting
of
older.
Like you and I if we were to level up. Like we wouldn't like get a bigger nose.
No,
you know what I mean?
No, I know.
But we get stronger. Right? We get beefier.
We might get bigger.
So I feel
our
like
hair might change.
It almost starts with him on all fours. Right?
It does.
Yeah,
Palmy.
right. So he's like a little rodent,
baby,
right?
Yeah,
little baby, right?
Little
and then eventually, because he learns karate, he learns to stand, and then he learns to wield, right?
Yeah,
and so because when you see Pomot, his stance is almost the martial arts classic pose.
Yes,
right?
I am so glad you said all that because I'm not kidding. I think even that brings more love to this Pokemon. Like I think
it's so cool.
I just think it's a really cute, cool design. And I think it's unique because the whole paw thing, that's where their electricity comes out of. Like, Pikachu's got the cheeks. He's still got the cheeks, but it's on his paws. Love it. I think it's so cute. So cool. I can actually transition this perfectly because...
That's perfect.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I keep burping so much.
It's all good. I'm just disappointed there's no sound. Where's the sound profile?
Yeah, the sound, I think I used it all up in that first burp.
I think you did.
I burped really loud during the pregame.
The pregame, yeah. That was
burped.
I said an 8.
Insanely.
I think it was more like a 9.
I think it was like really good. I was shocked by how
the shock factor was the best part of it.
I just did a good impression of it. Okay, so transitioning from Pal World to Pokemon.
Yes.
I just picked it back up.
Okay.
Just recently, like this morning.
Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah. Still got the DLC that I'm working on. And I love Pokemon so much. I will say, too, I don't think Pal World has in any way taken away from my experience of Pokemon.
Really?
I don't think so at all.
Yeah.
I think that...
I value your opinion because of how you feel about Pokemon,
yes.
You know?
Yes.
So, like, I feel like I don't know.
I think
your opinion is very justified, I feel, and I'm very interested in what you think.
I think I'd also be honest 100%. And I would be able to recognize through garbage.
Like hype.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Like hype and garbage, right?
Yep.
And, like, being a part of the conversation, it's hype, but...
Yes.
Sometimes we can... How many times do, like, as a congregation of gamers, do we look back and we're like, oh, that game was actually trash.
That game was okay at most.
And it was more of the fun that we had together. Whatever isolated incident, you know?
I'm with it 100%.
The hype. So you don't feel like... I mean, I know where you were at, too. Last week, and the audience should know based on all of the talk of Power World. I mean, we had an entire episode about it. But you also, in comparison to Pokemon, you felt like it was very... unrealistic that the Pokemon Company could do anything about like copyright law or anything
I
that.
I still feel that way.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd say there's my whole experience, even just this morning, it's just two different games. It's just two different completely style. Like, it's like if Pokemon tried to do a lawsuit against Yokai Watch.
Yeah.
You know, if anything, I feel like they have a better merit for that.
Yeah.
Because I know it's, Nintendo, so they wouldn't. But
sure.
Theoretically, if it wasn't, you have a case to make about a young kid who is finding these crazy monsters out in the wild with all unique names and unique styles and evolutions. By the way, there was evolutions in Yokai Watch.
Right.
That was
which is not a thing in Power World.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. And, dude, just saying that made me miss Yokai Watch so fucking much.
You're one of the only people I've ever met in my life.
But listen, I was a fan, a huge fan. I watched all of the anime, and the anime was not that good. It was like a kid's anime.
Yeah.
But true. I remember watching it because I enjoyed the game so much that I wanted to just see the characters on the screen. God damn it. I wish that series was still around. There's something so innately fun as an American, the way that I am, an American, being able to explore what is supposed to be a very Japanese place. So a lot of things I loved the most was that there's this suburb city that you explore, and there's spots you can find yokai.
It's
the
based
stories
in Japan,
it's just in regular Japan.
Yeah, dude,
so
that's
it's like
cool.
playing through an anime. Kind of probably some of the joy of Persona.
Yes.
Is that kind of what's the daily life of a
high school in Japan. Which
exactly,
there's so many things that are so different.
And so one of my favorite things was there was a countryside you could travel to. There was a whole marketplace. There was old Japanese people you could talk to. There was a lot of really cool culture. They consistently bring up a lot of big things that I even just found this kind of love for, which was the amount of respect that they give to yokai, actual yokai, not the yokai from Yokai Watch, the monster guys, but the true spirits and the stories and the shrines and everything. They show a lot of respect to. It's not a thing where it's oh well, you can believe what you want to believe.
No.
That's what you take care of those
for sure.
things. And it was it's such a different cultural looking at it, very different, that I think I appreciated it so much more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I 100% do, because you're right, because that was a constant feeling for me playing through Persona 4, my first real Persona experience.
Yeah.
So much. You go through Inaba, which I don't even know if that's an actual town within Japan.
Inaba?
But it is, right? I'm pretty sure it was all
every
based
place
on...
in Persona should be.
That's what I thought.
Shibuya.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Shibuya, definitely. And how ham they went in Persona 5 to match up with landscape and everything to make it.
I think the only time it's not a real place is Persona 4. I don't think that town is real.
That's Inaba. That's what I was referencing.
I don't know if that's real then.
Yeah, I don't know if Inaba's real.
Yeah.
But that town takes place in rural Japan, and it's it's kind of like a countryside town.
It could be.
And it wraps around. It's got a dirt road. It almost looks like I don't know, a Western vibe, but in Japan.
Yeah, it's like a countryside of Japan. I love that.
Yeah, and even how the house was laid out. I remember, so whether or not the town exists doesn't matter. The house that you go to that in this setting, without going too deep, the main character is Yu Narakami, and your uncle, you're staying with him in Inaba because you live in the big city. He lives in a little townhouse that's kind of like where we were at last night. Imagine Gabe's place, but a long time ago, right?
Right.
And so it's all these houses that are really close to each other. And the specific house that you stay in, that your uncle's house is in, he has his daughter, Nanako. You remember Nanako?
Yeah.
Character and all? The girl.
Girl with the green shirt?
Yes, dude. Yeah, she's pink.
Pink shirt?
Pink shirt. Green shirt's Chie.
Oh, Chie, yeah. I do remember Nanako.
She's a small girl, and she's a big part of the plot, and she's her niece, and she's so shy. So cute. So you live there in this house, and the way it's laid out is basically in the front of the house that would go into the kitchen living room.
Right.
That's a garage door, right? And that opens up, and that the layout of it so different from an American style right?
Home. Yeah.
And even the dinner table. The dinner table was, you've probably seen a lot of these. I think there's a name for it, but it was a slab of wood that's like this high off the ground. And then they have maybe like this high. And and there's a cushion that goes all the way around, and you kneel down and you all sit down there together. So they had a couch and they had this
I remember the setup because that's a lot of where the beginning of the game starts off.
Like I forgot you played it. Bro.
Yeah. I only played I only played 2 hours, so I got to like when you first started like combat.
Okay, and stuff. So fast forward then to like wintertime. Yeah. When you get cold, something that they do in their culture, like when you're sitting at that dinner table, is there's a blanket that's kind of like a centerpiece, and so you set like. I don't know if they like put on a centerpiece blanket for you're in the winter, but it acts as a like duvet blanket. So as you're sitting there kneeling with dinner, the tablecloth reaches down and it drapes over your legs. Goes over your legs. So as you're kneeling and it's like you stay warm. Yeah. It's comfortable. It's like, whoa.
I think it's so cool. But
I literally never have seen that. Yeah. No, I've never seen that.
Right.
And I was married at the time, and I remember going to my ex and being like, I want to get this for our dinner table. I feel like this would be such a family vibe that no one has. So cool. Right? It's so cool.
Yeah, it is. No, yeah. So I not to get distracted with Yokai Watch, but you know what? I might make this a plan. Now that I'm picking up Kid Icarus Uprising, I'm able to play a 3DS game. I never played Yokai Watch 2 or 3.
Oh my gosh,
so bro. I'm going to
set that as a goal for you.
I was obsessed with Yokai Watch 1, and I just did everything I could in 1, and I loved it. But I literally have Bony Spirits, which is the sequel, right?
Bony Spirits?
It's Bony Spirits and Fleshy Souls. So they tried to do Pokemon. When it was released in Japan, it was one game. They split it into 2 different ones.
Just for America?
Just for America.
I didn't know
They were trying to do a Pokemon thing.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's Fleshy Spirits and Bony...
No, you're right. Like, if anyone's got grounds Souls for, like, copyright here.
That's what I was trying to say. This is not like an exclusive idea that you can just like, if you're going to focus on anything, there have been games that have done the exact same idea. And I know that, this is very much more close to Pokemon, but also there's no merit for copyright. There's no merit at all.
I had a question. Did you see this was like recent news that I almost put in this episode.
Which one?
It was the Mewtwo Y, the Mega Mewtwo Y clone that was found within the data files of Power World. Did you see anything on this?
No, I never.
Yeah, there's like a news article from this last week. It just like small data file that some hackers found within like the Steam version of the game that had a data file of an unreleased PAL that's not in the game right now, but it's in the files.
It's in the files.
And I saw the news article. I looked at the pictures. I'll pull it up for you in a sec here, but
I would love to see it.
Basically, the article was arguing and fans that this is further evidence for Pokemon like having like copyright claims because it looks too similar to Mega Mewtwo Y.
What do you think?
Personally, no way. I see similarities, but the name of it is Dark Mutant. So if you just Google search right now, Dark Mutant Power World, you'll see the image of the Pokemon in question. It has a lot of similar attributes to Mega Mewtwo Y, but if you don't look at it with a Pokemon lens, it looks like a dark PAL, right?
I can see where it's coming from, but that is not close enough.
No.
For any merit of fucking
no, like
of copyright infringement.
Of copyright infringement.
Like truthfully, you look at that and like if you look at it and you try to say it looks like
I said,
like
Mewtwo, you have the lens on of
like
Pokemon.
Mewtwo Y.
Okay, I see what you're talking about.
I see what you're saying,
right?
But come on,
also I've played a lot. Don't you feel like you've played a lot of like? Are you seen anime with an end game demon boss that looks in this vein?
Absolutely,
right? Like it gives me a Sephiroth vein. It doesn't even look like Sephiroth, right?
I completely agree.
I was just curious if you saw that.
No, I actually did not. But this is also so cool. Is this?
I think it's badass.
They're probably gonna release him pretty soon.
Yeah, it's funny because the news article was saying that fans are arguing like there's a reason it's still hidden, as in they're afraid of Nintendo. I'm with you. I think there's going to be a future DLC.
I think it's just going to be a DLC.
And they're still adding to the game, with only being, what was it, like 40% done, 60% done, something like that.
Yep.
And did you see the big update that just came out too?
Yeah.
That fixed a bunch of issues.
Fixed a bunch of stuff. I also know that a huge thing that I know that they're going to work on is when the game first was being released with trailers and stuff, they had a lot of things that are not in the final game, probably because they just don't work, like, to be honest, like the way that you need to. It's not exclusive things, but it was like arena fights, pals that you can use to fight each other, and then PvP, of course, and then fishing was in there, and then there's this giant floating city, this like lost city that's in the clouds, and it's actually
me of like Final Destination vibes.
Check this out. The original banner had it in the background.
Oh, whoa!
Yeah, right there. And so in the trailers, you take like this whale pal that flies you there. And so people are saying there's no way that this, because there's footage and all this stuff, that's gotta be some kind of like future update. Big exploration.
Bless you. Let's go, Joshy.
That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, I've only been playing those right now.
Okay.
No Kid Icarus Uprising, but it's I keep thinking
it's still
about
there.
It. Yeah, it's still there. It's just Power.
Bless you, bro.
I got Power.
Hey, we've talked about it before though, like offcast. Like, I'm really big on like go with how you feel with games,
and I will not make myself.
Yeah. No, because if you're trying to... It's not that you would force yourself to play Kid Icarus, but you can recognize right now that Power World pulled you out.
Yeah.
And Power World pulled you out with reason, and you should... Like, your heart is in Power World,
follow it.
So you should follow it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if you were to force... I've been down a road where I've been like, no, I'm playing blank. Yes. And especially a backlog game, right? Yeah. Kid Icarus is going nowhere.
No, it is
not. So if you were to go back to it and force that experience... In the back of your mind is going to be Power World sitting there waiting for you to be done. And you know that. So you're not going to be 100% into Kid Icarus. You're going to be like somewhere in the upper echelon, but not fully invested.
Completely agree. Completely agree.
Yeah. And like I've talked like I think on cast about like Xenoblade 3 and how you kind of dropped off when that came out, but you dropped off with reason, with personal reason. It wasn't because you didn't have interest in the series.
Right, no.
You just weren't feeling it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, this is a series you need to feel.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Which that one I consistently think about just picking it right back up.
Fuck yeah.
But I like I said, I'm waiting for that moment. I spent time with Xenoblade 2 where it was always there and I loved it for everything that it's brought up emotionally. But I took my time.
Yeah.
And if I wasn't feeling it for even like a year, I would spend my time watching the clips. I would go back to it's why the theater is so nice at the theater mode. You know, all the Xenoblade games, because you can just see where you were at, and you can watch these moments. And,
yes, man. Yeah, no, you're so right. And games that have it laid out like that, it's
so
it's
easy,
really good.
So simple. I love it.
Yeah, Josh, let me catch you up real quick.
Catch me up.
Yeah, I don't have much because I didn't really say it on even our pregame, but like work has got me by the balls right now. Yeah. So between work on the podcast and then, which I don't log my hours, right? I just have a guesstimate based on how like it goes for 3 days straight, right? Or 2 or 3 days, and then finishing in our recording time. But estimating probably 20 to 25 hours in the podcast last week,
right?
And then probably 50 to 55 at work. So long weeks for me. But I also said last night, it's not that it's so different because I love what I'm doing. Right. I love the podcast and I love the research, like pulling up like 20 to 30 news articles, and I take the time to read through all of them. And I'm putting myself in like the headspace of like, is this something I want to talk about? Is something I feel like you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Or I'll just take it and just put it in the back of my mind because that's what I would do without a podcast anyway. You know what I mean?
What you just said about the Power World.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just
100%
something that you knew. You didn't even write it into the thing, did you?
No. Not at all. Yeah, exactly. Just doing some research, right?
And then, researching.
And then, like, work, like, I love my job. I really do. I love my fucking job. I love where I'm at. And so it's like this feeling that's kind of hard to explain of, like, my body is, like, I feel the fatigue my body has. Yeah. But mentally, I'm more awake than ever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, with that being said, though, really the only time I got for gaming in the last, probably going forward for the next, like, couple of months is Pokemon Go. Let's dive into that real quick.
Right.
There was I'll even, like, nerd out a little bit because we got time to just talk about gaming here.
Might as well.
We had a Chanty Community Day, which was, community days are traditionally Chancy.
Chancy.
That was this last Sunday, and unfortunately most community days are on Sundays, which is just unfortunate for me because those are the days where I work. Guaranteed I'm going to be there at 1, 2 o'clock for a lunch shift. The community day always goes between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Always.
Yikes.
So, thank God for the Pokewalker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I get it set up. They have it so, like, lures and incense, which, like, draws Pokemon to you.
Yeah.
Those last, like, 3 to 4 times the length they normally do during a community day. So it's actually great because then right when I get to work, pop an incense, pop a lure, which you put in a Pokestop, which my bar is a Pokestop. So I'm like, good. Pop a lure, pop an incense, turn on the Pokewalker, work. And I just leave it there and it does its thing.
It's pretty good.
So it's pretty good. Like in every community day, I've gotten at least one shiny. So I got one shiny Chansey from this event. Yeah, which is kind of my vibe. I love shiny hunting.
Yeah.
That is like, if there's something amazing about, like, shiny hunting was probably going through all the competitive and everything and collecting them all from Pokemon, which I've done at multiple points with different games. Yeah, and talked about a little bit about Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. That was the game that I got all 722, I think, or 721 Pokemon that existed. All of them on that game. And
it's amazing.
It's amazing. And I have this feeling like even if I don't still have that, because I haven't gotten Pokemon home and transferred them all, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I haven't. But I have this inner satisfaction of I know what it's like to go all out in Pokemon.
Absolutely.
But one of my favorite out of all of that is probably still shiny hunting, especially legendary and mythical shiny hunting, because that is not something that's viable in the main games.
Right.
That's something that's pretty Pokemon Go exclusive, and I love it, man.
Absolutely.
It's a drive.
Oh, it's so cool.
So, I don't know if you've seen the shiny, too, of the Chansey lineup, like with Happiny, Chansey, and Blissey. It's one of those weird ones, too, that's kind of like, we were talking about Palmo and all that, and like that, how it's very unique that it's like this 3 evolution stage from the same generation.
Right.
Because Chansey's is Gen 1, Blissey's a Gen 2, and Happiny's a Gen 4. Yeah. What is that, right?
Wild.
So, weird. Super weird. But I only...
Has that been any other Pokemon? Like Magmar, maybe?
Magmar and Electivire. Or Electabuzz, I should say. Yeah.
I think that...
But they were opposite, because the child came out in Gen 2, and the final came out Gen 4.
Final came out Gen 4,
yeah. So, I think you may be right. That might be one of the few unique, kind of like, in that circumstance, where it's Gen 4 was... Right?
Besides, there's a bunch from Gen 4, like Magnemite has Magnezone.
Magnezone.
Yeah. But that's a tour.
Yeah. That's a tour. That's a twofer.
It is a twofer.
Yeah. Where it's the baby coming out in Gen 4? I feel like that might be unique.
No, it was Happiny, and then there was another one, because remember you could walk them at the Poke Park, only specific Pokemon.
I think you're right, and I think there's one I'm not thinking of.
I think there's another one as well.
If you think of it, let me know. I'm gonna
find it.
Okay? I'm gonna move on, though, that the lineup of Happiny, Chansey, and Blissey, the Chansey shiny I have always wanted. So getting a natural shiny from this event, just the one I did. It's a little green Chansey, by the way. I don't know if you've seen.
Cute.
Yeah, dude.
I haven't seen
adorable.
It.
Yeah, I'll pull her up. She's adorable, and I love the shiny.
There were 5 babies added in Gen 4,
Tell me.
Whatever, I might not know their names. The Bud Pokemon for Roserade. Remember? It was Roselia.
Yeah.
And then it had a bud Pokemon, which was added in Gen 4.
What is it called?
I don't remember. He's a little bud guy, and then it turns into Roserade, and then there's Roselia.
Roselia and then Roserade?
Wait, Roselia and then Roserade. Yeah.
I can't.
Little bud guy. Remember him?
No, that's not a Roselia. That's
Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you're right.
Name? What's his name?
Like Badoo? I think it's Badoo.
Baby.
Yeah.
Then what's his freaking name? This guy right here.
Oh yeah, Bonsly.
Yeah, Bonsly.
Yeah, into Soda Widow.
Mime Jr.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. You're right.
Munchlax. Yeah.
Munchlax.
And then Rowell. Right? No, he was Gen 4 too. I'm twigging.
I'm twigging, bro.
I gotta be twigged. And then this Chime Bell one. And then Happini.
Yeah.
Those were all Gen 4.
Yeah. No, you're right, bro.
Yeah,
okay. Well, this is the Chansey. Got you right here.
Oh, that's such a cool color.
Isn't that cool? Because the tips are like a darker green.
Yeah, it's just like the Pokemon. Oh, that's a cool shiny.
Yeah.
That's the kind of
Look it up. Shiny Chansey is legit. Shiny Blissey, Shiny Happiny, very disappointing. It's basically like they're like a certain shade of pink/purple, and then the shiny is just like a different shade. Yeah. It's whatever. So I'm keeping my Shiny Chansey as like.
Why only do the middle?
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that's weird.
Super interesting. Yeah. So I'll continue though. The like mega event happening right now is where my focus is, because it's Mega Latios and Mega Latios.
Ooh, Latios and Latios are so cool.
They're so sick. They're I don't know if it's a different classification of raid, but they're a higher tier than other raids. Like I've been getting like Landorus and Thundurus, and all them.
Right.
Like these legendary raids, they're like a 5-star raid. Okay, these Mega Latios, Mega Latios, they're a 6-star. So their CP is like 80,000. It recommended is like 4 to 8 players to take these guys down.
What?
So I've been raiding them almost every day, trying to get a shiny specifically. No luck yet. I'm cycling back and forth between Latios and Latios. But I wanted to ask you, have you seen the shiny of those two?
I think I have. They're green, right?
So the Latios, he has like a dark blue normal base, and he has like a turquoise greenish shiny.
Okay, I'm gonna look him up.
Latios is kind of the one I really want, because Latios is normally red, right?
Yes.
And Latios' shiny is yellow. It looks so sick,
I see. It's
man.
Like the
yeah, you see like
Latios is like, oh, that's cool.
They're both so cool.
That's cool.
Both of them, bro.
That's cool.
Wait, so which one's your favorite of those two, just off bat? Or I guess, do you like Latios or Latios more?
Well, so when I was a kid, I had 2 figures of them.
Oh, yeah.
And I always loved Latios more.
Yeah.
Because I thought he looked like a little cooler.
Yeah, that's his vibe. He definitely has like and the Latios, more like mature.
He's like
vibe.
the mature, like kind of like stern, and then he's got a cute face. But I think the older I've gotten, the more I like Latios better, and I think I go with that shiny too.
Yeah.
I think that shiny's a little bit better.
All right, we're on the same page.
So we're on the same page.
We're there, baby.
Man.
I'll end with right now there is a event that's happening for dragons. It's like a lunar dragon event. So they introduced Drampa into the game.
Drampa.
Yeah. Hey. Normal dragon, yeah.
Normal dragon?
Pretty sure.
Drampa?
Yeah.
I thought Drampa was water dragon.
Oh, it might be water dragon.
I might be wrong though.
Yeah, I thought it was weird typing when I looked at it. Like
it might be.
Because normal's a weird type, right?
I hate normal types.
Yeah, not my vibe. I like the neutral aspect from Power World.
Yes.
I feel like
normal dragon.
Yeah, normal dragon. Yeah, weird, man.
Very weird.
Yeah, so giving it 1 immunity and 1 weakness bonus, right? Of ghost and fighting. Interesting.
1 immunity?
Yeah, because normal type is immune to ghost.
And you say 1 weakness?
Yeah, fighting. Because normally dragons aren't weak to fighting, but normal type is.
Right.
So that's kind of like the pro and the con, I guess, from adding that.
That's what I feel like with always having normal.
Yeah.
In any Pokemon, you just make it like weak to fighting. And so I don't really fuck with it.
Right. It's like who's the biggest threat here with ghost typing? It's probably Mega Gengar. Probably.
What's Mega Gengar again?
Mega Gengar, Poison Ghost. And just like being the strongest.
That's good because then you can combat Fairy too.
Yes.
That's really good.
Yeah, dude, Mega Gengar has been a beast and revived the Gengar lineup since X and Y.
That's such a good
in fact, actually, when I was in competitive, right, which is in that gen with Omega Ruby, because that's technically X and Y generation for competitive.
Right.
Mega Gengar was banned from normal play because it's so strong. It was competing with Mega Rayquaza. Right. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, it's like, okay. He's on his own, tier of strong. Same thing with Mega Metagross and Salamence, actually.
Megas are so cool.
They're so sick,
Why the fuck are they not in the games
That's
anymore?
what I'm saying, bro. Yeah.
I'm happy they're at least in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm experiencing it for you. Don't you worry. But through this event, they have two, spawns that normally you don't see. It's Dratini and Magikarp. So I am actively searching right now for a shiny of either one. I'll be happy with one.
Dratini.
But I know when I see that gold shiny Magikarp, bro.
Oh my god.
I'm going to be so happy.
That is a dream.
And I'm always on the hunt for a shiny Dratini. Shiny Dragonite is one of my few favorite OGs. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, what the fuck? Did you know that this was the size of Drampa?
Dude, no. Why is he so fat? He's huge.
Massive.
Holy crap.
I had no idea he was supposed to be huge.
Is he... What generation is he? Sword and Shield?
It's Sun and Moon.
It's Sword... Yeah. Sword and Moon. Yeah.
Sword and Moon. Right,
I love that.
I think I'd be able to tell any Pokemon's generation. Except for 1 and 2. That gets tough.
1 and 2? Okay, I got you there. Yeah,
or maybe even the third, but I know everything.
No, 1, 2, and 3 I have on lock. That's my childhood.
Okay,
so
what about
4 onward, that's where I get...
Metagross?
3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try and think of one.
Do it.
What's the bugs? The one looks like a girl, one looks like a boy.
The bugs?
And they dance around. They look like bugs, and they look like they have airplane pillows on their necks.
What the fuck are you talking? I know.
There's a boy.
Is it Illumise and Volbeat?
Yes, yeah.
How did I understand you, bro?
Was that not a pretty good explanation?
Yeah, the fucking pillow, the airplane neck pillow, bro.
And then there's one girl,
That's
one
Gen
boy,
3.
And they dance around.
Yeah, purple and red, yeah.
Then, what about Heracross?
Heracross Gen 2.
Is it Gen 2?
Bug fighting.
Yes, yeah. And he was supposed to,
And he was kind of a new Pokemon because the way you caught him is you had to headbutt a tree.
Interesting.
Yeah, so headbutt was a new field mechanic that was optional because it was a TM for headbutt, not an HM. But usually TMs you can't use in the overworld.
Right. Yeah. What about Bonsly's evolution? What's that
Sudowoodo? Gen 2.
Sudowoodo. So that's Gen 2 because he looks like one of the trees you would cut down, right? That's
a part of the story.
Yes.
Yeah. It's right after the third gym. It's Goldenrod City. Mm-hmm. There's Whitney, and she's got the Miltank, the infamous fucking Miltank, bro. It's if you ever look up infamous Whitney Miltank, they're talking about the fact that this Miltank is the third boss in Pokemon, and it's stupidly strong. It's absurdly strong, bro. Yeah, it knows rollout, so it would usually start with rollout and one-shot you eventually over the second or third turn, and then either it missed or you survived somehow, and it would just milk drink its health back.
Oh, that's so funny. I'm seeing memes on it right now.
Oh, yeah, dude. That Miltank was literally a super boss in
Whitney's
the middle of Pokemon.
Miltank flow chart. Roll out. Did it hit? Yes. Are they dead? No. Oh, what the? Do they attack? No. Lol goes back. Roll out. So funny. Did it hit? No. Yes.
No.
It says no. Bull. Yes, it did.
Yeah. Yep.
That's so funny. Jeez, I never heard about this.
Yeah, that Miltank's deadly. So after the Miltank, to get to Ecruteak City, which is where you're you find Espeon and Umbreon there, and there's some girls, and that's where the first that's where the tower is for Ho-Oh, but it's blocked off at that point.
Yes.
To get there, there's a tree in the way, and when you try cutting it down with cut, it moves and shakes, and the game won't let you.
I see.
So you have to get a watering pail, which you can only get from beating Whitney. So It's like this whole side quest built into it. It's pretty cool, honestly. I love like the original kind of like direction Pokemon had with side quests. And
right.
I don't know if you remember, there was like the Red Gyarados side quest that was a part of Gen 2. So you, as a part of the story, you get a Red Gyarados.
What?
A shiny, yeah, which was brand new for the series, right?
Yeah, because shinies were new.
Exactly, yeah, and it was called the Lake of Rage, and there's a lake right in the 7th town, like right before the last gym. And you have to... Team Rocket is running an experiment in Lake of Rage where they're trying to forcefully... They're putting nutrients in the water to forcefully evolve the Magikarp that are in the lake.
Oh, what?
And so one of them turns into a Red Gyarados because it was a shiny, and it goes crazy. So Lance, literally like Elite Four Lance, flies in on his Dragonite and tells you to go stop the Red Gyarados.
And so you can catch it from that?
Yeah.
That's... Cool.
So, yeah, cool little side quest, and one of the few cool things with Pokemon, but honestly, there's a lot. There's many cool...
Well, the Red Gyarados I know from the beginning of Gen 4. That was the big idea.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's how the story starts, is that you...
Right.
On the news, you see...
The Red Gyarados.
There's been spottings of a
in the Lake of Rage, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Right? Yeah.
The Lake of what?
Lake of Rage.
Is that what it's called?
That's what it's called in Gold and Silver in Gen 2, so I'm not sure...
It was in Sinnoh, though. So it was
right.
It was something.
I couldn't remember.
Like
I didn't remember if it was like literally a throwback to Gen 2 or if it was literally like setting it up for.
I think it was
something.
I think it was setting it up. I think.
Josh, let's move on here.
Yeah,
though.
let's hit it.
Brother, we have. I got one more thing I wanted to say. I did end up pre-ordering, and it is available right now. It is Persona 3 Reload,
No way.
the Ultimate Edition. I had to. I pulled it up after we recorded because we ran the news or we ran the game drops last week.
Yeah.
And it was dropping. So I was reminded. No, it's out now. But after we recorded last episode, it was dropping in like a day. So I pull up the store and it had the Ultimate Edition. So it had all of the DLC. I think it even had like a pack on there where it's the Phantom Themes costume.
Oh shit!
For the main characters of Persona 3. Yeah, and the DLC is like it has Persona music from every Persona game in the series. It has like DLC like stuff that it's all stuff they did with Persona 5. But they're doing it with 3, and low-key, bro, 3 is probably my favorite. And in this context, I just had to do it.
You think is the best one?
I will give you the full analysis once I beat this remake, which is probably after this season of work, so probably in the summertime. Because I'm going to go through Rebirth before I go through. Remember my rundown?
Yes.
I'm on my break right now. Yeah, that's going to be, when I can game, I'm going to finish Mario RPG, like in the passing here, because I'm like at the end. Right. And then it's going to be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yep.
Then I think I'm going to go straight into Persona 3. And then there was one more game that's coming out in the horizon.
Power World.
Power World. Yeah. So, and hopefully for me, it's going to be on PlayStation 5 by then. If not, I'll probably have my gaming PC by then.
Xbox.
I know.
You don't use it for anything either.
I'm probably going to sell it low-key.
How much?
I don't know. You want it?
1,000?
That's too much.
Yeah. Maybe 200?
That's way more reasonable. Yeah, I could do that. For certain people, like certain co-hosts of the podcast, they have like a slot in there.
Really?
So, yeah, definitely.
I want one.
Yeah.
It's cool. It doesn't fit really well with...
It looks a lot prettier when it's upright.
When it's upright?
Yeah.
I didn't mean right then.
No. I know. Like just blending in. I mean, you can tell I kind of intentionally put it in there so it's kind of hidden. I mean, it's covered with Amiibo and a SNES controller.
Yeah, so. I mean, I wouldn't even need one. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Because it would just be, like, fun to have.
That's...
But it does carry over everything. From Xbox?
Everything. It probably more seamless than any other consoles, to be honest.
Really?
With you. Yeah, like where just everything you have works.
Even my 360 games?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Banjo-Kazooie?
Yep.
Or I love, what else do I love? Fuck. I want to play Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead. Yeah. There's that Lost Odyssey game I want you to play someday. Yeah.
Fable?
For sure. You know what I was going to tell you real quick before we get this cast kicked off, my friend. Oh, shit.
Fuck. We were talking about Xbox.
What were we just talking about?
We were talking about...
It was going to be something... Somebody told me a reference to something you just said.
Fuck.
It honestly just left my mind, so we'll move on until it comes back. Okay?
Cool.
Joshy, let's
get it.
Kick off this podcast.
Let's kick it.
Brother. I'm really impressed because after running through Pregame for probably a little over an hour. We still hit about an hour with our catch-up. So
look at that.
Hell yeah, brother.
Wow.
Content.
That's right.
My friends, let's get plugged in here. Welcome to the official Flash Brothers podcast. Welcome in. This production constitutes two best friends sharing casual discussions, exploring our collective interests, highlighting modern headlines and nostalgic topics framed around gaming, anime, and further divisive passions.
That's
honestly,
beautiful.
yeah, thank you, bro.
Who wrote that?
Just
some guy.
Just
some asshole.
Just put it together, you know what I'm saying, bro?
Dick, yeah.
Some dick. Our focus is set on spreading positive vibes while providing comprehensive and informative content, building a vibrant community where you can actively join the conversation.
Yeah.
So with Josh and X, we'd love to have all of you on board because this podcast, it's really doable and super fun with Joshy and I, but the dream is to get a community going and everyone involved. You know what I'm saying?
That's so right, man.
Let's continue here. Joshy, episodes drop every Friday at 5 a.m. It is currently Wednesday, February 7th. So today's episode 25 is dropping this Friday, February 9th. And we invite you, my friends, to join the community. You can check out our podcast on all audio platforms, available everywhere. It is based, though, out of Spotify and feeds directly into YouTube as well. So wherever you guys want to listen, check it out. We also have the Spotify Q&As directly on Spotify for each episode, so you can get plugged in just by diving into those as well. And if you want to submit questions, comments, corrections, and discussion ideas for Josh and I for the podcast, get plugged in. Please. We have our Patreon here, patreon.com/FlashBrosPodcast, and you can actually sign up for a free membership where you can get updates to our channel and what's happening.
There we go.
And access to our Discord.
Nice.
Where you can get plugged in and be a part of the community.
That's right.
And Joshy, they can join Pregame along with all future bonus content we're going to put out by becoming a gold tier sponsor.
Whoa! That is probably the coolest tier that ever has existed. Probably
and honestly, it's only getting better because like that tier is going to evolve as time goes on. Because first of all, I'll say there is a membership lock-in price.
Yes, there is.
So if the earlier you get dialed in with this podcast, my friends, there is a permanent benefit of. Like, your membership will never change as long as you do not cancel. Like, if you come in at $5 a month, where we're at right now, in the future, if we get to $10, $15, $20 a month, you will stay with all future content for $5 a month.
Absolutely.
That sounds great.
That's forever.
Yeah, that's forever, baby.
That's forever.
Other perks include recognition during each episode,
every single episode.
Shout out, a heartfelt shout out from Josh.
We go hard.
We do. Access to exclusive content and posts through our Patreon. And you can send submissions directly through Patreon, including the phone app, which kind of just makes it easier for you.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just makes it real simple.
Real quick, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I think that through the shout out is how we came to the Lene Lovelady.
It is.
Isn't that?
Straight up.
How we started talking about that.
Because then
every day we talk about Lene.
Yep.
Talk about her lovely name because we say it every single episode.
We do.
And, that's how we develop the conclusion.
Yes,
that she is a superhero.
Yes, absolutely, bro. Thank you for pointing that out.
I was just saying because we really do think about the shout-outs. We go deep.
We do. And honestly, like, especially for the people who've been with us from the very beginning, and there's been no bonus content to be had, they deserve that, man. So thank you to everyone who's been on board. Also, I want to say the last perk for the gold tier sponsor is exclusive Discord access. So you'll have access to an exclusive set of channels where you have basically priority to communicate not just with each other, but also with me and Joshy for your write-ins for the show.
That's right.
Yeah, you can just talk to us directly on there. So, my friends, if you don't want to get plugged in that way, but you still want to get involved, completely possible and totally okay.
Then
send us a quick email. That's going to be flashbrospodcast@gmail.com, which I said very quickly at the beginning of the episode.
You did.
Yeah, I tried to.
You said it well. No, I think that was... Or was it
pregame? No, it was the beginning of the episode.
Are you sure?
Yeah, where we did the very, very fast, like, talking. And
that was pregame.
It was?
thought.
No.
Maybe it's not. Maybe
No, that's the Four Loko talking, bro.
Oh, it has to be. I'm actually 3 beers deep, so.
Yes, sir.
We're
going strong. You're not even full 3 yet. Yeah.
Almost.
Close. Your support means everything for us, my friends, and we appreciate it more than you guys know.
Absolutely.
And we will continue to spread that love.
Yeah.
But your support directly means growth for this podcast and the community. So we want to send out our sincere thank yous.
Thank you.
To every last one.
To everyone.
Seriously.
And if you want to know what we're referencing whenever we talk about pregame, this is the way to do it.
That's it. Absolutely. Get dialed in, guys.
Yeah.
So let's link directly into our Patreon sponsors here, brother. Man. These are our current patrons on
the legends.
Our Patreon who are, the legends themselves. These are the gold tier sponsors.
Beautiful
and we got a list of 7 people here, brother.
Beautiful people.
Yes, the beautiful, beautiful souls that they are. And we will begin with Annette Anderson, my beautiful mother.
Your mother.
God lover. Shout-outs to her. Thank you so much.
Mama. She's always such a sweet, beautiful
She is, bro.
person.
And she supports when she is, like, she's just one of those moms, much like your mom, it sounds like, and just many other mothers that I've met out here, you know, to us and myself and at my bar. She goes above and beyond. Like, she will kill herself taking care of everyone before she takes care of herself. That's just who she is. And I'm forever grateful. So shout outs to her.
Shout out, mother.
Number 2 is Donald Duck, baby.
Donald, dude.
You already know.
Man, still in it. I love it so much.
I love you. Yes. Shout out to Donald Duck, brother. And
have we found out anything about Donald?
Not yet. You know, I might just send him a direct message. Be like, maybe at that 6-month mark. Be like, hey, bro. Yeah. I've been on board for 6 months.
Why don't we do it live? We should do it on the show.
Yeah.
We'll message Donald Duck.
You know what? Yeah. Let's write that. Donald, this is a warning to you. If you do not send in a message by next episode, we will be reaching out to you directly on
He secretly is listening to every single episode. He's always listening. It's kind of beautiful.
I'm writing it down right here. We're going to reach out live in episode 26. So look forward to that, Donald.
Let's do it, Donald.
But we appreciate you, brother. I hope you know. Yeah. No matter who you are, we appreciate that you just sent us your love and support from the beginning. Yeah. Even if we have no idea who you are. So thank you so much, brother. Great. Next down here is Kendall Sutherland. Shout outs to her. My gorgeous girl. Congratulations for being everything that you are, because
she was just
just here.
Yeah, she was just going crazy this morning.
She was, bro.
Eating and shit.
Dude, like such a blessing. To all of us in this house, to be honest.
And she was so much fun at the party last night.
Dude, yes. I know. Makes me so happy to see just be in a relationship too where everyone around me sees what I see in her. You know what I mean? And loves being around her. That says a lot about somebody.
Yeah, I agree.
You know?
I completely agree. It's funny because I saw her for the first time yesterday the same way I saw you. And it literally felt like when I saw her, I was like, oh my God, like I miss my roommates. Where are they at?
My roommates, you know what I mean? Absolutely, bro. Made me so happy, like, coming home and, like, just all the love that this house holds with you and Adrell. Speaking of Adrell,
yes,
our 5th sponsor, actually it's our 4th, is Adrell Williams himself, brother.
Hey,
you want to give him a quick little plug?
Please.
Shout out.
Adrell does Twitch streaming, so he's a streamer on Twitch. This guy is fucking hilarious. Seriously, check him out. He's at Sweet A on Twitch, so that's Sweet AYEEE on twitch.com/Sweet A.
Sweet A.
I don't know if that's how they do it. Do they do a /
I don't even know. I'm not really.
I don't know.
The Twitch.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Whatever. Me neither. But
hey,
Adrell, funny guy. He literally got such a good community. He hit 100 subs in the first couple of
it was the first 2 weeks. I remember crazy. It was the end of his 2 weeks. He hit 100 and was asked to be a partner with Twitch.
So,
and this dude deserves it. You guys, seriously, if you I don't know about you, Joshy, but when I was in Twitch, and something I like about almost like Reddit and kind of these more confined communities is that they're brand new. It's when they're small and it's growing with them. Yeah. Right? And so, and feeling like you were there for the journey. Yep. Adrell is one of those guys that he, Sweet A, man. He really has the talent for being a big shot. He does. He his personality, everything, his entertainment value, but he is small scale. So guys, check him out if you want to. If that interests you and being a part of a small scale community, go check him out, man. I'm sure you really love that.
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll all grow alongside each other.
Absolutely, man. That's right. Next down here is John Rao the Fourth. Johnny. Shouts to him.
Johnny.
We talked about it on pregame, but saw him on Monday.
Yeah.
A little hangout with
Lene's house.
Lene. Yep. Nice. Absolutely.
Nice.
Move down here for Lene Lovelady herself.
Speaking of the
superhero. Know what I'm saying?
Nice, we do.
Yes, sir. Lene, shout outs. And
I hope you're doing okay, Lene, by the way. Love you.
Yeah. Heartfelt, Joshy. Yeah, thanks for checking in, bro. For real. And last down here, Joshy, do you know who it is?
I do. It's Michael Sandoval.
It's Michael
of the Sandoval 7
himself.
Which you just met his wife.
Yes, Andrea. Yeah, talked about that a little bit on the pregame
of
too.
The Sandoval 7.
Yeah, God love them. Guys, thank you to all of you for being here with us. I also have a special shout out for Brad Schmidt.
Sir.
He is Shadow Buddy Music on Instagram and Shadow Buddy. You can find basically type in either Shadow Buddy Music or Shadow Buddy, either like any audio platform, including YouTube. You'll find his music. Very talented. He makes our audio production exclusively for this show, being a childhood friend of mine. So shout outs to him and super appreciate you, Bradley.
Super appreciate it, Brad.
Joshy.
Yes.
You know what we do. You know how we do. Let's dive into our show with the classics, my friend.
Let's get it going, man.
Let's get it started with our first segment. As always, Retro Recap! Yes, sir. Joshy. Oh my gosh, it gets better every week, brother. I said that kind of like Donald Duck. Every week. Josh, I have a list here from GameFAQs. It's a curated list of gaming history this week. And these are North American. I'm
so excited.
Unless otherwise stated. Yes, sir. These spanned the date of this week. So to put that into layman's terms here, February 5th through the 11th. Right?
I see.
And I also have the Metacritic score for these games as well.
Nice.
So we can talk about that. We will start with the first one on this list, which gives me... I'm curious if you played this game or if you have really any familiarity with this series. It is Harvest Moon 64.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Came out on the Nintendo 64, February 5th, 1999 in Japan. And actually gets a special shout out because that marks the 25th anniversary this year.
Wow. Shout out 25 years of Harvest Moon.
Harvest Moon, bro. Harvest Moon 64 specifically. Have you played any Harvest Moon? And have you played this one?
So No, I haven't played Harvest Moon or Harvest Moon 64, but I did play the beginning of RuneScape. No, Rune Factory 4.
Rune Factory.
Not RuneScape. What the fuck am I saying?
Play some RuneScape, huh?
Yeah, I did. I got scammed out of $1,000. No, but I played Rune Factory 4.
Yeah.
The beginning on the 3DS, and it has a very, very similar start as one of my favorite games, Stardew Valley, which is just a fucking wonder.
Yes.
And in both games, if I'm not mistaken, are inspired by Harvest Moon. And Harvest Moon was kind of the grandfather to the cozy farming.
That's also my understanding.
Simulator. Yeah.
If anything, I actually attribute Animal Crossing. I think of you when it comes to kind of like Animal Crossing, anything in that wheelhouse as far as like creativity and what you like, why you love that game and what it offers you.
Yeah.
And I feel like Harvest Moon definitely played a massive role in Animal Crossing. But there's something specific because I never played Stardew Valley. I tried to get into it, which is kind of why I was shocked that I got into it
recently.
I should, because there was a news article I was going to bring up weeks ago.
Yeah.
That was this new update that came out for it, like just after Halloween, and it looked insane. In fact, it was combat focused.
I think you would absolutely love it from all the reasons that you've explained. Animal Crossing is enjoyable.
Yeah,
it's
I got no
also
doubt,
probably one of the most addicting games. Not in a way where it's like they made it so that it feels like you have to keep playing.
For sure.
It's one of those things where it's like the day cycle it lasts like no time.
Oh, really?
It's like, you just like,
that's more like Harvest Moon.
It's like 7:30, 7...
Because it's not real time, right?
7:50, yeah. And then it just keeps going. And you think that'd be stressful, but it just feels like you do everything you can do in a day. And then you take care of business.
Yeah.
And then you keep taking care of business, and then you just go to sleep, and then the day starts again. And it's like, okay, tomorrow I'm going to do this. Right now it's already 10. I'll do this, blah, 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 blah. And then the next day starts, and you keep thinking the exact same thing over and over. There's so much to do. There's like this whole mine dungeon thing. It's like 50 floors, and then there's like it's a big map of just like a bunch of stuff that you consistently are taking care of.
Yeah, dude. And
on a daily.
I actually probably have not talked to you specifically about Stardew Valley a whole lot.
Yeah,
we've talked a lot about Animal Crossing, and you got me into Animal Crossing, right? And there's something there's this level of like appreciation I have now for the series that I only had from Harvest Moon before. And we'll get back to Harvest Moon, but I've heard about Stardew Valley quite a bit. Actually, one of my buddies, Brad, a part of the PAX crew.
Oh yeah.
Big Stardew Valley guy. So
really,
he was trying to get me into it before I moved here, it just didn't click in the way that. Almost like I was waiting for that Animal Crossing click that box for me,
like
right?
Something, yeah.
But something that he told me that made it like really unique. Okay, maybe like correct me if I'm wrong here. Have you played a lot of Stardew Valley?
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people are. I'm on like the 4th year.
Okay.
In the game,
that so probably is quite a bit, right?
Each day.
If you're playing like if my guess is you're playing the game naturally and you probably go through like anywhere from 3 to 5 days. Within the game.
Yeah.
Right. So 4 years.
Yeah, it's a lot. It is.
A lot.
You're right.
Yeah.
I am, but I just have seen people online. It's
sure.
the kind of game where you can go crazy.
You can lose your mind.
But I finished the whole dungeon. I got to the bottom, and then I got to like and
the 50 floors. You said?
Yeah, 50 floors, and I have like a really good what's the word, like pickaxes and
like equipment,
swords and equipment. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Your
everything
arsenal.
I'm pretty good. My farm is good. I just have seen other people do better. I only just recently got married. I saw the marriage ceremony and everything, but you can have kids. I don't have any kids. So
that was one of the two aspects that I was going to bring up, was that what I had heard and my understanding, especially from my buddy Brad, is that there's this whole social aspect that is beyond Animal Crossing, where you're not just villagers and friends.
Yeah.
Like, you marry them, you have kids, you start a family. Yep. There's a life sim aspect that goes beyond the cutesy Animal Crossing vibe. Right? And there's another aspect of combat, which... Combat was in Harvest Moon, not very much, right? But that's a part of it. It's like, hey, if you're gonna go into the mines, you're going mining. There's monsters in there, so you gotta not only mine, but you gotta defend yourself. You gotta
defend yourself.
And so I've heard actually that the combat is a much bigger part of Stardew Valley, and that combat is like there's that other game, Terraria. Yeah. Kind of similar vein.
Yeah.
But combat is such a big part of that game.
Combat is huge in Terraria, especially. I'm much further into Terraria than I have in Stardew Valley.
Okay, yeah.
So I know a lot about everything that's going on there, and really, you get to a point where a necessity to the game is having the best armor, equipment, weapons, everything becomes essential.
Yeah,
right.
That's kind of like where I want to gear this. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Because you haven't played Harvest Moon. I wanted to kind of gear a question about kind of this trifecta here of Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing, and then like we'll put Terraria in there too because it's kind of the same, or it's inspired by same vein but different, right? Like more Minecraft.
I was gonna say it's kind of a survival. It's more survival.
Okay, well then we can just get that out of here. So with Stardew Valley, right, and like and what you know of Harvest Moon, what I've experienced, and then Animal Crossing that we both have experienced.
Yes, is
combat in that trifecta, and like how much does combat in those other games, or in for your case Stardew Valley, how is that does that make you feel like Animal Crossing is missing that, or is that just like a certain charm that differentiates?
I think it differentiates absolutely because the like complete appeal of Animal Crossing, I feel like one of the most natural is that the only thing you have to fear is what you choose to fear. If you get the biggest combat you can have in that game are bees, tarantulas, or scorpions.
Right.
Which are pretty harmless in our world. I mean, like, too much is too much.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the idea kind of comes to, you don't really need that aspect to make a video game, or make a video game work. You know what I mean?
No, you don't.
And so that's what I feel like Animal Crossing has kind of done to such a degree, which is, you know what? Let's lose the idea of combat. Like, let's
completely.
Yeah, exactly. I saw this really funny meme a while ago where it's Blathers, Blathers, the owl that you bring your stuff to. He who runs the museum. It's him, and he's like saying to the player character, and you have your net out. It's like a drawing someone did.
Yeah, sure.
And he said, "The final creature is you," and he's like massive. His eyes are glowing. And it's like
I've seen that
Animal Crossing final boss. You're about to kill Blathers. But those ideas are, I've seen like the jokes of like, I'm going to do an Animal Crossing genocide run and like, but that's the thing is that
trapping have you seen the shit of trapping the villagers?
Yeah, and just keeping it. Yeah, that is, I think, an appeal of Animal Crossing. I don't think that that's ever been the case that there is something missing. More like that is a piece. It's not a missing piece. It's a piece to what makes Animal Crossing
for sure.
Such a unique style of game. I don't think
you can say, like, because it's not like it's the same game and just that's missing. Animal Crossing is so unique and does so many things its own way.
Just the way.
It's very Nintendo, right? Like, they just nail it that almost, I feel like if they were to try to totally replicate it, anyone else would fail.
I completely
You know
agree.
what I mean?
Completely agree.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, I want to tell you, too, Metacritic score, 78 on Harvest Moon 64, which I was a little shocked by. I played one Harvest Moon.
Yeah.
It wasn't 64. One of my buddies growing up was one of the few friends I had back home. Like, really, Stardew Valley was the only point of conversation with these kind of, like, farming sim games that interested me.
Right.
Because when I was a kid, I had a buddy, his name was Austin.
Austin
he was
Bowman?
No. Wait, did you say Austin Bowman?
Bowman? Isn't that his name?
Who is that?
Austin Bowman? Isn't that our friend? Austin Bowman?
Well, it's so weird you say that because I went to high school with an Austin Bowman, but it's not the Austin I'm talking about.
What about the one who used to be subbed?
Subbed?
Yeah.
What do you mean subbed?
Used to be a gold member.
Oh, Austin... Oh, shit. Maybe it is Bowman.
I thought it was Bowman.
Is it the same last name? I just am realizing that I've known two Austin Bowmans in my life.
Hold up, what?
I think you're right, bro. I think you're 100% right.
Haven't you been saying Austin Bowman?
I know. I'm like going back. I'm like, what is last name? And like, I'm so visual, so I'm trying to visualize the spelling, and I'm like, it's spelled differently, but it's the same last name.
Austin Bowman.
No, you're so right.
That's hilarious.
Shout outs to Austin, bro.
Shout out to both Austin Bowmans. So there's two Austin Bowmans in this world.
There is.
Well, I mean, there's probably more.
But I've known two.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for awakening me for a second. Well, no, okay, different Austin. When I was in grade school, big Harvest Moon guy.
Oh, really?
This guy got me into the Game Boy Advance Harvest Moon. Really? So I don't even remember what it was called, but... Because it wasn't Harvest Moon Advance, I don't think. It was probably, I think it was like some Harvest Moon 4 Seasons or some shit like
Seasons
that, right?
of the Night
Seasons,
that changed.
yes, exactly. That's it, bro. So I played the shit, I probably put like a good 30 to 40 hours as a kid into that Game Boy Advance game. And he said, though, his favorite one ever was 64. And that's what got him into the series.
It's called Harvest Moon GB, by the way.
GB? No, there's got to be a Game Boy Advance.
It's Game Boy Advance. You're right.
Tell me. And let's take a little break, because I got to take
let's do it. It's literally what you said. Friends of Mineral Town.
Yeah. And with that, we're going to break right there.
Break.
We'll be right back, baby.
Let's get it.
All right, Joshy, let's get right back into this.
I pooped.
You pooped?
I did.
Congratulations,
thanks, man.
Bro. I thought I was gonna poop, and
really,
I didn't. But it was really nice.
I squeezed out a small one, but I thought it would be a bigger one.
Yeah, maybe that's where we're at. Yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah, the body's a weird thing sometimes.
Exactly.
It's like, I don't really feel like it.
No
I don't know, bro. Joshy, let's move on to number 2 here on the retro recap. I have Paper Mario, the first Paper Mario on the 64, February 5th, 2001, sitting at a 93 on Metacritic,
that's
my
really
friend.
High.
It's really high.
Really high.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have much to say on it because I never played it.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't know too much about it.
Yeah, it's I was curious if you ever saw it in like the Wii U shop and if you wanted to pick it up there.
It was there.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone now.
On the Wii U shop?
Wait, no, it's still up.
No,
until
Wii
like
U
March.
shop until March. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you?
I don't know. I think that Paper Mario, if I'm going to put any time into it, I'm not too married to the series. I love the style. I put a lot of time into, at least like, maybe like 3 or 4 worlds into Bug Fables. Yes. I love that style. But I think, if anything, I would put my time towards Thousand Year Door and just go crazy with that.
Do you think you will?
Yeah. When it comes out, we'll see where I'm at. It's definitely a backlog game.
Yeah.
Which, more evidence that I will play my backlog games because I'm playing Kickoff.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so that remake is going to be nothing but good for it.
Yeah.
And I think Nintendo should push this remake because there's a lot of people who just haven't played it.
Yes.
You know, they should just push it like a Paper Mario game.
Yeah.
And just be like, check out this game. Boom, boom, boom. They could revitalize Paper Mario.
They totally could.
With this game.
I'm very curious. I'm gonna watch really closely how the whole launch of this remake goes because I'm very curious. I myself have been a part of this bandwagon of wanting this remake. I mean, this was a fever dream. This was never going to happen. Yep. So the fact that this is happening, I believe it's definitely because of the huge fan outcry.
No question.
Right? Much like Earthbound, right?
Yeah,
like
no
Mother
question.
3, whatever. So I want to know, like, if the sales, like if the success backs up what I want and what the fans supposedly want, or what if it sucks? Like what if it bombs worse than Sticker Star, right? Yeah. So does that mean, okay, no one actually wants this, wanted it. Right?
Yeah, that's also another reason why I want to get it, because it's like those are the kind of games where I want physically Nintendo to see that it is viable, and that it is important to listen to what people want.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think it'll do well. I think
really
Paper Mario
hoping.
I think Paper Mario just has a pull towards people.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the last Paper Mario...
Yeah, Origami King?
Yeah, sold well.
I think so.
I don't think it bombed or anything, so I highly doubt this will. But, you know, you never know.
I'm with you. I'm really, like, all of my hope is for that.
Yes.
But I'm just very curious. I want to see.
Yes.
You know? Yeah, and see if, a 93 way back in the day, you know? And, I mean, at the time, this is one of the few JRPGs that was really on the Nintendo 64. This was not a RPG system of any kind, really. This was modeling 3D platforming.
Right.
And how shooters are playable on a console, not just PC, you know? Yeah. So there's a lot to it, and it shocked me, too, to see a 93 for this game. I mean, I've talked ad nauseum about it to you and everybody off and on cast. This is one of my favorite childhood classics, you know?
Yeah.
I want to run through this game with Kendall. I want to have children and then walk through this game with them.
Is it not on
It's on Switch. I don't know why I said, I was thinking of Wii U because I genuinely was one of the few Wii U games I bought.
Oh, really?
And I remember, we were talking not that long ago about you wanting to kind of, get everything you can on there and how much you love the ones you got, right? Like the DS games and whatnot. That was the last time I purchased Paper Mario. It was on the Wii U consciously.
Yes.
But it's definitely on the Switch. So
I think it is.
Although I do... remember. Well, I mean, Switch is handheld. That's definitely the definitive way to play it. Yeah,
Switch?
It's on the Switch.
Yes.
Definitely. I just don't like that overlay. I really don't. The screen overlay border that kind of shrinks it slightly.
It does.
You know? And the bottom always has those button prompts.
It does have those. I thought you could turn those off.
I thought so too, but with some you can, some you can't. It's like console specific.
Everything I've played so far, you're so right. That is not the ideal way to play some of those games. You know what I mean?
No, not
it feels like you're you're trying a game, you're not sucked in.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, bro.
It's not like 100%. You own the game. It's like, oh, this is here. Oh, that's cool.
Yes. You know? Even the Game Boy, I don't know, did you ever play the I can't remember what it's called. The one where you could play your Game Boy games on the GameCube? Game Boy Player.
Oh, yeah, the Game Boy Player.
Did you ever play that?
Was it on GameCube?
It was on GameCube.
I didn't use that one, but I had the Super Game Boy.
The Super Game Boy. On the SNES. Yeah. So I didn't play that one. So I can't attest to it, but I know that on the Game Boy Player, I played that quite a bit, especially I played Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire on there. You could choose between 20 different borders.
Yeah.
Right? And really if you didn't want it at all, black border, you know? It's kind of crazy to me that why is that missing? That's such an old thing.
Legacy Collection for Mega Man.
Oh, yeah?
Mega Man Legacy Collection, there's multiple... They did that perfectly, I think, in Legacy Collection, because there's borders. If you want, you can full screen it if you want, you can have it small, really nice. And then it can be the original way it would look. Or
like a filter?
Or there's a filter that makes it look like an old TV.
Oh, that's cool.
That's the one I use because when they were designing those games, they weren't meant to be seen completely in their pixelated, like that's cool. It's kind of a style now.
Yes.
But originally back then, it was all made to kind of shape together.
Yes.
And small things that look like, 8-bit like
pixels.
Yeah,
right?
pixels didn't look like that on the TV.
Right.
And so if you want to play those games to the best ability you can, that's why the Legacy Collection is so fucking good.
Dude.
They preserve the idea of Mega Man and all the games.
In all its aspects, right? Like, I respect that. And I love it when, like, games, if they're, like, an emulation like that, pull that off, instead of...
I love it. It's so good.
So, not to gripe and really just take this time to shit on the N64 emulator for Switch, right? Like, it is a step in the right direction, but it kind of goes with my thing of, like, how the Switch is still missing themes and has been for the whole life of it. Like, why?
What's up with that? They've had the whole life.
It's
the end of the Switch's life. And they had themes as a category, and they had white and black. And they've had that this entire time.
The whole time.
Yeah.
Yes. Basic white.
You're so right.
And basic black.
Basic white
is what they're called. Black,
yeah.
As opposed to, didn't it take like a year and a half, 2 years for themes 3DS? To hit the 3DS?
Yeah.
And then they literally stretched that shit out.
They had like themes that you could, based on games.
I spent money on themes,
Yeah,
man.
I did too.
Yeah.
I think I bought a, what did I have? Oh my god. It might have been a Yokai Watch theme.
Oh yeah.
And I loved it. I thought it was so
some of those themes were super high quality.
So much fun.
The Fire Emblem ones, I got those. I got the Pokemon ones.
Yeah,
we talked about the Pokemon
one. They have like the 3D models. Do you remember those?
Yes, dude, 3D models. Like there was some that I tend to prefer like the more hand drawn little top screen. I love the Smash one. The Smash one it showed like it was Smash 4, so it wasn't like the cool like ultimate roster, but it had it was like if you pulled it up you would recognize it. It's like the kind of like the sideways roster look that they showed off for Smash 4 a lot. And so it had like Mario on the front and like other characters. As you moved through your games to like over like to the next screen or whatever, a lot of those screens would like panel over, right? And so it would show more of the Smash roster.
Oh, that's cool.
It was really cool.
Wait.
You know what I'm talking about?
Is this it? Like that?
No. That was like a custom theme. It's on the top screen. It definitely has and it's like a sideways profile.
Like this?
No. What the heck? I'm honestly not surprised though. Josh is trying to look up these themes, but I feel like there's so much modding now in the community. That was one of them. That was a free one.
That's actually for Ultimate though, so that can't be real.
Oh, that can't be it.
Yeah, because that's Ultimate Mario.
You're right.
Remember?
Yeah, all those icons.
What the fuck?
We'll move on here, Joshy. The next game I have on Retro Recap for you is not actually a game at all.
What is it?
It is Pokemon Bank. That came out on the 3DS. Wow. Yes, sir. February 5th. These all three of these so far, February 5th. This is 2014, so this came out 10 years ago. So giving it a little anniversary shout out.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I love
Pokemon
that.
Bank.
Pokemon Bank.
I threw this in there because you and I are both huge Pokemon fans.
Huge.
Even if we've been stretched in kind of different directions with different experiences now. Yeah. But I remember when the Pokemon Bank dropped very vividly and how my goal, it's probably because of the bank that it went so hard in Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby. Yeah. I'll just cut it short. It was Omega Ruby, okay? Yeah. That's what I was playing, right? And I think the reason I went so ham was because of this idea of preserving all of my Pokemon forever in this space, and they were organized. I had them all like a living dex, right?
Yeah.
So it was all organized, and I even had the box numbers were number 1 through whatever, and so I was organized completely. This satisfaction within me of that's in the cloud and safe. I'm sure it's still even there, right? But I remember years ago, being 10 years ago now, it really enhanced the Pokemon experience for me. What was, did it change anything for you at all? Did it affect you?
I actually have a very negative experience
really?
with Pokemon Bank.
Yes, okay, I want to hear it.
So, I am a very emotional Pokemon player.
Yes.
I get very invested in my Pokemon and their generations. Even nowadays, I still am
You raise them like children.
I raise them like
combat children or even just like friends, here's an example of pictures I've edited together starting from Gen 4.
I've seen some of
my Pokemon. And
this is so cool.
Yeah, so I just put them all together, and it's funny, when Scarlet and Violet first came out, they didn't release actual pictures. I remember the day they finally released, not renders, but with like official artwork of the Pokemon. You could only see them in game. And so for Scarlet and Violet, I remember the day it happened because I could finally make my team roster and like kind of look at the way it looks.
Yeah.
So as an example for Pokemon, obviously this one wasn't out when the bank came out, but when X and Y was out, that's when the bank dropped, and I was able to move these guys, my Pokemon from Gen 5, over to my Kalos deck.
Okay.
But it got rid of them in my original game.
And, right. Yeah. They strip him out.
Yeah. And I was really upset and disappointed because that original game I had was missing these important, like the party that I was raising, like growing up, and so emotionally, and so I felt like I lost that game.
Totally.
And so I restarted Pokemon Black and White, and I started playing from the ground up. But Black and White was one of the craziest because it's the only generation where I had a shiny Pokemon as one of my main Pokemon. And that was Ice Cream right there.
Yeah, dude.
Who's a shiny Vanillux.
Yes, dude.
And I just ran into him randomly, and he got transferred. He's in my X and Y game, so I can visit those guys. And actually, ironically, I can't find Black and White or Diamond and Pearl anymore. Maybe Diamond and Pearl.
Oh, shit.
I can't find Black and White. I don't know where it is. So, technically, all those guys are preserved on my X and Y, but it caused this really big deal for me. It was a huge deal where even I started pulling out my action replay, and I wanted to recreate all of them, and there was this huge text in, I think I was in junior high at this point.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That I had to type.
Yes.
To be able to get all a shiny Vanillux with these stats.
I know what you're talking about. For the actual replay, right?
And I for hours would type on that thing, and I never finished it. Oh. And then eventually it just started mattering less to me. Yeah. And it was probably one of the most negative Pokemon experiences that, like, in my history of how much I've loved Pokemon, Pokemon Bank is probably
it took you out of biggest, your Pokemon
exactly,
experience.
The biggest like hole in my love for Pokemon was ruining that moment. And so now I know I leave Generations alone. I am not here to preserve. Yeah. If I want to preserve, I'll save that game. I have Sun and Moon. I have X and Y. I thought I had Diamond and Black and White. Sure. I can't find them anywhere.
Yeah.
I think they might be at my mom's house somewhere. No idea. But that's my experience. So
let's see.
Rest in peace to them.
Dude, thank you for sharing that, Josh.
Dude, of course,
hold on, I was gonna look at my... Okay. I have all my 3DS and DS games are... Alright, that's not going back in the shelf. I have like a game case here. I'm so sorry. I just knocked that into your foot.
Oh, I'm all good. I'm a strong guy.
I'm just gonna look real quick, see if it's down here. It's not. Of course it's not. I'll find it off cast. There's a little 3DS, case I have that has all of my DS and 3DS games in there. If I have, either of those Pokemon games, bro, you can have them if you want.
Dude, that's so sweet. I mean, what it comes down to is also, I also don't replay Generations. That was the first time I ever tried, and it's one of the reasons why I struggle with the remakes, too.
Yeah.
I've always struggled with them, because I tried Oros, and I got into it a little bit, but there's just something about, I need some new Pokemon, and I need some kind of pull towards something where, I always try to make sure in my parties that I have a brand new Pokemon. All of my Pokemon are at the most, a 3-stage evolution line of a new Pokemon. So I've broken that plenty of times. I break my rule all the time. This one, obviously I was a kid. Lucario was just named Lucario. This Staraptor was just named Staraptor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even this Happiny was just named Happiny. I was a kid.
I love how you still remember.
I remember all of them. Check us out. I got my Infernape's name was Fire. He was the only one I got to level 100. Everyone else was 48. I was a kid. I didn't know what I was doing.
Wow.
Lucario. I have roles too where there's the front two are there's the captain and the first mate.
right?
What
so
the heck?
the one who's always in the second is always going to be the one that I rely on second most to my starter.
Second in command.
And exactly, and I'm still doing that to this day. And then there's the third place role, which is the left-hand man. So there's right-hand man, left-hand man.
Got it.
They're almost as important. It's kind of like Zoro and Sanji. Did you watch that far?
Not that far.
Okay.
Yeah.
But basically, Luffy he's got his right-hand man and he's got his left-hand man, Zoro and Sanji. And then I always have my bird who takes, not always takes that slot. Actually, no, always. Yeah, my bird, my flyable, always takes that spot.
Slot 4.
Yeah, slot 4. And then these last two are usually a duo of two Pokemon who are super reliable and always kind of like get me out of a pinch. And usually they're like a duo in themselves. And I still do that to this day because I was just playing this morning.
Yeah, so like how are these two a duo?
So Ice Cream and Caspi.
Chandelure.
Yeah. Chandelure. Yeah. So that was their names. Valerie, Sammy. Oh. Actually, Sammy was fun because I changed his name every time he evolved.
Really?
He was Oshawott. I called him Ashi. And then he was Duat. I renamed him Dewey. And then he was Sammy at the end.
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah.
Dude,
so Sammy, Gumpus, Rock, Valerie, Ice Cream, and Caspi. And then as you can see, it's the trio right up here.
Wow.
The one time I broke my rule was with the Blastoise they give you, but I used an exception, which was if it has a Mega Evolution, I could use it on my team, right? So that's new enough.
It's a new Pokemon.
It's new enough.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's new enough. Yeah.
Exactly. And so you can see these two are kind of the duo down there. I don't know what makes them the duo. I think of it like top front, top back, flyer, number 3.
They just complement each other somehow in your mind.
They complement each other like emotionally somehow.
Okay.
And they all take roles in my brain with their names and everything they do. So it's like I always had this idea that these two were like dating, Myrtle and Leo, and then there was Brawly. My Toucanon was Jamie. No, that's Jamie right there, Ruffles, and oh, fuck, no.
Feather or something?
No, it was something. I don't remember. I'm going to be honest.
It'll come to you.
It will.
Yeah.
I have Sobble, Cole, what was her name?
I don't even remember.
No, I don't remember her name.
From Sword and Shield, yeah?
Yeah. And then this one I was just thinking about Brooke because it's like she was a girl but also like a rook from chess.
Like, yes.
It was Lynn Applin, I think is what I named him.
Lynn Applin?
Lynn Applin, yeah. Or maybe it was Lynn Applin, yeah.
Lynn Applin. Okay.
And then Toxie. Fuck, what was her name?
Toxie.
I don't remember. Oh, it was had something. Anyway, and then obviously I have my current duo.
Yes.
Or my current
Your current
team.
Squad.
Yeah, my current squad. These guys I love the most because the top 3 are water, fire, and grass. So I just think it's perfect. It's so balanced.
Bro.
And then these two are girls. It's a majority girl team. The only 2 guys are Dolmite is what I named him because he kind of looks like All Might as a dolphin.
Yeah, dude.
And
I love
that. Tito. The only 2. And then there's I got Charlotte right there, and then there is Kimmy Watt. And it's like Kimmy Kilowatt, right?
Okay.
Nora, who I was debating on what I wanted her name to be, but she has pink hair, or she's pink, and she has a giant hammer. There's a character in Ruby, the Rooster Teeth show, named Nora, who has a massive hammer and wears pink. And then
I love when certain characters, fictional characters, remind you of other
favorite characters.
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
Yeah, it's so good. And then I have the rock golem, Saltina. So anyway, my whole point being that Pokemon is that's how invested I get to those characters. They are characters to me that play roles, and that's why you said the other day you were like, I never really did Pokemon and Me, or you never did Pokemon Refresh and Sun and Moon. Those are, I spent hours taking care of every single one of them. Quality time. You were able to play games. You were able to like feed them. I think Sun and Moon did it best. I'm gonna be honest, because
I love the island. Yeah,
yes, that island and getting them the things to be able to feed them. I just love the Pokemon. That Pokemon experience is real to me. It absolutely is real to me. So Pokemon Bank,
I love that. Tough. No, I'm so with that. Actually, it's funny because as you're talking about it, it's like, I really understand, and I feel like I've never had the pull to go back to what I did in Omega Ruby with the Pokemon Bank since doing it. It was like very one and done. Right. And I get what you're saying. Like in Arceus, like I wanted to complete the decks, and the game makes it so you can't trade or use an external thing to complete that dex. It's all within the game. Yep. And there's something about having each like Pokemon generational experience confined within that game. Yes. Because if you can't get the Pokemon, generally it's either there's no point, right? Or you can in some other method, right? And like it gives you the tools in each experience. Right. So I'm with you. Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Josh. I'm glad we were on two opposing ends there.
Yeah, isn't that funny there?
Yeah, seriously. I almost am with you. Like, I agree with you now, having gone through it with a positive light. Right. Because it's obvious I'm not subscribed to Pokemon Home. I never have been. And I probably won't be.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
And I will too.
You will too? You're with it? Yeah, fuck that, bro. Let's wrap this up, Josh. Yeah, number 4 here is the original Mario Party. This got a 79 on Metacritic, and this is N64, 1999, February 8th. That marks the 25th anniversary. These are all huge anniversaries, to be honest. These are gone for huge. So it's matching Harvest Moon for 25 years here. So the original Mario Party, did you ever grow up playing Mario Party with like your siblings or with your friends? Or
Mario Party, I think everyone did a little bit, but it was kind of something that at the point that I was getting to it, I didn't really like the idea of a video game board game as much. So I'd play, but it wasn't as much fun to me to be. Yeah. Maybe I was just a dumb kid though.
Just a dummy?
Well, yeah, just maybe. Stupid.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Definitely. Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Stupid. I'll be honest with you, Josh, like I probably played significantly more Mario Party than I did Smash growing up.
Really?
Yes, bro. Like, specifically the 64 series, like, number 1 was just fucked in its own right for so many reasons, but Mario Party 3 specifically, with, like, Reese, like, you guys just went so crazy. Much, bro. It would even just be the two of us. We'd do, like, there wasn't co-op yet, so we'd kind of just fake co-op and work together.
Wait, in Mario Party?
Mario Party 3. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's back in the day, and like,
how do you
honestly,
fake co-op?
Well, because there wasn't like a feature. Maybe there was of like teams, like 2v2, but so like I'll kind of rehash if it's been a while from you, like with like there's 4 players, right? And you're playing on the board. And you have a standalone goal to beat everyone else by your star amount and your coin amount, right? Higher the stars, that gets you like higher placement. Right. And then secondary, if you tie stars, you and I both have 5, then our coins matters for placement, right? That's so it's this never ending like competitive kind of gameplay loop that I was so addicted to, bro. I have immense love for Mario Party, especially in a nostalgic sense. Yeah. Probably because I grew up with it, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's one of those games that I would rather, probably unless everyone knew how to play Smash in a room together and like that's the vibe and maybe it's just a bunch of boys doing the boys night thing. Right. I would probably prefer, if there's 4 of us, to play through a hour session of Mario Party.
Really?
Yeah. There's just something about it. Yeah. There's a lot to it because there's natural breaks. Right. There's like there's equal play between everyone for the most part. Right. It's a meme, especially Mario Party 1. I mean, that's kind of the thing with it being on this list. Mario Party 1 will forever be a classic in its own right. Like it's almost like they've progressively gotten better or worse, depending on, your subjective opinion.
What you're enjoying.
But there's something about the first game that is so fucked on so many levels. It does things that no Mario Party has done since. Right. Like we're playing a random 4-player minigame, okay? Right. Like, and it's not versus anyone. It's not you versus 3. It's we're just playing. Right. And this particular minigame is weighted so that if you get below a certain score as an individual, you lose coins. You give your coins to the winners. Right. Just randomly, okay? Yeah, or like the game just like really just fucked you on a consistent basis. Yes. And there's something really fun about it, especially like going back as an adult and playing it like with your friends and being in this nostalgic mood and whipping out the 64. Right. I have immense love for the original Mario Party. So, in my opinion, honestly, I feel like Mario Party 1 still kind of holds this special trophy slot for me of one of the, I don't know if it'll ever be surpassed.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a good thing because that goes down in history as that.
It does, bro. It also had a complete single player adventure, which almost in every Mario Party has like failed to like hit in some point.
Have they done that ever?
They've done that like here and there and like made them co-op and stuff, but they've done like mini game towers, but this is like an actual like space by space progression through it. Like they're all mini games that you're playing, but they're like insanely hard. So I remember like getting stuck on like that single player tower and getting to, it was like halfway through the tower you get to the level that has the one Bowser player pulling, it's tug of war, pulling the rope against the other three.
Right.
And on Mario Party 1 it is fucked, my guy.
Really?
It is so hard. Yeah, it's either completely
harder for?
If you're playing in a room with 4 people and that's the scenario, and you're Bowser, you have the advantage. You will probably beat out those other 3 clowns really easily.
Really?
Unless, if they all 3 are really good and going ham, you have a run for your money now, and you need to go just as ham or you're going to lose. You know? There's a little bit of weight scale there.
Yeah.
But that game, I mean, there was a little bit of a lawsuit on hand. I mean, I have no data to back this up, but I'm sure there's a bunch of stories out there. The circle palm shit, right? Where the 64 stick is made of hard plastic, and you were like, to beat this game, instead of doing what you're supposed to do with your thumb and twist it, so if everyone is doing that, it'd be its own game.
Right.
But the tech is to take your palm, put it on, and twiddle it around as fast as you can, like a washing machine or whatever, or like a rag. Right, trying to get out a dirty dish.
Right.
And it goes right through your hand, bro. I remember being a kid, and there was actually like a family friend who was at the house, talking to my parents, but he was familiar with games, and he had a son who gamed, and I couldn't beat this level, so I went up and asked my parents and him if anyone could help. He jumps on, beats the game for me, like that specific level.
Yeah.
And he looks down at his hand, and there's blood running down his hand. Yeah. I was probably like 7 or 8 years old.
Crazy.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah. And he's like, what the hell? They gotta put like safety warnings on this stuff. You know what I mean?
Damn, that's crazy.
Mario Party. A meme in every regard.
Yes, it is.
We gotta have a night too, I think, like at the very least, you, I, and Drell, or like get Kendall in there. We all get faded. We all play Mario Party. I'm telling you, it is such a unique experience.
I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I'm definitely down.
Joshy, let's wrap up the retro recap with our last entry here, because there is only 5, my guy.
And look how long we talked.
I know.
With
Isn't that crazy?
5. Incredible.
You and I. Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition.
Really?
So this came out originally on iOS, February 8th, 2018. It got a 79 on Metacritic. However, it had concurrent re-releases. There was Pocket Edition HD. I don't know if you remember that.
On Switch?
That came to Switch.
Yeah, I
That came to modern consoles on PS4 and on Xbox.
Yes.
And it has a significantly lower score. It's kind of embarrassing. So
that's crazy.
I just wanted to throw this on here because did you beat 15?
No, I didn't beat it.
You played it though, right?
I did play somewhat far. I mean, not that far.
Okay.
But like, I get that. I got the whole
gist
of it. Yeah, and I love it. And I think
dude. I think you love it because it is genuinely like, for everything that you guys have told me, One Piece is like a journey with the boys. Mm-hmm. This is a journey with the boys, you know, and you get like when you play through, even without all the new DLC they added, which really gets into the lore of each of the boys and what they went through before the game. It really is just like this journey of like love, brotherly love through 4 guys who are all from different walks of life and all. And it's really, really good.
I loved, that was my favorite part about it, was the road trip aspect.
Yes.
And finding different campsites you could like stop at, and then just like wake up in the morning, cook food, you're with your homies, you guys get back in the car, convertible it if you want, or not, and then just you go to the new spot. And it just was so much fun. I genuinely loved so much of it. I thought it was so much fun.
Absolutely. It's a very unique experience. And it's amazing to me that Final Fantasy was the series to kind of nail this in the way it did, you know? But what I wanted to say about Pocket Edition, not much. And I didn't even really beat the game, but I did play it a little bit when it came on a Switch and on my phone because I can't remember. It was like I got on a sale or like something, or it was free.
Yeah.
And I played a little bit of it. It is, especially dialogue and everything, it's beat for beat 15, just in a dumbed down Nintendo kind of cartoony style. And it's really adorable.
That's so funny. So they're even like chibis too, right?
They're all chibi, yeah. Everything. The voice acting though is there, right? So it's got the dialogue, the voice acting. It's almost like just a much sillier version of the same experience. So even though beat for beat, it's not the same game per se, right? It's not as badass, maybe like combat wise or whatever. It really captured the charm, I feel, and maybe even made it more so charming.
Interesting.
Right? Yeah. So I just had that on there. I didn't know if you played it at all or really checked it out. But,
I never did Pocket Edition, no.
Yeah, okay. Sweet. Joshy, let's take this time to move straight into our next big section here, brother, which is the Pixel Press.
Pixel Press!
Pixel Press. You got some news for us this week, my friend?
I only have 2.
Perfect. I also only have 2.
Perfect.
So we will keep it at that. Brother, let's start with the patch notes this week.
Okay, let's patch it
So I wanted to plug in real quick. We mentioned at the beginning of the episode, but patch notes is where we officially cover updates for the podcast and for the channel.
Yes.
And this is an official announcement for the launch of Pregame. Okay. Brand new miniseries for gold tier sponsors on Patreon. That is a more intimate and casual conversation with Joshy and I that we have always held before the episode, and now we're just putting it on the air for you guys.
Yep,
so
we are.
check that out, my friends.
Making it nice.
Yeah,
it's
and give us feedback, guys. Like we really want it. Like if you want us to add anything, let us know. But we're really excited.
Yeah, me
and
too.
And the recording today,
I thought it went so good.
Yeah,
I thought it was fun.
Exactly the vibe that I feel like you were talking about. Yeah, and the vision. So,
absolutely.
Thanks, Joshy. Last week's poll on Spotify was hot take on Power World. Okay, we got a response from Johnny. He said, "Let's go!" All caps. Just waiting for the PS5 version, and day one I'm hopping on, which is awesome because
you and Sam both.
I don't think Johnny's a big like Pokemon guy. So
that's
really cool.
I think so too. If he had any interest from what he heard, I think he'll fuck with it.
Yeah, I think he will too. Yeah. Honestly, from everything that just you alone have talked about the game. He said, watched a few streams of it and looks nothing but fun. I think Josh can attest to that.
God, it's so much fun.
Yes, sir. Joshy, let's jump into the headlines this week. The breaking news. You tradition dictates. Yes. You begin as always, my friend.
Let's get it going.
What do you got for us?
Alrighty. So this one is actually incredible because this kind of was blowing up the manga community a lot because the 2 manga.
Let me crack my forelock.
Oh yeah, crack that forelock. Wow. Oh, it's a big one too. Huge.
Tall boy.
Yeah,
that's right.
Actually, I'll crack mine as well. You know what? Fuck
Please.
Woo!
So satisfying.
I love forelock.
I love that. Hey, cheers, bro.
Cheers, clink.
To the Flash Bros.
So the 2 manga that I am currently caught up with week to week currently are One Piece and JJK at this point. So what's been going down, the way that this naturally happened, the way that you always naturally have to get ready for a new chapter release is that spoilers will come out, pictures will come out, then scans come out, then the official volume is published.
And what's like the kind of time window?
So it would probably be a week before.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit before. Maybe less than a week, 4 days.
Okay.
Right? So a leak is the leaks are literally coming straight from the people who worked there and work with the publishing companies are leaking this information.
Got it.
So not only are they reading the chapter before it's published in Shonen Jump, they write about it online, then they get pictures of it online, and then that's the leaks, right? Once it gets scanned, that's when it's literally published in the weekly Shonen Jump.
Right.
You can scan it, and then you'll basically have a digital version of that before it's even posted on Viz or anything, any kind of like Shonen Jump. I think has its own app now too.
Yeah.
Which are the official scans. Yeah. So there's unofficial scans and all that. So that's the way we've all gotten used to it for One Piece and JJK. The spoilers come out before, and you have to be careful because you will see spoilers if you are not careful.
Definitely.
So these Shonen Jump leakers just got arrested
The people that were responsible for these years of leaks have officially been arrested.
Like the entire group?
In Japan, yeah. I believe it was only about 4 people.
Okay.
And so they, I'll read a little bit of this article real quick. This is so interesting. The Cybercrime Division of Kumamoto Prefectural Police. Prefectural Police announced the arrest of... It was two of them, not 4. Sorry. Okay. I was reading them wrong. I have dyslexia. I didn't know if you knew. Yeah, arrest of 2 foreign nationals on suspicion of copyright infringement on February 4th, 2024. And
this just happened.
Yeah, the police have confirmed the popular works currently being serialized, such as One Piece and JJK, were posted on several other websites prior to the release in the Shonen Jump magazine, which is a big deal.
That's a big
obviously
deal.
Because they're getting published before the whole thing even comes out. The whole thing. Yeah. So yeah, we those guys are taken down, and I literally, it's blowing me, and I've been talking with Dorian and Trepto a lot because we're week to week on both One Piece and JJK, me, Dorian, and Trepto, and so the leaks are usually a huge fucking deal. You just have to worry about them. That's the way that we've been reading manga, and so the fact that these guys were arrested will literally change the way that we're reading from now on. There's no like, truly, there's not really a worry about leaks anymore. They were arrested, so we'll see how much.
Yeah, so how do you feel about it? Like, are you like... Because it's the leak spoiler thing, I totally get. Like, it's like, okay, that is a level of relief that all 3 of you guys, you don't have to worry about, right? Especially with One Piece and JJK, from how much I know you love about it, right? And everything that's happening.
Yeah.
So, are you... Is there a part that's, like, let down or, like, I guess sad because now there's not going to, like, spoilers aside, now there's not the leaks themselves, right?
I would say naturally I'm okay with getting started with scans because leaks are so upsetting because they really take me out of the story. I'll be in situations, I've done this with the chapter before this most recent chapter of JJK, where I just watched a video on the leaks. I checked them out, and I didn't experience it as a story because the chapter before last was such a big, like, high stakes thing. I didn't even want to see what happened. I just wanted to know what happened. What's going to happen?
I feel like that's unlike you.
It meta took me out. Yeah, it like took me out of the mindset of like experiencing the story. But it's just because you get a little bit more meta, and it's one of the things that I tell everyone who watches One Piece and gets caught up. You are in a complete, and people tried to warn me of this exact idea.
Yeah,
it is a completely different game once you are caught up to One Piece. There's just theorizing and everything that happens, dissecting every single chapter, instead of experiencing the story. Like, watching One Piece and getting caught up is a whole different...
That's one journey.
It's a whole different journey than being caught up as a fan of One Piece. And so, consistently, I tell people, I'm like, appreciate that original journey as much as you can. People say it's too long. Enjoy every second of it.
Every second.
If you are lucky enough where you can take this time and appreciate, like Dylan, he's on episode, I called him today. He's on 1037.
Wow.
Yeah. 1037.
Yeah, he's almost caught up.
So he's almost caught up, but we're also at a point where it's like, dude, appreciate all the time that you have left with this series you're watching will change fundamentally. And so I think I've let that get to my head when it comes to stories like One Piece or stories like JJK, and I need to literally think about it in a different light. So I think I'm happy that the leaks are gone. The leakers, are finally being taken care of.
Cool. 6.
Nah.
5 maybe.
Yeah,
5. Honestly.
6 is too generous.
Yeah, we're doing it. It's a scale to 10 with burping.
Yeah.
Unlike the original Flash Bros score here. Joshy, Was there anything else with that?
No, yeah. I mean,
okay,
that just happened. So, yeah, like I said, February 4th, they were arrested.
That's crazy.
It's just got a little... It's a crazy spin on the whole... Everything in the manga community. Everyone's kind of shaken up about that.
Yeah, dude.
Those have been going on for a while.
Because I'm also guessing they don't just do these 2 series, right?
No, that's just the 2 most popular.
Yeah, and the 2 that are, like, relevant to you. Yeah, so that is huge.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think TCB Scans, which are people who do the scans sometimes, just got banned on Twitter, too. So that's a little bit... Yeah. So Scans, I mean... They're illegally publishing it, technically.
True.
I always do read the scans, not to say, that I support that in any way. I hope they get the money that they need. But I'm also being an honest person.
Yeah, of course.
I always check out the scans. That's how I usually read it. Well,
you're an avid collector, so, I like...
If anyone gets mad at me about manga chapters that I read on websites that they're not published on, look at my fucking shelf.
That's right.
I have spent so much money.
That's right.
On manga.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding, but I mean I have, but
it's
not here nor there.
Yeah.
No. Just all right. Well, that's
for purpose.
That's
Josh,
all I got.
Let's you mind if we take a little break real quick?
Hey,
I just gotta pee my pants, my friend. Well, let's jump right back. All right, Joshy, let's dive back in, brother. I got my first piece of news here for you and the audience. It is it's pretty good. It's interesting. This comes out of Kotaku this week.
Oh,
okay,
Kotaku.
Yeah. I normally get my stuff from Game Rant, but actually both my stories here from Kotaku, I just found them a little more interesting than normal. Okay.
I love that.
Yeah, trying to keep the news kind of like congruent and a little more concise, like we talked about. Refined. That's the word I'm looking for. So the title for today's first news headline is IGN staff announce new union amid hectic media landscape.
IGN?
All right, IGN.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I think this is huge because of what IGN represents, kind of being the biggest and one of the oldest kind of like big like entertainment, specifically within the video game space of kind of like media and everything we've talked about with AI, with AAA, and I mean, just how hard it is to even like be like working right in these spaces as a game dev, as a voice actor, as like whatever, right? So I think this is nothing but good news for everyone in this landscape and setting a precedence for kind of a new standard here. So let's dive in. So today, and this is when the article came out, so it's February 6th, so yesterday, okay? So February 6th, editorial and creative workers at the popular video game and entertainment site IGN announced they are unionizing with the news guild CWA. IGN launched in 1996 as Imagine Games Network. Okay, that's what IGN actually stands for.
I didn't even know.
A lot of people do.
I've never thought about what it stands for.
Yeah.
IGN.
Imagine Games Network. That's in 96. That's what it was like coined as, right? So IGN. Never even changed their name. So IGN was originally 5 different websites that covered different consoles and online games, eventually covering comics, movies, and more after unifying into one unified site. That was under IGN. Okay? Right. IGN has since grown into the largest video game outlet in the world and holding ground as one of the most popular entertainment sites after nearly 3 decades since its conception.
Wow.
Which is kind of cool because IGN has really evolved as the internet has evolved. So it's kind of like, it's one of the few that started with the internet that's really like retained its place and grown alongside it instead of like just being superseded by other things, you
Something
know?
Else.
Yeah, and it has over 7, actually this is crazy, in December of 23, so the last December that just happened, they had over 470 million visitors that month on their website.
Damn.
That's huge. It's so big it's unreal. So IGN staff officially announced the IGN Creators Guild, okay? A new union formed by over 80 writers, editors, and content creators within the company. As stated by the Guild, quote, "Of our many goals, we first and foremost want to see IGN grow and thrive as digital media continues to become more and more tumultuous. We have been an institution for over 25 years, and the creators of IGN want to see it continue for 25 more and beyond. But to do so, we need support. We need fair competitive pay for all, including those who are asked to live and work in some of the most expensive cities in the United States, right? I'm pretty sure it's based out of San Francisco. Yeah. A lot of game companies are kind of in this block on San Francisco, right? They need affordable health insurance, better diversity, equity, and inclusion across the board. And last note here, it's worth noting that the union also wants protection from layoffs in what it calls a hectic media landscape, as said by the title, and guarantees of reasonable compensation when cuts are absolutely necessary. In addition to protection against generative AI, along with other valid concerns and working conditions.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the end of the story, Joshua, but I want to bring it up because I feel like this has been something that has been talked about, and you and I have talked about that, like, we need some kind of set standards here and protection in a world that is kind of growing in a place, especially with like tech and AI. It's ruling out real people, right? And you were just bringing it up with the Mario image that was on screen earlier, right? It's like, oh, this is definitely AI generated in ways I didn't even notice.
Same with that one.
Same with this, with like the constant kind of like moving it's got. We just have like some background playing on my TV while we're recording, but what do you think?
No, I think to be honest, I think it's good. I think it sounds good.
Yeah.
I really I think unions are an important piece of companies.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah,
and
protection.
The working man. Yeah, exactly. I think that big companies cannot, even if they are focused on something like gaming or anything, are not excludable when it comes to those kind of things. There's rights that workers have.
Yes.
And I think that's a great idea. I think it sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, dude. No, I'm really happy to hear this, and I'm really excited to see if this translates to what I'm talking about with like just across the board in the industry and even in the film industry, right?
Yeah.
And writers, like, there's got to be better standards and protection out there.
Yeah.
Because if you're ruling like the bottom man out, which is kind of a company mindset, especially from what we've seen with mass layoffs and all the stuff we've reported on the last 6 months, right?
Yep.
I just feel like this standard, it's so important, and the protection for like the guys who's at the bottom, it really is, that team of 80 people, the content creators, like the writers, that's the heart of what you are.
Completely agree. That's what you are.
It's what you are. Yeah. So it's sad that it's taken this long, but
I'm surprised.
I think this is a step in the right direction. Yeah, dude. 25 years at least. A little bit over 25 years. So almost 3 decades.
Almost 3 decades.
Yeah.
But that's good news.
Yeah, very good
news. Wish it happened sooner, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll take what we can get.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and shout outs to IGN, bro. I mean, like, those guys, I know they've gotten a lot of shit and flack in the past on things, but with a lot of like what I've gotten for like a lot of my base kind of take in of video game publication and a peek into the industry. It's all been from people in IGN from the beginning. So I know they're real dudes, like they're real people, and I'm really happy for them because I'm sure this has been something that's been in the works, and I'm sure it's been in the works for a long time. Years probably, and they just needed to go about it in a very specific way, and it sounds like
whatever they got to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, Joshua, let's move on here. What's your next news piece? My friend.
Pretty cool because I love. I always report on this kind of stuff, so that the way that they do Demon Slayer is a seasonal show, so it comes out some years. And even like the Mugen Train arc, they felt was a little bit too short to have a whole season out of it. An entire season. They didn't need to. So they originally released it as a movie. Yeah. So they are doing that same thing again. So the next arc is going to be a movie. It's the Hashira training arc, is what it's called.
Wait, is that coming to theaters? Is that the one that you reported on like a while back?
Yeah. And it's going to be coming to theaters. So,
oh my gosh.
It released in Japan, so there's a lot of stuff all over Twitter that kind of leaked about, well, not leaked, but I mean,
But kind of,
yeah,
right?
kind of.
Yeah,
it's not officially
because
released.
we haven't seen it yet.
We haven't seen it. So it's out in Japan, doing really well. It should be here. I mean, of course, within this year. Yeah. But I couldn't really tell you when.
I thought Kendall brought to my attention last night.
Did she?
Showed me like a almost like a teaser image of it in theaters this date.
Yeah, there might be there might be that. I couldn't find that, but that is absolutely possible. Absolutely possible.
Okay, well, that's big hype, man. Oh my gosh, bro.
Yes.
February 23rd.
February 23rd.
That's like 2 weeks.
Oh my gosh. In America?
Select theaters across the country.
Would you look
so we're getting it really soon, actually.
We're getting it pretty soon.
Yeah, bonus bites right here, bro.
Bonus bites is right.
Breaking news. Yeah, it says Crunchyroll just announced.
Wow.
It's called Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba.
That's the name of the...
To the Hashira Training.
Yeah, Demon Slayer in Japanese is...
got it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, that's
pretty
so hype.
Exciting, right?
Oh, yeah, okay. Thanks, Joshy.
You're very welcome. Oops.
Beautiful. Okay, Joshy, let's give this final news piece here some light. The title is Conscientious Objector Jailed After Being Outed as a PUBG Player.
What?
Yes, sir. This also came from Kotaku, as I said earlier, but this story is really, it's just a massive meme. So buckle in. I want to know what you think. Okay, so we will start with the Supreme Court of Korea. This took place in South Korea. Has ruled that a South Korean man who's going to remain nameless across the article must serve 1 year and 6 months in prison after he refused the country's mandatory military service. I learned a lot from this article, by the way. I didn't know that there was a mandated military service in South Korea.
Interesting.
But apparently, once you turn 18 as an able-bodied man, you're mandated to serve in the military. Yeah.
For a certain number of years?
I think it's for a year and a half. I think it's the minimum amount of time. So I'll continue here. I think this should answer all the nitty-gritty too. In November of 2018, so this happened a couple years back. Yeah. This nameless legend is what I'm coining as Hab, was charged with violating the nation's Military Service Act, which mandates all able-bodied men in South Korea to serve in the military for minimum 18 months.
18 months.
Check this out. In his initial hearing, the man initially told the court he refused to enlist based on his personal beliefs against war, which, viable and something that you and I have heard a lot more, probably more common sense over here, right? In the United States. But however, the court reached a verdict stating the defendant had not, I'm actually going to quote here from the court, not put any effort into spreading or realizing what he says in his ideological belief. Based on the evaluation of his life and what he said in court. So we'll continue here. That's end quote. This was backed by the record stating the defendant admitted that he frequently enjoyed playing the game Battlegrounds, referring to PUBG.
PUBG.
The only game still holding a title above Palworld, by the way.
Wow.
PUBG's gameplay and objectives revolves around killing characters with guns in virtual reality, stated directly by the court. However, the defendant claims for rejecting military service was centered on his beliefs around opposing violence and war, calling to question whether his conscientious objection is authentic. Ooh. Allegedly, other reasons for his refusal was due to rampant unfair orders coming from the military, and because it regularly disregards human rights. The court disagreed, leading to the poor man being sentenced to 18 months instead in prison.
No.
The same amount of time he would have had to serve his country.
That's crazy.
That is the end of the story there, Josh.
PUBG got him locked up.
Yeah, and basically because he admitted to playing PUBG. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't do any homework to see if this guy was, if they caught him or something, or if there was but it seemed like he publicly stated in court that he played PUBG as a part of his lifestyle, and they took that and ruled it that, okay, what if you're against violence and guns and war and shit,
right?
Why are you playing war sims?
Why are you playing a Battleground?
Yeah, what's happening here?
What's going on there?
Fat meme.
That is funny.
Fat meme.
I like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Poor guy, but
poor guy.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's a strange custom, though. I mean, like you have to.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a part of just coming of age.
You know, we have a drafting thing here where if they need us, like if war's breaking out, we're drafted.
Right. That's like a draft though, and it's not.
It's a draft. Exactly. It's not like when we turn 18 we have to.
We have to.
Yes. Did you get a thing in the mail that was like when you turned 18, like it was like you were signing that you are okay being drafted?
I don't think so.
I did.
Did you?
I remember that. Yeah.
I don't remember that. Maybe I had to.
I think if I remember right, there was a no, but if there was a no, you had to write like a reason why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it was like a government mandate.
I write no, I'm like I have to play PUBG.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. You write that directly in the response.
I can't serve. I love Fortnite too much.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I honestly, the only thing I really gotta say is I couldn't imagine, like being forced to mandate in the military. Like, I just don't think. I mean, like I understand it on a fundamental level for the country.
I was gonna say for the government.
For the government, yeah, and for like you know, I have no doubt myself, and I'm pretty pacifist, and like I wasn't like raised around guns and things like that. So the thought of war kind of is a more uncomfortable thing for me that I've had to learn as an adult more than a child, I'd say. Right. And so, I don't know, I feel like if I was 18, from where my headspace was at 18, I would be really not... I would probably try to come up with any reason I could to not go in the military. Right. You know? Absolutely. So I don't know that I exactly blame this guy.
No, I don't blame it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 100%. I had a really good perspective about the military from a mutual friend. I'll keep her name out of it.
And keep her out of it.
Right? But you did meet her, and she I'm not even gonna hit.
What did you start with?
It starts with a P, ends with a P. I'm just kidding. It doesn't.
Penelope.
That was a joke. No, but she served in the military, and she said it was really bad on her mental health because the point is to break you down, and then build you into a perfect soldier, basically. But essentially,
like break down your humanity.
It just breaks. Character. It just breaks you. Yeah. It just breaks you as a person, and then you have to get rid of all the ideas of yourself. So it sounds pretty miserable, and I don't think I'd ever want to be in the military.
No.
Ever.
No. I don't think that's our vibe. Mm-mm. You know, like
it's not mine.
I look at you, and I don't think you're a military boy, and I think you see me the same. So way. Yeah. Well, Josh, I have one bonus bite here for you that I specifically put in because of the context for you, my brother. So the title of it is Insomniac is receiving, I don't know if you saw it, this is a pretty big headline from a couple of days ago, but the team is receiving violent threats over Spider-Man 2's massive data leak, or after massive data leak, allegedly out of, impatience over the content that's to come. Allegedly, just from the article, and then in looking at a couple of links I clicked on from the article, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it looks like this is very founded. Like, they're receiving death threats and violence threats because they're not coming out with these updates fast enough. Bizarre, okay? It's really disappointing.
Such an internet thing.
No, it is such an internet thing.
Anything that happens, you're upset with, like, you're going to threaten someone's life? Or just make a comment about how someone should be dead.
Yeah, and like anything. Like, come on, man. Like, and if you're a fan, you would not do this, in my opinion. Like, absolutely not. Like, nothing. I feel like you and I are big fans of a lot of different subjects in video games that we've talked about on cast. Yeah. I couldn't imagine ever like taking time out of my day to pull up like some public feed or email or something or on Twitter and just shit on them because they're not like doing it right, or shit on Pokemon because they're not Power World. Right. Not me, you know, and I'm not all about that, like that energy at all. The thing I want to add on here to wrap this up is that James Stevenson, who is the director of community and marketing at Insomniac, he put out an official statement. That was the end of this article, and it said, quote, "Don't do this. We know you want updates and info. We're working to get things to you as fast as we can given the extraordinary circumstances our team has faced." End quote. That's all he said.
It's so ridiculous that if you love something so much, why would you want to, like, in some way, like, be a negative influence onto the creators of the thing you love?
It makes no sense to me.
Hey, we want this sooner because we love it so much.
In what world would that make it a better product?
That's stupid.
Right? Especially when you and I have talked, like, I feel like if you have an understanding about the industry, you understand that you would rather, like the complainer here, okay, the average person, you would rather the game be delayed and be good than be early and bad.
Completely agree.
Right? And like Cyberpunk as a great example, you know, or like whatever. So, excuse me, Joshy, that's pretty much all I got to say on it. And that wraps up our news section in the shortest news section we have had probably since like episode 2.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. That was amazing. It was good. I'm proud of you, bro. Joshy, let's jump into our game drops real quick here, brother. I just got one worth noting. Okay. Is our new games being released between like in this week, between January 5th and January 11th, like I said earlier. Right. And the only game on this list is a game that you brought up on your news piece last week or the week before, Helldivers 2. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, so this it's coming out on PC and PS5 February 8th, which is tomorrow.
Woo!
Yeah. Have you seen gameplay at all? Or a trailer or anything like that?
Not for Helldivers 2.
It looks really cool. Like, it's kind of a cooperative, which I think is the same vein of the original, but it's a cooperative third-person shooter against, like, aliens and shit, and you have, like, mission. You're trying to get through the mission together, but it's a cooperative-based game that apparently the AI and the way that it kind of, like, generates these missions for you is never the same, and it's pretty good. There was something that I saw in the release that I wanted to make note of, which is that the dev team is doing something that I've never seen before. Correct me if I'm wrong. They will have active human moderators because you have to play this game online to have especially the co-op experience. Right. So not AI, they're going to have a team of human moderators actively moderating live games where they can see a heat map of what's happening in real time, and they can modify the game in real time. They wanted to give a vibe of Dungeon Master within like Dungeons and Dragons into this experience.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah,
that sounds pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Yeah. And they said that they mentioned directly, I think it was the head of the dev team or the dev studio said that this is not a minor feature. We integrated the gameplay of this game around this feature.
Damn, that's cool.
Really cool.
Really cool.
And I've heard nothing but amazing things about Helldivers, even though I feel like I barely hear about it at all. Like it's not very mainstream.
Right.
But this is really interesting.
That's so cool.
Yeah, even if I don't play it, or even if we don't play it, that is something I've legitimately never heard before. That I think is a great idea.
I completely agree.
Yeah,
just a cool idea for a game.
Yeah. So. Yeah, they gave an example, like you're struggling with like something, or like one player's lagging behind, and the whoever's moderating, you don't even know because you don't see them playing. Like, you don't know they're in your game watching, whatever. Right. You're just going through it. But they said an example is this guy could be struggling in the back of the squad, and the like Dungeon Master basically just drops a nuke for him or a bomb for him to get a leg up and catch back up. Or maybe they're squashing through the mission, and so they need to up the difficulty and put some more mobs that they didn't normally have. Or maybe we'll just throw a boss around this rock so that when you pass the rock, it's boss time and you weren't expecting that.
What?
Right?
Yeah.
So,
that's
crazy,
cool.
bro.
I love that.
Yeah, dude. No, really, really unique. So, shout outs to Helldivers 2, my friend. Joshy, let's jump to our side quest section, my friend.
Let's jump it.
I got a couple of things here. I got a conversation starter, and then I have something that came up in the news, and I wanted to say it because I feel like it's really important. It's from we'll get there, but I didn't know where else to put it, and I felt like it was a perfect spot right here for casual conversation. Before we get there, my first question for you today, for our off topic, is this comes from. Oh, this is from me.
Oh,
yeah. Who is the fictional character, the first fictional character that comes to your mind that you most resonate to?
Oh, man. Oh, that's beautiful. That first comes to my mind? Well, there's a couple that flash in my head.
Yeah, okay.
First off, I mean, there's a lot of characters that I just naturally, I feel like almost like a kinship with, where I understand them, like deeper than normal, right?
Yes.
Couple ones. So right off the gate, Thorfinn from Vinland Saga. Thorfinn is a absolutely like such an integral part of just like the mindset that I feel like I was missing a part of. Excuse me. Two. I was missing a part of myself that I couldn't see, and it was my yearn and my want to refuse to hurt others at all in any way.
Yeah.
And so
I think you mentioned that on cast right after you finished.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such an important part of everything I'm going through, and just realizing that is so fucking important. But Thorfinn, absolutely. I really relate to Naruto a lot. I feel like there's this level of like love you should always see in others, even if they're hurting a person, unless they are psychopathically evil, which is pretty rare.
It's more rare than you think.
It's absolutely more rare. Most people hurt because they hurt others because they hurt.
They are hurting.
They're hurting.
Yes.
And I just think that the ability to see through someone and to even just offer a hand of, I understand you. You don't have to hurt others.
Yeah.
That's a really powerful thing, and I resonate with that heavy. On a deeper kind of darker level, to be honest, kind of like the aspect that I don't like about myself, Shinji from Evangelion has really resonated with my soul, and I did not like it at all, and it really upset me because he is this kind of like, he seems very like this kind of passive twerp who just kind of lets things happen in his life because he wants to avoid being hurt, if that makes sense, and avoid the pain that comes with dealing with the shit that you have going on.
Yeah.
And I think that I've been working on myself this entire time, and I'm always consistently working. But the truth is, there's a lot of moments in my life that I could have handled so much better if I confronted them and didn't run from them. And there's moments where I'm just so confused and I make like shitty decisions, and I can't like stand by those same decisions. I'm no perfect person, but on a deeper seriously deeper in my whole self, that character has just spoken to me, because there's consistently moments where I just want to run away, or I want to feel like I can get away from that pain, and the pain that exists in my life, and just a lot of complicated emotions. But
definitely,
I'm not so happy about that one, but I definitely feel it a lot. I feel myself as Shinji a lot.
Well, shit, bro. I mean, that's actually a different response than I was expecting, because of how you connected to that. I feel like I didn't think of this question in a way. I thought of it in a way of like looking up to, you know what I mean, and resonating with yeah, sure, some of their humanity and flaws, but the things they stand for and that define them, right? Like, and looking up in that way, like you bringing up Thorfinn, I thought you were going to say Thorfinn, or
I did.
That was one of the few that I was making a guess, but that's like big respect on
well, that's just you can't ignore it if you experience it. If you experience something deep and heavy, like something like the experience of Thorfinn, where you see the pain he goes through, recognize it, feel it, and then see him yearn to want to get better. The same thing can be said with those aspects of yourself that you want to change, that you don't like. If you see those aspects in a character, you can resonate with them so much harder. And so there's so many things that Shinji would just say that I truly, to its soul, related to, really deeply related to. And it at first was kind of nice, because it felt very comfortable. And then I was realizing that I was getting to a point where I was like, Shinji's a fucking twerp. Like, I do not like this guy.
Yeah.
And so...
And are you almost looking at yourself in that light?
I'm seeing myself.
You're seeing Shinji,
the
that you
aspect
don't like him, and you're seeing yourself.
Yes, that I don't like about myself. And it's funny because the creator of Evangelion said... when he was getting interviewed by like some like little kids for like a project or something.
Okay, yeah.
And they were like, "Are there any times that you don't like your work or like the things that you?" He was like, "Yeah, there's plenty of times when I don't like my work." And they're like, when is that the case?" Yeah. And he's like, "When I see myself in it, when I see the aspects that I do not like about myself in the characters that I write and the story."
Wow.
And so. I mean, I really have emotionally been affected by Evangelion. And I think it might be just in my top 10 forever. Just because of that. In the same way that, like, Thorfinn really showed me that you can try to be that person. And there's things you can do to be the person you want to be. And there's never just like you're just terrible or you're just shitty ever.
Never.
You know? But... in a very different way, Thorfinn strives for that, and Shinji wants to run away from it. And he wants to continuously live in his shittiness, and he is okay with avoiding the pain and all those things. And a deep part of myself feels that same way.
Yeah.
You know, consistently trying to avoid the pain and everything. So
yeah. Well, I hope you know how much I relate to that because, like, that's been, like, a huge thing for me. That was, like, a huge thing I was saying to everyone I would meet when I moved here. Of, like... You don't understand. The reason I feel the way I do is because I pushed back my boundaries that I thought I could never push back.
Right.
The fact that I'm standing here is me telling myself from 2-3 years ago that the impossible is possible.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I feel like I brought down the idea a little bit, made it a little too sad.
No, dude, no. It's perfect now, honestly, because low key, like it's that type of shit that like that you know, like the resonating. Like I said, I was like thinking of it in a I guess like a narrow-minded aspect of looking up to somebody, but this is a deep part of the question, and I love that your mind goes here because that's how my mind works too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like genuinely, I will do the same things with characters a lot, and it's a reason that probably I'm more drawn towards an experience like Xenoblade over Pokemon, because I myself am getting like this like emotional growth, and then because it's a character that I like and I see them grow, it inspires me to grow, right?
Well, you are, as a man, you are what you do, what you think, and what you surround yourself by. And so I've been trying to explain this to my little brother, this idea that, because he is a huge fan of kind of like...
Drew?
Yeah, Drew is, of like
media that makes you feel something very deep. So like his favorite game is Omori, which I just started playing. It's very deep.
Got a lot horror game?
It's got horror elements.
It
absolutely does. Yeah. But it's like a Earthbound.
I can almost visualize the cover. I know what it
yes,
I know
with
what it looks like.
The boy in the white room. That stuff is even scary. Like there's a lot of really good stuff, but it's really deep and complex. His favorite manga is Goodnight Poon Poon. Like he loves the ideas in Evangelion. He hasn't watched it. And I like those too, but a lot of them I feel the same way I felt when I first started watching Evangelion, which is maybe not first, but when I really started getting into it.
Yeah.
Getting
like
into
emotionally
investing. Yeah. And excuse me. Oh my gosh. What are you doing tonight, by the way?
I'm gonna rename the episode something about you burping. You know,
really?
It's got to be because I feel like it's so relevant to.
I'm so sorry to change the topic.
Oh no,
I'm not trying to. But do you want to like hang out and like watch something? Maybe.
Yeah. Reese was gonna come over, and we were just. I told him that because I'm changing the boy night to Tuesdays because Wednesdays I have to dedicate time to the cast, and especially because of how I know I'm gonna be if I save it for after work Thursday.
Right.
It's almost like me finishing last night and now working in the morning. There's a level of like relief there,
absolutely,
and pride, and so I want that. But I told Reese because of the Gabe thing last night.
Yes.
I forgot about it until we were coming like to the house.
Right.
So he's gonna come over for a little bit, and we're just gonna smoke and watch. We were gonna watch Vinland actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you and Gabe?
No, Reese.
Oh, Reese.
Yeah. So if you want to join us for some of that, and then if you want to hang,
sure.
like even after he leaves,
yeah,
I'm so down.
I'm down too.
Yeah.
I was just curious because I knew you had a free night.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, and then I'm gaming with Caleb later too. We're gonna play,
hell yeah.
We're doing Elden.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, running through that stuff.
Drunk Souls or no?
Probably because I actually have Alk now after stocking up for like Linnaeus and then last night.
Yeah.
So I got quite a bit left over, and low-key, that's the best way to experience Dark Souls, especially Elden Ring, bro. I'm not kidding.
You die so much.
Oh my gosh, and where we're at right now, it's like insane. It's like we're trying to figure out where to go, and while we are, like, everything is killing us, or we get invaded. So someone else is gonna come try to kill us, like, deliberately.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So
it's good shit.
It's good shit.
I will, sorry, to get back on topic, I will say that the way that I want to look at the myself is I want to cherry pick the best qualities of characters that I respect, such as Guts. I want to take the best aspects of him.
Yeah, facts.
A huge one also is Naruto, Thorfinn, Garou.
Yeah.
I really, really respect the idea of Garou.
I'm so with you.
He's more than just like, he's not just a villain. It's like this idea of like he is so determined.
Yes.
And so like,
and he believes what he stands for so heavily that he will like mutilate his body to get what he needs. Yes, bro.
And that kind of respect, I mean, that's the same thing with Guts, but like Garou, just his confidence, the way he walks, the way he like holds himself is like what I want to like strive for. Like I walk in somewhere, I know what I want, I know what I'm going to get. I say, going to the gym, I walk in like I'm Garou. I'm ready to get what I need to get. Yeah. I literally used to be on, I remember when I was losing a bunch of weight, I was on the treadmill literally thinking, cause dude, or the Stairmaster, that shit just kicks your ass. You're just like, fuck, I want to get off. I want to end this, right? And
they're not even on the same fucking like playing field. You know what I mean?
That I would be dripping sweat. I would just be like, and then I would think of that moment. You finished season 2, right?
Of
One Punch.
Yes. Yeah.
I would think of that moment where he gets shot with 2 poison arrows. He's running a fever. Just got kicked by Saitama into a wall.
And he's
surrounded by 8 different A heroes, rank A heroes.
Yes.
Right? They're not S.
Genos is there too,
but they're, Genos pulls up after, and then Bang and Bomb pull up. So he has to literally, he literally tells himself, he's like, I'm losing consciousness, like I'm fading, I can't do this. And then he just like snaps himself into this like moment of like, either I die right now, or I die.
Yeah.
I die or I win.
Yeah.
So I am going to...
But he's holding to his beliefs to the end.
And he's like dizzy, he's stumbling, and he is not letting anything stop him. And then he beats all those heroes. That part where he's like, stop, there's a kid... Because at his core also, he is a good person.
He is.
He was a bullied child who created this idea and wants to enact revenge by seeking what he needs to get, which is to become a monster, right? But he's a good kid. Yes. He is a kid.
There's a heart in there. He is an
absolute heart. And so that one, the Death Gatling guy, you remember him?
Yeah.
He literally is like, he's like about to open fire on him. He's like, stop, there's a kid in that shed. If you open fire, you will kill him. And he's like, I'm not believing your bullshit. You're a villain. Like, what do you know?
Right.
And he's like, okay. And so he does the Death Gatling, like what does he call it? Oh my god, it's like Black
I don't even
Wave.
remember.
He unloads his entire clip, the entire thing. He's like wrapped with bullets.
Yeah.
They're coming out like a stream. It's a Gatling gun, right? And Garou individually has to use flowing water, crushing rock to move every single bullet out of the way. And obviously he's not going to get all of them. So he's like he's getting nicked, but he's so determined than letting that kid die.
Yes.
That's the moment where I was like, this guy, Garou, is so different. And by the way, he literally he's out of fucking bullets. Garou just fucking blocked all of them, is still alive. The piece of the shed is like left where the kid is at, just blocked perfectly enough. And then he literally takes that dude down. Guess who pulls up after? Genos. And then who pulls up after Genos? bang and bomb to level. One's class S, rank 3.
Yeah.
The other one is on the same level as him. So 3 class S's pull up on him, and he literally doesn't stop. He just like, one thing I used to do at the gym was like when he rubs the blood into his hair at the end, remember? He's like bleeding so profusely, and he's like, ah, and he looks like a demon because he's got like his white hair.
It's all over, red. Yeah.
And so, oh my god, fucking love him so much.
Oh, dude.
But anyway,
that was perfect.
I want to hear what you have to say too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what? Like I kind of decided in excuse me, like pregame, like honestly, like even if this is just like an open-ended question to a conversation starter, more than like, hey, you answer the question.
Oh yeah,
let me answer the question. I'm cool with that too. But,
okay, good.
What comes to my mind is like it's. All like Captain America is always
Steve
like
Rogers.
this. Yeah, the Steve Rogers story, because I watch Captain America 1 and I see myself in Steve pretty much the whole journey.
Really?
Right? Yes, man.
Yeah.
Like in so many aspects that are so deep rooted within me.
Yeah.
And in levels that you were talking about earlier with depth and kind of the good and the bad, you know, because like Steve, like it's like he's misunderstood at multiple points, and this goes beyond even that movie into the MCU, into the Avengers movies. Like Steve's like heart is that he is heart, right? That's this whole thing, is that he cares more than anyone cares. He is about doing the right thing
because he's the little guy.
Yes,
that's the truth. Is that he was not born for the truth is. He is worth 1,000 men because he knows what it's like. The idea of saying, I could do this all day, picking up a trash can lid to try and fend off people. Like,
anything.
These ideas of just like what he was and what he completely represented.
Yes.
It was like he stands up for the little guy because he is the little guy.
Right. But he achieved that level of like kind of like where he's at in his journey because he was able to achieve like you know, the strength, the superhuman in him, the power he got, right? Which bringing it back to like us, and on a human level, we do grow, right? And like, and I've grown in ways where I can stand up for things that, looking back to myself years ago, I could be like, no, and I could say these things that, and I would look up at my version of myself and be like, damn, I'm so proud. You know, I know I would look at myself like in the future and be like, I don't even recognize that guy because how could I be that guy? That's where I'm sitting right now, you know? And it's the way too of like Steve's heart has been like this from the beginning. So instead of taking the normal route, which is grow, right? So it's like, okay, he's a little guy. He believes these things. Okay, he's given this gift. He gets the power.
Right.
And what does he do? He doesn't continue forward with it. He doesn't go, okay, I'm going to, eventually, because it's a fictional piece and it's a part of the MCU. Yeah, he does save the universe. Yeah, he does like fight aliens. But his goal isn't that. His goal is, okay, I got the power now. Go immediately back to where he came from and defending the smaller man, like you said, you know? Yeah. Because that, he has nothing but heart. And he's misunderstood because people think he's naive. Like all the memes and jokes, like that's another small part of it, which is like he doesn't understand a lot of the modern times because of the time skip that happens. And that was literally, bro, me moving here. Like me working at Dutch Bros and talking to people, and people are saying lingo I do not understand. And it happens constantly. It's like, and I'm not very involved in social media. I'm not really, you know, like there's a lot of things that constantly I'm like, no, what's that? No, what's that? No, what's that? I feel like a literal Steve Rogers sometimes. Like I'm almost like out of time, out of space. And it's
such a unique perspective that only a character like that would be able to incite.
Very.
Like one that you'd be able to relate to.
Yeah. It's on so many levels. It's crazy. Like if I was to take like this like dissection of Steve as a character mentally, not Captain America, but Steve Rogers, I relate to so much of his entire journey through the series, and it's like it's something that is it's very special, and it's beyond a meme of like, oh yeah, Sam's Captain America. It's like, no, bro, I really do feel like Steve Rogers.
Right.
It's
I'm
crazy.
not Captain America. I'm Steve Rogers.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Exactly.
I would also say, I mean, you bring up that, and I think I was looking more towards just anime, which, I'll wrap this up real quick, but also Spider-Man, Peter Parker.
Oh, dude.
And
no question.
Miles Morales. There's growing up as a second child, great expectations were, I feel like, put on me.
Yeah.
Not even just because of my older sibling or anything. It was just my dad had an idea of how he kind of wanted his siblings to be, and I really felt like I had to take that on and become my own.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean? And that's what Miles' whole story is about, the expectations and how you get through that.
Right.
Same thing with Peter Parker of great response, like, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes, dude.
Creating your own through that too. So those superheroes I relate to incredibly. But also, another, just a cherry pick too, Jimmy McGill. Saul Goodman from I won't say Saul Goodman, I'll say Jimmy McGill from Better Call Saul.
Yeah.
He's the main character. He has aspects that I love and adore and that I want to be. Obviously, everyone has, bad parts, good parts, but Absolutely. The way that I see it is that at his core, he's this really loving, forgiving, beautiful person that is able to also kind of like talk his way through situations in ways that like I want to be able to, like, if I could to avoid conflict or do whatever, being able to talk, like in episode 2, he talks a cartel person out of like killing 2 people, and he literally does it in such a smooth way. He's able to convince them, because they were trying to run a scam on like this guy's grandma or something.
Okay.
And he's like a part of the cartel. He was about to kill them, and he got them down to 1 broken leg each, and you see him like work this magic that he's got, and he's like they live, they'll fear you forever, like all these things, and that's another cherry pick thing where it's like not the
I feel like that's
tongue,
so
but
you though,
I
haven't seen it,
right?
But I see a lot of like. Because I look up to you in a lot of ways, especially socially, and how you handle yourself. Yeah, dude, absolutely. Because, like, you do handle yourself socially in ways that are super uncommon or I've never seen before, And a lot of that is what you're talking about. Walking into a room, knowing what you want, knowing what you stand for, knowing what you believe, and knowing that everyone is a soul. You see deeper than the tissue, right?
Right.
See deeper than the surface. And oftentimes people just don't understand. So I feel like you're a big talker, like I am myself, and there's almost like this thing within me of like, if they can see what I see to a small degree, they might stop their actions for a second and think about them, right, and change the outcome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Is that kind of
absolutely
the wheelhouse, like within?
For sure.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's amazing. And you've talked about that show so much off cast, and I'm glad you brought that up.
I don't know if I've talked about it much on cast.
No, I don't think so. Because
Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, especially Better Call Saul, for me, I just can't believe how much I just see the story of Jimmy McGill and everything he goes through. For sure. It's just it's tragic, but there is just silver lining in every aspect to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So good.
So good. Yes, Saul. Dude. I have one more tidbit for you. We don't have to talk about it too much, but it was more info of what I got from a headline from News this week.
Oh, okay.
Because it came from Masahiro Sakurai.
Sakurai.
Yeah, and he was covering, it was a particular issue of basically the subject of game devs putting out trailers for their games still in modern times and this has happened for a long time, right? But the idea of a game dev or a game studio putting out a trailer that is all CGI and no gameplay, because he himself as a game developer and one with immense vision, right, being Sakurai, he believes that's wrong because that doesn't tell you anything about the game,
right,
and the gameplay.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, even some of the trailers that you'd see, like old Assassin's Creed, Brotherhood, and Revelations.
Yes,
and
dude,
like
Revelations.
Those incredible trailers. The fuck does that have to do?
What does that have to do with the game?
It's not a gameplay trailer. No. It's a short movie made.
You nailed it, bro.
With the characters from the game, and so they've been doing that forever. I remember that's how I first heard of Darksiders 2, which legendarily I love Darksiders 2 so much.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Love it. But when I first picked it up, I had no idea that game was the way that it was just because I saw the trailer.
Yeah.
There was no way in my mind I could have predicted it was like that kind of slasher beat 'em up kind of like vibe with weapon, like all in the world that it was in, it just didn't give that vibe at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
For sure. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
So
here's a quote he put directly on Twitter. So, or it was Twitter or some interview or something. Mm-hmm. But see if you want to add anything after this this quote, because I feel like it's exactly what you're saying and what you're talking about. So Sakurai said, quote, "No matter how much work you put into your trailer, it's never going to be on the level of a film. Just hurry up and show what makes your game appealing." End quote. It's very direct. It's very almost unlike Sakurai, but I'm so with it, and it really interested me, and I thought you wanted to hear that quote.
I think that also comes down to real good game development and a vision that people hold, and Sakurai, I think, excels at vision and what he wants to do with a story, and then jamming it packed full of ideas. So it's so funny because just last night I was having this dream that everything I was doing became like a video game.
Okay.
Yeah, and I remember there was this moment where I like did something and I like challenged this like boss. And the way that the selection screen worked was you would walk up to it, and it would kind of have like an idle animation of the boss you'd fight.
Oh, sure.
And then right before you started it, it like goes like, and then it captures the whole screen, and then you're into the boss fight. It was such a cool idea,
sick.
But it was just it was like something that Sakurai would do. That idea of like, in Kid Icarus, he would have a vision like that. That idea is what comes to him naturally. And for him to look at a trailer and be like, this has nothing to do with it, I completely am with him.
Yeah.
He knows better than most of us. He is actually so talented with the shit he does.
Yes, bro.
God, I want to pick up Kid Icarus.
You're so right. All right, Joshy, let's jump into a small break here and jump directly into the main topic,
which I still don't know what this is.
That's right, yeah. So we will dive in. All right, my friends. All right, Joshy. Let's get into the main topic this week, brother. I will reveal to you the title. It is Shadow Sonic Revival.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Did that kind of give you a wheelhouse now of idea? Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, sweet. So this is kind of based on recent events that have happened in within Sonic the Hedgehog in that world, and just kind of like the announcement Sega has made for the series and where it's going. And Josh, I think they're finally getting their shit together.
Think so?
You know what I mean? Yes, bro. I really do.
I hope so.
Because I've been a long-time Sonic fan.
Yeah.
And I have really loosely followed the series because I wasn't a OG Sonic fan, I would say. Like, I didn't grow up with the Genesis.
Right.
So I wasn't, like, I loved Sonic. If I think Retail Genesis, I would play Sonic there. Yeah. But there was something about that classic Sonic design with the side-scrolling of just fast.
Yeah.
It didn't appeal to me as much as, like, Mario did.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
But I was a big fan of a lot of Sonic games, including Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, with one of the best characters in the entire series and one of the most interesting, and that's Shadow.
Yeah.
Shadow the Hedgehog, baby.
Yep.
We covered a news story last week about Shadow and, like, Shadow Sonic generations, but another story came out this week regarding the movie series.
Yes.
Have you seen Sonic 1, 2?
I saw Sonic 1.
You saw the first one.
And then I never saw Sonic 2.
Okay.
But
I haven't seen actually any of the movies.
Oh, you haven't seen them?
Yeah, and I would kind of had the just my closed-minded like opinion before I ever like saw the movie or anything.
Yeah.
It was before the Mario movie even, but it was like there's no way that could actually be like really good.
It was also just drenched in controversy because that is the first time ever in a situation like movie-wise where the fan backlash ended up in a complete overhaul of a character's design and entire like style they made the movie in, right?
Yeah, and right before it came out.
Right before it came out. They halted it for almost a year.
Yeah.
They held it back from being released so they could redo the special effects. And if you go back and watch that original Sonic trailer, It looks horrible. Have you seen it?
Not since it first came out.
Holy shit, it looks so bad. Like, I don't know how they could have ever thought that, like, that style would work. But I believe because of that, they saved the movie completely. And
for sure.
Not only that, but the way the first movie was set up was kind of like, it wasn't based around any kind of Sonic lore, really.
Yeah, right.
And it was kind of its own, like, movie. And I know that now, especially with Sonic 2, they're going much more deeper into, let's make an actual Sonic movie, because Sonic movies are working. People like the characters.
Yes.
They like the lore of everything that's going on. Like, you know, I mean...
Yeah, honestly, like I said, like I haven't seen any, but from everything I've heard and all the critical reception, these are great movies. And they're doing it right.
Well, the first one was really good, and from what I've heard, it sounds like they just doubled down on the parts that people liked, which was Sonic, and, you know, they have, like, Knuckles as Idris fucking
Knuckles
Elba.
is in the second one, not the first one, right?
Yes. Yeah, and Tails is in the second one, too.
Okay,
So, originally, I think Tails was just a post-credit scene at the end of the first movie.
Okay.
And it was cool. It was cool, but then they doubled down. I thought it would have been something where it's like they introduced Tails, and then that's kind of what they're going for. But they had Knuckles in there. Eggman has his traditional Eggman design.
True.
And it's, it seems like they're doing really good.
Yeah.
And with the announcements they've already just made, it seems like they're going down that path harder than even, like, the second one was.
Yes, bro.
You know what I mean?
I'm so with you, because the story here, we'll start this off with the news story, which I think you know what it is, okay?
Yeah.
The title of the news story is Jim Carrey returns as Dr. Robotnik in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie.
Yeah.
This comes by way of Nintendo Life. Actually, I got this for the news story. So just a couple of points here. So Friday, February 2nd, so this kind of just happened.
Yeah.
The day of Sonic the Hedgehog's 30th, or Sonic 3 specifically, with Sonic 3 and Knuckles, you know?
Yeah.
The 30th anniversary, Variety, another news, big news source, broke the news alongside the official Sonic movie Twitter account, revealing a new teaser trailer.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Did you watch the trailer?
I did.
You did?
It's a teaser for the logo, basically.
I saw the logo.
Yeah.
Which is hype enough, okay?
So hype.
Yes, dude. Okay. Back in 2002, Jim Carrey, after finishing Sonic the movie, the second one, right? Which came out in
2002?
2022. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Did it come out in 22 or did it come out in 21?
I think it was 22.
I think you're right.
Because I think it was...
Yeah, it was 22.
Maybe.
Yeah. It was the year before last, okay? So Jim Carrey, I don't know if you heard this, but this was pretty big news, and I definitely heard this, even not seeing the movies. But Jim Carrey announced officially, quote, "I have enough, I've done enough, I am enough," and said he's not going to be Dr. Robotnik going forward with the series, right?
Well, yeah, he was, when he said that idea, that was in reference to acting.
Like all acting.
That was just
right?
so
like he's just out.
From what we heard, he's just retired as an actor.
Yeah.
Like he's just done.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, I think that Jim Carrey has a really, really good grasp on the whole idea, because he doesn't need to be filthy rich working into his 60s, just like consistently chasing more and more money. He actually, he became Buddhist, and he kind of like looked towards those ideas a lot. And I really respect that, because, you know, a lot of celebrities, like we said, money can go to your head. You need more, you want more. But even just having the balls to say, I have enough. Yes. I'm enough. I'm good. Yeah. You know, I'm okay with stepping away. Yeah. I had a lot of respect for him for that.
Yeah. Thank you for like divulging that. I also have a lot of respect, and honestly, that's exactly, you nailed it. That's exactly what he was quoting. Okay. It was like, and it was specific, like it was brought into the story because fans were directly reaching out to him on Twitter.
Right.
And he was kind of just reinstating what he had already said. What he said right?
Before,
but he did make one additional comment, okay? Which was, I'll quote it again, "It depends. If the Angels bring some sort of script that's written in gold ink that says, to me, that it's going to be really important for people to see, I might continue down that road," end quote. So that was back in 22 that he said that, and I think it was on Twitter.
Yeah.
So the fact that we are here right now...
No, he said that it was in the same interview.
It was in the same interview? Okay.
That's how he ended the interview, was he said.
The one on with Hollywood,
Yeah,
right?
and they were like, hey, would you? And he said, if
if they bring it, like you said,
Were they talking in reference to Sonic 3?
It was a Sonic. Well, they talked about it a little bit more. Yeah. But I think it was mostly. I watched the whole thing. Okay. It was mostly just talking about his career. Completely. Which his latest movie was Sonic 2, so they were talking about it, obviously. Yes. But it wasn't just a Sonic 2, like, review, what's going on, what's the vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. So I'll end it with, like, I haven't seen the trailer, but need to note, like, Shadow is a big part of that teaser art for it, right? With the classic kind of Sonic wheel, but half of it is
Sonic
blue.
Adventure.
And dude, it's Sonic.
Did you look at it? It's the logo.
It is straight up.
I think they could absolutely do something incredible with this movie. I think they have every opportunity to.
I completely agree. Yeah. And I think from the trailer we saw last week from Sonic, did you watch the trailer for Sonic X Shadow Generations?
Oh, Shadow Generations? Yeah. I did not watch it, no.
Well, it had specific gameplay of Shadow from Sonic Adventure 2, and obviously that's iconic to Shadow. Yeah. However, I feel like that's also intentional in that they know, right? Like they're very aware and like of everything that has come before and how big Sonic Adventure 2 is, even if it hasn't had any acknowledgement really ever, other than an HD remaster on PS3 over 10 years ago. I feel like they're really, really gearing towards giving the fans what they want. That's how it feels, you know?
I think that's how it's been since they decided to do what they wanted to do with the first movie. That's fan-centric. That's completely fan-centric. You know what I mean?
I completely agree, yeah. And I don't even know too much about the first movie other than it was really good.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It was really good. Yeah. As a movie, it was good. It also just had enough lore setup and interesting ideas to spin a movie, another movie out of it. Yeah. And if anything, I really hope they just nail this third one.
I do too.
Because I still need to see that second one too.
I do too. I want to. I brought up that I was going to do this for the topic to Kendall and stuff, and I'm like, I think we really got to go through the first two Sonic movies. Yeah. She's down.
Like I said, the first one's good. It's good. It's definitely not like, it's not like a lore heavy story. Not even close to like something like Sonic Adventure or something that has a lot going on story wise. Yeah, for sure. But it's good. And then I am only excited to see what happens in the second one. I still haven't seen it.
Yeah, bro. I mean, it sounds like you're right there with me. And it's hype. And it's big because this is not the norm, and this hasn't been the norm for a long time. Yeah. Specifically from the Sonic team. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. It's been a lot of new ideas. It's been a lot of statements saying pixel art is dead. Yeah. It's been like, oh, we want Shadow. We want Shadow. Dude, fans have been begging for Shadow for over a decade. Forever. Right? And we got Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah. And it bombed for a plethora of reasons.
Shadow with a gun.
But it wasn't Sonic Adventure 2 in any form, right?
Absolutely not.
So, it's just really hype because I feel like it really feels like it's kind of back to back to back with the movie, with Jim Carrey, with Sonic X Shadow Generations, like not just a Shadow skin, right? Yeah. Like it's like this, they're actually like making Shadow an integral part of the game and the story, itself, right? Yeah. And even did you see that right after the announcement of the game, they're releasing like a DLC for Shadow as a skin in the brand new Sonic game that just came out recently?
Frontiers?
Superstars.
Oh, Superstars, yeah. No, I did not see that.
Yeah, they're coming out with the Shadow skin, right? Wow. So it's like they're like giving this recognition here. Yeah. And honestly, like in doing like some research for this topic, I was reminded why Shadow is one of my favorite video game icons ever. Yeah. Specifically like stemming from childhood. Right. Okay. I want to dive into it. So, going from the announcement from Jim Carrey, we have the announcement officially of Sonic X Generations from Sega, and I think it came out really recently. It was at some event, right?
For that new announcement?
Yeah.
It was it
was the Xbox event, was it?
The
PlayStation.
PlayStation Direct
it was. It was the PlayStation Direct.
The Direct to
State of Play.
State of Play.
State of Play. Yes. It was at the State of Play. So that just dropped. Okay, so I want to go into a little bit of detail of Sonic Generations and then kind of have a casual conversation about Sonic and keep this kind of brief.
Keep it chill and brief.
First massive meme. The title of the game is Sonic X Shadow Generations. It's in all caps, and that's the official title of what it looks like.
I'm kind of.
I have like a little bit of like OCD when it comes to like some ways that like some of these titles are like and like. There's a cleanliness to it. It'd be like, Sonic Generations : Shadow, like, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that, or like how it lays out. So the fact that I looked at it and then I looked up like the Wikipedia and then I looked up the official Steam page, it's all in this caps. I'm like, of course. Yeah, that's the format.
Way they do
it. You know what?
Emphasis,
emphasis, because they need that right now, okay? Like Sonic has not been in the best light, especially amongst its hardcore fans, for a long time, you know?
It feels like a decade now.
Dude, for at least a decade. Yeah. Like, it's like, there was Shadow, right? And then what was after Shadow? Sonic 06, my guy. Which, that was like this never-ending downhill battle. Like, Sonic's been running downhill and stumbling since then. And they have not been able to get their foot in with these new ideas. And they've had a lot.
And I would say, video game wise, it's just been rough. I know the Archie comics are really popular though.
The Archie comics?
They're still going really good.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They're still coming out, and here's my whole thing.
Yeah.
I want to give my 2 cents, but also I want us to get the information.
Yeah, do you want to do it now? Go for it.
Okay, so give
me some 2 cents.
Let me give you my 2 cents on what is being done wrong with Sonic.
Okay.
When you think about the fandom of Sonic, naturally, what comes to your head? What
for
fan,
me personally?
Yeah, fan favorite characters or what else?
Honestly, like Sonic Heroes for me was this idea of what the fans want.
Absolutely.
Right? Teams of all these characters. Right? Shadow being
original
like a big
new
part
characters,
Yes, original new characters, a grand story, and Chaos Emeralds that include Super Sonic being a part of the story.
Yes.
Right? Those are all kind of like big points.
So this is my point on what I'm able to naturally see is wrong with Sonic.
Okay.
What they're trying to do is, and what is going wrong, is that they have this mindset that Sonic is this almost like classic character, and the roster that we have now of characters is enough to carry a new games. They tried it with Sonic Forces.
Yes.
They tried barely any new characters, right? And it was just kind of lackluster and not well put together.
Oh, yeah.
They tried to have the main character be like a they were thinking, people have Sonic OCs, original characters.
Yep.
So you're gonna want a game where you can make your own character. The issue is not that. You need to look at what these fans are asking for. They're making OCs and original characters with designs because that's what Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure, and even to a degree, Sonic 06 with Silver the Hedgehog and Rouge the Bat, Blaze the Cat, all these characters are original characters that are made from a game, for a game. Original new characters that bring new abilities, new powers, new lore, all these things.
Yeah, new gameplay.
Yes. And they're looking at it like they're the Mario team. Like these cast of characters don't need to change. Right? Like you can add 1 or 2 new characters. But what new characters were added in Super Mario 3D World? Love that game, by the way. What new characters? The Pixie Princesses?
That cat suit?
Not even a new character.
Not even new.
So then what worked so well with Sonic Adventure 2? It was a competent story, right? That introduced new characters with new designs, new personalities, new things, and it continued this feeling that Sonic was a large spanning world that wasn't withheld in a box. And Sonic right now is in a box, no question. It's one of the reasons the Archie comics are so fucking, like, they're beloved by it's like a cult classic, those Archie comics.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know much about the Archie comics.
So a huge thing is that a lot of the cast of characters are original characters. So I'm just gonna show you some like some of the comics from this point.
Yeah.
So one of the most recent, you can see right there, Sonic facing off with a character that is you've never seen that character in a game.
It almost looks like it's from Splatoon. But you're
like
right.
Some kind of character. It's a hedgehog. She has
green hair.
Green hair. And so it's like, what is an audience looking for? Are they looking for more of the same, or are they looking for something naturally different? Like something that maybe has a competent story with competently new written, well-designed characters. People want new hedgehogs, new bats, they want these animals and these characters with great designs. Jet is such a popular character, and he's from the fucking racing game.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
But why is that? Because he is something new that is brought to the series. You cannot continuously run a game with Amy, Knuckles, Tails, and Sonic.
No, it's boring.
It's boring.
Yes.
And it doesn't bring anything new. You look at 10 years of the characters that have been introduced to the Sonic lore compared to the era where Sonic was modern Sonic started. Look at the amount of characters that started. I feel like by the time the DS was done, they had no interest in making new characters. I swear, it's like Blaze the Cat. I'm thinking it feels like the last character they made. Yeah. And so they're treating it like Mario. It's not Mario.
Yeah.
It's not.
No, you're right. It's not.
And that style of Mario is not sustainable forever.
No.
So I wonder, is such an incredible piece to this. And so what excites me is that they're recognizing, okay, with Sonic 2, right?
Yeah.
With Sonic the movie 2.
The movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said, okay, Sonic is not the whole draw here. Knuckles and Tails in one movie, right? Two big characters, right? They're saying by the third one, let's get Shadow. Let's write him competently. You know, because all the leaks that I've seen so far, it looks like they're going to go with the whole Maurice plot line in the way that he was brought up. That is a serious, real story where they introduced a new character, had real depth to him, and guess what? He's fucking beloved.
It's beloved.
It does not have to end there. No. That's not where you have to end things. So Sonic Team is halted. Right now, in my opinion, they're halted. Even Frontiers, I'm not kidding. It a great idea. Do more open zone. Do what you got to do. Try something new. But there were no new characters. There's no character. It feels like the world is halted. It feels like we're getting shoved into a box. It's one of the reasons I'm struggling with Star Wars. You look at the original cast, and then you look at the prequels. They introduced races, new species, new styles of lightsaber, new types of Jedis, new all these big grand ideas, and then we get back to the prequels, and it feels like we're back to this idea that you have to stay in the box of what the original 3 movies did. All right?
Yes.
Even like Mandalorian. You look at those iconic designs, but it's Boba Fett and Yoda.
Yeah.
It's just going off of what the original movies did. And the same thing with even these sequels. Kylo Ren is just a Darth Vader. Darth Maul is not Darth Vader.
No.
Darth Sidious is not Darth Vader. Count Dooku is not Darth Vader. Any villain you pull out of those prequels, they were doing it right because they went to way different parts of the galaxy. It feels like we're stuck in one. Why are we in Tatooine still?
Right.
Yeah, so that's my point. I'm not trying to make this a Star Wars conversation.
Yeah.
But that idea, doesn't it feel like Sonic is in this box?
It
It's got 12 characters that it'll use. Maybe Sonic Mania DLC will introduce 2 characters who haven't been used in a while, which I know was a big deal. People loved it.
Yeah.
Right? That was a big deal. But we gotta move on from that shit.
We do, bro.
We gotta make a competent story with new characters. Actual characters that are real, like Shadow.
Yeah.
And put that out, and I promise you, people would eat it up.
Yes.
I swear.
Yeah. And you know what? Shadow is one of those that... Because I feel like Sonic Team has put out continual shotgunning ideas, right?
Yeah.
It was like all these ideas. Sonic Unleashed, right? Like Sonic Colors. Like everything you said.
The 10 rings.
Yes. And even
called.
Sonic Battle, which is a beloved game by me, that was one done right. And it's not even a Sonic game. You're not racing anything. It's all fights. But most of the time, unlike the Mario series or unlike other series where they're throwing darts and some stick, not a lot are sticking.
Right.
It's shown by like the fans and the sales, right? Like it's just continually, it's almost like, man, disappoint me. I'm almost like, when I hear a Sonic game, I'm almost expecting or anticipating the disappointment that's going to follow from the community as soon as it comes out, you know?
Yes.
Felt that way about Frontiers, felt that way about Forces, you know?
Absolutely.
I remember when Forces, you know, like my buddy Dusty, right? One of the biggest Sonic fans I've ever met in my life. And he was one of the guys, like, Sonic is a beloved childhood, like, nostalgic trip for him.
Yes.
And we all went to PAX one year, and Sonic, it might be the last year we went, and Sonic Forces was being demoed for the first time. I think it was the last PAX. I'm pretty sure it was the one that Ultimate was at, right?
Yes.
So there was a gameplay demo for Forces for the first time, and he was like, right first in line, right when we got there.
Yep.
Right when we got to that section, and he played it, and he came back and was like, man, sometimes it sucks being a Sonic fan. You know, I never forgot that, because that's kind of like where I'm at with this topic of today. And like, you know, like, it sucks to be that fan. It sucks to be a sports fan, and you're like, damn, kind of sucks to be a fan of what I'm a fan of right now.
Yeah.
At this point in time, because you know, like, you weren't always like this.
No.
You became that fan from experiences that made you feel like, dude, this is my favorite thing ever. You know,
getting my ass beat.
So yeah, and like, you know, like memes. There's memes, and there's a lot of avenues here. And I'm even saying, I'm coming from a wheelhouse where I don't even know if I'm a true Sonic fan, because I'm not a big avid lover of the original Sonic games.
Right.
But I'm a specified Sonic fan.
Sure.
I have a list of games, we'll get to it, of games that I love.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not even that I like them. I love these games. And I grew up with some of these games from the Sonic series. But, dude, there are 41 Sonic games. Do you know that? 41.
I didn't know that.
That is massive. That is huge. That is in Mario, or in the wheelhouse of Mario, for like these IPs that have been around for as long as they have, and have the amount of games to back it up.
Right.
And where Sonic is at and where Mario is at, dude, they're not even in the same wheelhouse.
It's not even close to the same.
It's not even close.
And so I feel like it's funny, because I was actually just pulling up what the current run is. It looks like for this comic, and I'm like getting interested just looking at it. I see this design right here, and I'm like, that's so unique. This idea, like what you see right here, characters, real characters, where it looks like there's some kind of compelling story that's happening, that Sonic is involved in and a part of. This is just the one I looked up. It's called Imposter Syndrome, and it just looks interesting. It looks like there's stuff going on.
Yeah.
Why does it never feel like you see any gameplay or scenes or characters from the new Sonic games that come out? They just come out.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing iconic or new. They're not bringing something to the front. I completely agree with Dusty. That shit sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks so bad.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I think it's a fixable idea.
I do too.
And that's what I'm hoping.
I think that really is my point here.
Yes.
That there's hope.
Absolutely.
So that's the point of conversation.
I
okay?
agree.
Yeah, I'm
agree.
with you.
I think also, you can relate it back to Mario a lot, because there was this almost like dread during the Wii U era where, Super Mario Sunshine and 64 and all those games that worked and brought something so new and original, we'll never have that again.
They're dead.
That's dead. What we have is new Super Mario Bros. And fucking, Mario 3D Land and 3D World. And then they come out the gate, Odyssey and fucking Wonder. Think about the characters in all those that you see. You can visualize it.
Yes, man.
You try to visualize Mario during that era. What they need is a comeback the way Mario has hit this comeback.
Yes.
You can still have Mario Party. You can still have Mario Kart. Yes. You can do all those things. But you need to revitalize. If a series is going to last as long as Mario and fucking Sonic have, they need to revitalize or they will die in the water.
Absolutely.
And that's just
yeah.
the truth.
And their mainline series needs to be their strongest.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's essential, man. So let's dive into this.
Sure.
Sonic X Shadow Generations. Okay, so this is a full remake of Sonic Generations from 2011. This is not just a reskin or a remaster. That has me hyped first and foremost, like a full remake. Because
that's cool.
Did you play Generations?
I played a good amount.
Okay, so you know the gist, right?
Like, it's classic Sonic and modern Sonic,
like
level.
in one game. Yeah, and each level is kind of a combination.
Of both. Yeah,
and it's done really well. I played actually when this game came out. This is one of the first PS3 games that. PlayStation had their PlayStation TV,
right?
But not the Vita one, right?
Oh, okay.
Like an actual television that had this like patented Sony 3D tech where you put on glasses and some of the games were 3-dimensional, actually cool. 3D, and not with like the blue and red, right? Like it actually looked good. And then it also had this aspect where if you and I were playing like a racing game, you have on glasses, I have on glasses, we look at one screen, I see an entire screen of me, and you see an entire screen of you at the same time.
That's cool.
Did you ever see that? You ever hear that or anything?
I never saw that aspect of it, but I feel like 3D TVs were kind of big for a minute.
They were,
and they were kind of like, some people thought they might be the next bit of technology, but...
I think it was more than some people. It was really thought that 3D was going to be like, oh yeah, we couldn't figure it out before, so it fell off. Now we got to figure it out.
Yeah.
We're going to go.
Yeah,
I felt that way with movies too.
Yeah.
You know, like when like Avatar was leading the front for 3D.
Yep.
Well, that aside, I just remember like I was playing the game and experiencing this new tech, and that was like the last time I was so like soaked into a Sonic experience because that was even still years after Sonic Adventure, right?
Yeah, it was.
And I was like, damn, like they're doing something like really good here, you know? And they're recognizing adventure and how good adventure is and how solid it is in their history of Sonic fans, you know? Because I think I'm a part of this This is like a group of people who love Sonic because of Sonic Adventure, just like there's a group of people who love Sonic because of OG Sonic.
So let's reference that in the way that you put the mindset, continuing the metaphor of Sonic and Mario, right?
Yeah.
I think Mario had an incredible comeback with Odyssey. I think if that game wasn't the way that it was, I don't think I would have the amount of hopes that I have for a future Mario 3D title. So,
but that's different than what you're saying from like the Wonder, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's we can put that in perspective. But what needs to be the change? Referencing what worked, Sunshine. That game went fucking hard. You have a new style. You have a reason for the way, a whole like theme to it. And Odyssey took that and ran with it.
Yes.
They said, okay, you're on Isle Delfino. Let's go everywhere in the world. Let's have this entire aspect of the globe as our setting for Mario. That's so, like, fucking cool. Huge. But it's so very clear that it is inspired from those games. They literally came out and said it. They said, this is a Mario game that is a direct continuation, but
direct inspiration from the classics.
From Sunshine and 64.
Yes.
2 games we thought, we're never getting something like that. No, it's right there. And so what I see this as is that straight up reference of this is what we want to further.
Sir.
We want to further this idea of Sonic Adventure. And we want to get away from the idea of something like Sonic Lost World, or even like those forces or that kind of stuff. Unleashed.
Yeah.
Let's get away from that. Let's go back to what worked. What worked for Mario? Exactly.
Yes.
What worked for Mario? 64 Sunshine. What worked for Sonic? Adventure.
Yes.
Heroes.
Absolutely.
Like those kind of things. So
that's exactly where I'm at.
That's what I'm thinking.
So, the inclusion of Shadow in this game, right? Yes. Not just cosmetic, clear gameplay, exclusive and inclusive to Shadow himself and his extended universe. He even showed some gameplay of Shadow the Hedgehog minus the guns. Like just some of like the lore and like the creatures that are there. Because the lore of Shadow the Hedgehog, I actually played it. I don't know if you did, but there was like 7 endings or something, and I got like
I never
4 or 5 of the endings done and dove into it. And the lore was interesting, but it was kind of a cumbersome clusterfuck to play the game because you had to literally restart the game and go through it. It was almost like a multiverse thing, and so you had to experience all the endings to get the true piece of the puzzle together.
Did you?
No, Reese did though. So I kind of lived through the Shadow experience vicariously through Reese.
Dude.
I myself got through like 4 or 5 of the endings.
I'm watching this right now.
The trailer?
Sound. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
They're already referencing they had the giant truck. Did you see that? And he's going down
from
Escape.
City Escape.
Yep.
Yeah, dude. Classic.
Wow,
and honestly, like the stylish, edgy gameplay of Shadow, that's kind of like a point of focus I want to put here is that I want to recognize that them reviving Shadow, like right, the title of this episode, Shadow Sonic Revival, them choosing all the things they're doing with Shadow right now is exactly what I and fans have been asking for, you know?
Absolutely.
Like, I'm a bitch for Shadow, bro. I'm not kidding.
Absolutely.
Personally, like, from Team Sonic too, like Shadow the Hedgehog. Like, I'm even thinking back
I haven't seen that Shadow
Smash
logo
Bros. Dude.
in so long.
I know.
I'm not kidding. I think the last time we saw that logo was fucking
Shadow
the Hedgehog.
I think so.
That's so
I think you're
crazy
right, bro.
to
Yeah,
see
with
that.
the O, and the stylized O.
in that style.
Yeah, no, you're so right. And it's like they're really recognizing things that I as a fan thought they forgot. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I have some points I want to touch on of why I love Shadow. And then I want to break this open to Sonic games that are more specific. So, you know, like thinking about like back in Shadow the Hedgehog and like when they really went all out. Right? First of all, I found this out through doing my homework here that Shadow actually was only planned to be a Sonic Adventure 2 character.
Interesting.
Yeah, like whoever is the creative director here and the writer, his envisionment for Shadow was exclusive, kind of like what you're talking about. He was a new character for Adventure 2, but they were going to keep him there. But the fans loved Shadow so much that they like basically were pressured into including him more into more things. But I think it went down this rabbit hole of being unsuccessful, and personally I think they're confusing the fact of Shadow the Hedgehog is not a good game versus fans don't like Shadow isn't selling. You know what I mean? Like Shadow as a character isn't selling. And I literally, bro, like Shadow is everything like that I loved as a kid, like the edgy side character who's just like the main character, but almost an anti-hero.
Dark Pit,
dude, just like Dark Pit, right? With all this stuff, like with his air shoes. I actually I didn't know they were called air shoes before doing my homework here. Like I thought they were called his jet shoes. That's what like everyone.
I didn't know they were called air shoes.
Yeah,
I thought he had fire that came out of them.
They do. Yeah, they're like jets though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's got at the bottom of his shoes. If you pull up pictures of Shadow, it has like these 3 jets.
Yeah.
One's on the heel.
I had a figure of Shadow when I was a kid, and I thought it was so tough.
Dude,
because he's got one on the tip of his foot too, so he like kind of like can bend his feet and just do like sick shit.
Yes,
like that
and his shoes almost have like this like I don't even know what to call it, like almost like a
middle
joint.
Crevice. Yeah,
in the middle, like right below his ankle, where it's for like grinding and boosting. And like grinding was a new thing, a part of Sonic Adventure 2.
Right, and why was it? Do you remember what I told you about soap shoes?
No, tell me again.
Okay,
the sliding.
Yes.
Yeah. So and grinding on the rails.
Soap shoes were really popular back in like early 2000s. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In the 90s and early 2000s. And they were literally just shoes that had this special divot. Imagine just like Shadow shoes.
Okay.
They have this special divot with a like a really like shiny clean part where you could grind on rails. So people would like run and do tricks like that.
Inspired by that.
So
much.
It wasn't just inspired. It was promoted with it. They had a Sonic brand of shoe that was released with soap, and the original design are soap shoes. It's official soap shoes. Here, I explained this on the podcast before, but I'll
pull up the picture. I need to see this picture.
How do you spell soap?
I completely do not remember you talking about
So soap is a type of shoes, and then these original designs. So you remember those?
Yeah, those are Sonic's actual shoes.
Yeah, before they re-released the game, these were the actual shoes. I mean, I think that's a figure right there. But those are the actual shoes that were on his model. So actually, this is here's a good example. So when those shoes, the reason his shoes look so much like that is because it's official, like Soap X Sonic. Like, and that whole design was started, like the grinding design, because of the popularity of Soap, and Soap kind of like wanted to do something with Sega, and that's where those shoes originate from. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely do not
Pretty
remember
crazy
that.
stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't realize how officialized that was.
Yeah, it's
and how,
extremely
with the times. You know?
It wasn't just expired. I think that Soap paid to be able to like have there's like advertisements in the back for soap and shit, and so like on the billboards in
you're fucking right in Sonic Adventure 2. Dude, you're so right. I'm like going back through like flashbacks in my head right now. Like I'm
and it'll have that logo.
I've seen the logo.
They took it out though recently in the re-release, I think on Steam or in something.
Oh yeah,
they replaced his shoes with the regular shoes he normally wears and all the advertisements for soap. So I guess they had a deal for a while.
Sure.
And then for the re-release, they didn't want to have to pay
because sometimes like it's like okay, so did they not continue down that path because of
I don't know.
That kind of licensing?
I don't know.
Whatever's happening.
I don't know. But interesting stuff.
Very, yeah. Okay. Also, Shadow's a character. I mean, you kind of touched on it, but there's a lot of depth there, right? Like, there's a really depressing backstory he's got. Like, he himself is an experiment from Dr. Eggman's father, Gerald Robotnik.
Right.
And that's all, like, really kind of unfolded as a part of the story for Sonic Adventure 2. Maria, right? Being, like, this other character who is family to Eggman, but they have heart for each other, and she's really sick.
Right.
And so, like, there's a lot there that dives into Shadow as a character that, going back to, like, me as a child, like, I loved Shadow, man.
Yeah.
And I honestly forgot how much I loved Shadow until diving in for, like, the episode, like homework, you know? Like, so fully realizing and fully unleashing his potential in Sonic Battle, I was reminded that, dude, they go all out on Shadow as a character.
Absolutely.
It's a continuation, lore-wise, of Sonic Adventure 2. So at the end of the game, he's falling to the earth, and that's the last you hear of him, right? After the big battle. And it's supposed to be the end.
Yeah.
Like, he's supposed to die. But they further the lore and explain it all in Sonic Battle that he gets amnesia, and he remembers at the end, and he's kind of reminded, he joins up with this robot that was one of Eggman's troopers, and Rouge, the bat.
Was that Gamma?
I think it is Gamma.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
The red
also,
one with the yellow coloring?
Yeah.
Gamma something.
Gamma something.
Yeah. I'll find it.
So, like, the gameplay and lore is further expanded, and honestly, like, I left Sonic Battle, like, wanting Sonic Adventure 3 so badly.
Oh my god.
And I forgot that feeling. Like, I had that feeling when I was a child, bro. You know what I mean?
E102 Gamma.
E102 Gamma.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, damn. And I mean, shit, bro. Like, it's one of those things that, like, when I think of something like Shadow, it takes me back to, like, Smash 4. Takes me back to the roster voting, right, for DLC for Smash 4, and I put Shadow on my roster. Like, Shadow, I wanted so badly in Ultimate up until the final DLC drop, you know?
Right.
Like, because of everything he means to me as a Sonic fan, amidst even if the mainline series itself is dog shit, right, or in a state of dog shit, I still was like, of everything in that series, Shadow was a representation to me of the series at its peak, right?
Completely agree.
So, Joshy, with that being said, let's dive into favorite Sonic games, okay? Or any Sonic games we played, or like any good like kind of memories, or like whatever. I have a list of games I made of the Sonic games that were like really what I played, and what I took from the series, and like my favorite one.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many of you played.
So I played Sonic Boom. I played the beginning of Sonic 06.
I haven't played that.
And then
I played a little bit of Sonic 06.
Yeah, I started Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
But I did not get very far.
Okay.
And then I played all the classic Sonic games. And I
like Sonic 1, 2, and 3.
Sonic 1 I think whatever the ones were on the Genesis collection, it might have just been 3, but there was that one, Sonic CD I played, and then Sonic 3D Blast.
Yeah.
I played. And then I played I played Sonic Rush a lot on the DS.
Yeah. Okay.
I fucking love Sonic Rush, especially the sprite work in Sonic Rush.
Yeah.
Is so fucking
I'll even
good.
add on that the sprite work in all of the Game Boy Advance games so good. Yeah. It was like Sonic Advance.
Yeah, Sonic Advance.
Yeah, and Sonic Advance 2.
I also played the beginning of Colors and Unleashed. And all those ones I played at the beginning.
Did you play Lost Rings? It was on Wii.
Sonic and the Lost Rings.
Yeah,
I never played that one. Or Black Knight. I never played those two.
Okay.
I know
those are both on Wii.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what stands out to you is like from all this Sonic gaming experience? Yeah, do you have any that's like, oh yeah, that's my favorite one, or one that stands out as a top, even if you didn't beat it?
Probably Rise Star. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, no, I gotta say it's tough though because there's a lot of Sonic games I haven't beaten. I picked up a bunch, and I thought they were fun, and I really enjoyed them. But to be honest, I feel like the peak of everything I've seen and touched is Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Wow. There's a lot.
It says a lot, especially playing it much later.
I absolutely did. And to be honest, I mean, it's just the what's the word that I'm looking for? It's the help me out with a word. The like goal to go that hard on a game, if that makes sense.
Like the ambition?
Ambition, yeah. It's very ambitious. I feel like it changed the whole idea, and they kind of have OG Sonic, and then they have Adventure 2, and then it felt like they just started making games. Like they made games after that, inspired by Adventure 2, but not doing what Adventure 2
really that didn't work. Let's try this idea. Oh, that didn't work. Yeah. Let's do this. Instead of going back or to even Adventure 2.
Yeah, exactly. Or not just going back, but let's try to be as ambitious as Adventure 2. Like I said, those characters, I mean, it's true that, 06 was kind of their attempt to do that.
Yeah.
But it just isn't. It's not.
It's not for so many reasons.
It's not. Yeah.
First of all, the game is broken.
It's so busted.
It's so broken. Like you would play the game right now, and you can.
Did you get to the Silver fight? The fight with Silver.
I got to the very first level when you play as Silver, there's so many things wrong with it. Okay, so. Game bugs and brokenness aside, which that's huge. We already talked about it before. It's like it's all these endless loading screens that it like just was a problem with their build of the game.
Yep.
It's that they had the recurring theme of like this hub world city. Okay.
Yeah.
Sonic Adventure, the first one, and then by extension Sonic 2, like both of them, even the first one, man, like the hub world was great.
Yeah.
It was really great.
Yeah,
I loved the town felt alive in a sense, or at least the music was really good. I enjoyed running around the town. Yeah. There was like a whole ass like different areas. It wasn't just the city, right?
Yeah.
But there was something, I don't know if you felt this, with Sonic 06, that city, I hated it. I hated every aspect of it. There was no inspiration like of creativity whatsoever. It felt like they just made this shitty little city in Sims and then they blew it up and put Sonic inside. Right? There was no heart at all in that aspect, and it was just completely taken away. And then there's also like a big aspect of gameplay in that it needs to be fun, okay?
Yeah.
And it looked really pretty. And again, brokenness aside, I didn't come away from any of like my first like 6 hours of playing that game thinking I'm having fun.
Yeah.
I thought it was really pretty. I thought, wow, like these are a lot of really cool ideas.
Yeah.
Execution, terrible,
dog shit.
And I'm not having fun.
No.
So I'm not going to continue to play this.
And so what did Reggie Fils-Aimé say?
If it's not fun...
It's not if it's not
fun, why plother?
Why plother? If it's plot plun, ply plother.
Yeah.
And then he said later, he was like, sorry, I was having a stroke. I meant to say if it's not fun.
I just came off of Sonic 06, okay?
I just came off of Sonic 06. And my brain was hurting.
It's really cool that you say Sonic Adventure 2 because, a big point of argument against these games is that they don't age well. It's that, unlike some Pokemon games, unlike Mario Sunshine,
certain games,
you go back to play these games and you see nothing but brokenness. But so maybe I'm blind, so I can't see that, right? Because I did grow up with them,
right?
But I think it attributes something that you can look back on Sonic Adventure and play it a little bit and see what I see.
I also played it on Steam, so I don't know if it was changed in some way, but I remember it looking older. But I remember it feeling compelling, and it felt like I wanted to play. And I am not. Here's the thing, though. I was just thinking while we were talking. I don't like OG Sonic. I do not like that style.
It's not my.
It's not my vibe, and it's
I'm
also.
With you.
It's not that fun. I don't know if anyone has ever thought that the ring system was in some way a fun way to keep health, it's not.
It's not.
It's really not. Getting hit once and your health spills everywhere and disappears within a second.
And all of your collection is gone.
Everything you've been building up, that entire thing from one hit, which, by the way, you're going fucking Mach speeds compared to any other fucking 2D platformer.
Yes.
So how the fuck are you going to be able to react in time?
It's less about reaction. Like, it's more about memorization.
Exactly.
Right? It's a different metagame.
Yep. I'm consistently hitting walls. My speed is completely ruined. I'm consistently missing small little spring jumps, and then I move somewhere else, get hit by some spikes, fucking lose all my health and collection, and then they're disappearing. I grab 1 or 2 or 3 of that shit.
Yes.
Lose it later. I'm frantically trying to keep my rings. It's not fun.
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking about the OGs, because the OGs I did play, and I enjoyed Sonic 3. Sonic Hedgehog 3 I really enjoyed. But I also just, I tried Mania, and I did not like it. Music was beautiful.
Music
Sprite
is beautiful.
Work was incredible.
Yes.
But the gameplay just doesn't work for me.
I'm so with you. No, I completely understand, because also I've said it on cast and I'll cast to you that, 2D kind of platformers, I don't get the same fulfillment from them as I do with other games now, with JRPGs, with other experiences. I would just rather do something else.
Agree.
And it's not that I would say it's objectively bad. It's just not for me. So for me, it's more of a 3D type of environment with a story I'm interested in, and the characters, like you said, and the gameplay loop. It's okay, maybe it's still going fast, but it's a different kind of fast. In a 3D environment, you're looking ahead, right? Yep. I like that, as opposed to I can only see 16 pixels ahead of me, and I'm gonna hit a wall.
Yep.
I'm totally with you. So
that's I wanted to say that because that's one of the things I did enjoy about Sonic Adventure 2. Yeah. I thought that I enjoyed the system a little bit better, just naturally. Yeah. And I think 3D Sonic is more of my vibe than 2D.
Bro. And I think there's a whole aspect to Adventure 2 that you would like specifically. Yeah. It's totally optional. It's the Chow world. The Chow world. Man. Dude, Reese and I both.
So much
we
fun.
Spent countless fucking hours as kids raising chows, and they have there's a whole minigame system to the chow raising. They have affinity, so they can be towards the hero side if you're raising them with hero characters like Sonic, Tails, whatever, Knuckles. And if you're raising them with the dark side, like with Shadow, Rouge, or Eggman or somebody, then they're going down a dark path. And then there's, once you unlock and evolve a Chow, because they literally go into an egg and reincarnate, and evolve, then they could become a hero Chow or a devil Chow. Right. And once you unlock one of those, it unlocks a different gateway to a Chow world. One is like heaven looking. One looks like an oasis in the middle of hell. Yeah. And you can raise them and take them to the different parts, and as you're playing the Sonic levels, as you're naturally progressing the game, or even in mission select, every enemy you defeat makes a drop that you can take back and collect for your Chows.
That's so cool.
You would love it. You would absolutely love it. And that was like a whole other, just a small aspect that doesn't really hey, it's there if you want it. Yeah. And it was awesome.
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
Yeah, big hook.
Get lost in there.
Joshie, I want to touch on a couple of Sonic games that we haven't mentioned so far, okay? Which is, we've mentioned all these games on my list. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Sonic Adventure, Sonic Heroes, Sonic Generations, and Sonic Mania. And we have talked exhaustively in the past, or I have, and mentioned a little today, Sonic Battle. But there's 2 games we have not mentioned yet that are big, good memories for me. One of them, I'd say objectively, it's not a great game. Or actually, both of these objectively not a great game. It's more of my experience, and maybe I have the nostalgic lens.
Sure.
Have you heard of Sonic Riders?
Is that the one with Jet?
It's
the Green Falcon.
I think it is. It is, dude.
Yeah.
It's the skateboarding one.
Yeah.
The airboarding.
I played it. Yeah, the hoverboarding one. I played it at my friend's house when we were kids.
Dude.
Yeah.
That game is so fun.
It was fun when I played it.
So fucking fun.
I was also a kid, so I don't remember it very well.
Yeah, you know what? I was definitely a kid too. Really? I was probably in middle school, and it was I played the PS2 version, which I think came out right before the GameCube one, or maybe it was a simultaneous release or something. But
Great game, a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. It was, have you played the new like Sonic Team Racing?
Oh, like the racing game?
Yeah. Sonic Team Racing or Team Sonic Racing or something like
Sonic's
that.
in a car?
Yes. Yeah.
So weird.
Have you played it? Or have you seen people talk about it or gameplay on it?
I played it a little bit, but I remember it feeling off.
I've played... I played the most recent one, and I played the first Sonic. I think it was one of those things where they rebooted it, so they kept the same name. So I think I played Team Sonic Racing. I've played it twice, right?
Look that up.
Yeah, look it up. Yeah, fact check me real quick.
I should.
There's something off about it, okay? It's not Mario Kart. It's not great, I would say. It's just like, okay, this is a pretty okay battles or racing sim. But there's nothing that stands out to me that makes me want to go back and play this competitively with my friends.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that largely, like, that's how I feel about every racing game Sonic has ever come out with, except for Sonic Riders, which is a racing game.
Right.
And it was kind of like Sonic Adventure, where it was like, okay, this is a racing game with good ideas, unique shit, and it's fun to play.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a lost game in my book, but it's a fond memory. And have you heard of Sonic R?
Dude, Sonic R.
The
R. The original racing one.
Yes.
Where they were
on
Can
feet.
You feel the
yes, bro. That soundtrack.
Up today. Don't you feel the sunshine? I've heard it's actually not that good.
It's that's what I heard. I would say
yes.
Objectively,
yes.
It's actually terrible.
Probably not.
It's terrible.
Right.
But there is a certain level of charm
to it.
And like something about it, bro. I'm not kidding, because when you play it, it looks like one of the first 3D games ever made.
Yeah,
right. It doesn't look hot.
No.
But it is. There is fun to it. You have unlockable characters.
Yes.
They have characters that are unique. They have metal tails. Or no, I'm sorry. They have Metal Sonic, right? So we knew that been known. But they have Metal Knuckles.
What?
And Puppet Tails.
Oh, Puppet Tails.
Puppet Tails. Look, check it out. It looks like it should be straight out of Five Nights at Freddy's, my friend.
I thought Puppet Tails was a creepypasta.
Well, maybe it stemmed from this idea. Or whatever's the OC, just check it out. Puppet Tails from Sonic R.
Or is it Tails Doll?
Oh, it might be Tails Doll.
Is that the one?
That's the one.
Is that the one?
Look how creepy that shit is, bro.
That is creepy as fuck.
Great game, though. And honestly, the soundtrack, there's only like 7 or 8 songs in the soundtrack and 7 or 8 levels. But I honestly have spent a lot of hours on this game, and it's a lot of fun.
So sick.
And very fun. I played it on PC, actually. It was like an old Windows game.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
and then I ended up playing it on, I think it was Sonic Gems Collection on the GameCube.
Yeah.
It was a port on there. And it's so fun, and by doing everything, it's not very long, but if you find all the Chaos Emeralds in every level, if you beat every racetrack in first place, you unlock Super Sonic. And it just feels amazing to play a racing game as Super Sonic and just whiz past everybody.
Does he float?
Literally.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, and it's glowing the whole time. It's really cool for what it is. So
I like that. I'm glad you have a good experience with that, because I have heard bad things, but
yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like you couldn't share the experience because we're just too exposed now. Gaming's evolved too much.
Yeah.
Like, we're too spoiled. So you'd go back and, there's no way you could enjoy it to the level that I felt because I was a child, right? There's there's the nostalgia lens. Right? Like, you had to be there. You had to be me. You had to be at that time.
Did I ever tell you my hot take about Sonic Boom?
No.
I think
before, I have one final thing to discuss here before we wrap up the episode.
Yes.
So, tell me. I don't actually know much about Sonic Boom.
So, Sonic Boom was supposed to be kind of a new series that was supposed to...
was it the big, hunky boys?
Knuckles was huge,
yeah.
And then everyone has tape all over them, and they have, Sonic has, a bandana, a scarf.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric... And I just had so much fun.
Really?
And everyone hates this game, especially Rise of Lyric. It's busted, right?
Okay.
Look, I'll show you right here. I'll even pull up some reviews. This is the one right here. You ever see this title?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's got a 4.3 out of 10 from IGN. It has a 3.8 out of 10 on IMDb. 3.3 on GameStop is not bad. That's a little too high. Out of 5, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, out of 5?
Yeah, and so it had these open segments.
Did you say like 5.3? Or
no, I said I meant to say 3.3.
3.3.
Did I say 5.3?
3.3? That's their rating out of 5?
Out of 5. Isn't that wild?
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
No, I know.
Well, anyways.
So they had a redesign of all the characters.
Yeah, I remember that image.
Right, because it was pretty popular, and they also added a new character with a new design.
So what was fun about it?
Okay, so the whole thing was broken up into segments of the game, and the main game was open world.
Okay.
So it was open world-ish, I'll say. Like, there's like segments, basically. Okay. So it was like this open world game with... I really liked the music, and I liked the new design to Sonic, and it was a whole new world. So Shadow was in it. Shadow was like a character in the game. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Shadow was in it. Metal Sonic was in it. Eggman was like the main villain, and I loved his design in it too. The voice actors just all sounded really good, and there was this level of just like playing a brand new experience on the Wii U that just got me so well. And then what happened was the way I found out about this game was that I watched the Game Grumps play the whole game. I watched I watched them play a lot of it. I know I finished it at one point.
Yeah.
But I just had so much fun because there were bad parts in the game, and they were just laughing the whole time. And then I remember when I got to those bad parts, it like gave me a laugh.
Sure.
I wasn't like, oh, this thing is busted. So I am never going to say this game is good, but it's just my take where I'm like, I had an amazing time playing this game, and no one else did. Yeah. Everyone else
No, I'm with you. I actually feel like that's largely like where the Sonic fandom sits.
Yes.
It's like... it's like I have this inner feeling, and maybe you do too, of like I want this series to be succeed and for it to be better than it is currently sitting.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, bro. Like seriously, for sharing Sonic Boom, because I had I had nothing to say about it, and I forgot about those memes. That image of the four of them just sitting there all beefed up. Yeah. That was a big meme for a fucking minute. Yeah.
It absolutely was.
Joshy, I have a fun fact here for you. These are some canceled game titles from early in the Sonic series. So this is back in 92. Actually, all these game titles between 1992 and 1994. Yeah. And this is just the name. I have no other info, but I thought it was kind of funny. These are canceled proposed titles for Sonic games. Check this out. In 92, it was Sega Sonic Bros.
Sega Sonic Bros?
And Sega Sonic is one word.
Sega Sonic
Bros. Oh. Almost like Smash Bros.
Yeah, I was going to say, right? What was it supposed to be?
I have no idea.
Oh, there's just titles?
Yeah, I just saw the titles, and I didn't do any more like click on them or do any research. So I saw the titles, and the last one is gonna get you.
Interesting.
1993, the next year, they attempted Sister Sonic.
Oh my God, Have you heard of that one? Yeah, it's Sister Sonic because it's supposed to be. It was just a game port, right?
Oh,
it was a port of a game. Oh my God, this one is so interesting. I watched a whole 30-minute video.
Holy shit! Okay.
Dude, have you heard about this at all?
No.
Sister
I
Sonic
heard
is one of the most interesting, just looks into gaming history. So I'm gonna try and find a picture of what the actual character. Look at this. So this is the character. It's this human girl, right? And it was gonna be called. Before it was a Japanese game, and it was gonna be called Sister Sonic, and it came out right after Sonic was a type of game. So I think, oh my God, I need to find some better pictures. So yeah, it was just a random RPG that was supposed to It
was an RPG.
Yeah, and they just wanted to bring this lore to America, where it was actually, oh my God, it was a Did You Know Gaming. I found out about it, and then I went to this rabbit hole. It was just they wanted to localize it and just call it Sister Sonic because Sonic did so well. They wanted to bring this game and see if they could get some kind of appeal through having the name Sister Sonic alone. And it's kind of got a cult following in itself now. Sure. People like the actual RPG.
So it actually is a game in Japan.
It is a game. It absolutely is. But it never came to America with the name Sister Sonic. But I think they announced it on
It was like some kind of like Nintendo Power kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know,
okay.
like a Sega.
Yeah, some small.
Yeah.
Announcement.
Like
okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting, right?
Very interesting.
And then it never came out. It was also because the character was kind of like sexualized a little bit.
Sure.
She was like a you know how RPGs are.
Oh yeah,
you know?
and at that time period too.
Exactly.
You know, it was like very sensitive.
It was very sensitive.
Like, it was, like, because that was a whole lore reason for hiding the fact that Samus was a girl.
Right.
Until the end of the game.
Until the end of the game,
it was kind of like, we don't know if this will sell.
Yeah.
If we advertise that she is a female.
That she's a female,
right? So
yeah.
we'll hide it in the game.
Samus Aran.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's jump to 94.
Let's go.
Sonic Jr.
Ooh.
Yeah.
First the sister, now Junior.
I know, right? Like, kind of made me think, okay, was this kind of like... Because some of these, like, I'm like, okay, Sega Sonic Bros. Super Smash Bros?
But it must have been
Sister
way
Sonic.
sooner.
Okay.
Yeah.
What you said.
Yeah.
That sounds really interesting. I'm
Right.
like, what the fuck was this? Was this like pre-Amy Rose, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sonic Jr., well, Donkey Kong Jr. was insanely popular around this time, so was that kind of vibe?
Could be.
And in the same year, 1994, canceled game called Sonic Crackers.
Sonic Crackers?
Yes, sir.
Why is it called that? Sonic Crackers.
How could I not think of you, bro?
Sonic Crackers
Sonic Crackers. So allegedly, it had it had two other tentative titles, which was like Sonic Stadium and Sonic like Fighters or something. Sonic Fighters ended up being a game later.
Yeah.
But the tentative title for this fighting game was called Sonic Crackers.
That is
in 94.
Funny.
And also Shadow the Hedgehog is in the Guinness World Records for 2011 for one of the greatest video game characters of all time.
What?
Yeah.
Was it like fan voted or?
I don't know.
Maybe Guinness
to
just
be
liked
honest,
it.
yeah, maybe Guinness just had a soft spot for a second. Yeah, you know.
They loved Sonic
But Joshy, is there anything else you want to add on to?
I feel like we said a lot of good stuff. My point still stands with I think the Sonic team needs to move to a creative outlet that will follow what the actual fans want to see.
Which, in my opinion,
I'm with you.
Is let's see some new characters.
Yeah.
Let's see some new hedgehogs. Let's see some new designs. Let's see some new story.
Yeah.
See some. Come on.
Yeah. And
see something cool.
Guys, if you do Shadow right, I'm all over this.
Let's bring him back.
I'm all over this, bro. If the game is fun, if the game does Shadow right, that is all I need. I'm not looking for like my own fulfillment in any way that I'm not getting somewhere else of Sonic.
Right.
But the idea of a fun game with Shadow that's done well and puts him in a good light, that's modern, right?
Yep.
That's not 20 years old.
So with it.
I'm so with it.
I'm with it too.
Sweet, Joshy, let's dive into party chat, my friend. I have a couple questions here this week. One from Johnny, one from Caleb. And Caleb's are a little tailored towards us individually. So let's start with Johnny. He asks, what is your go-to passive game?
Passive.
He asked me this in person, actually, when we hung out on Monday. But passive meaning you get home from work, you're exhausted, you don't want to open a new game, you kind of just want to fuck around and lose yourself in gaming because you're a gamer.
Yes.
What is that game?
Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing, I would say, is just my entire gaming time. I feel like I've been stuck on Animal Crossing. It's always the newest game in the series that I'm checking out. But that is, every time I boot up my Switch and I see the selection screen, Animal Crossing is always there. And I always think to myself, I'm like, I'll just check in.
Yeah.
I just got to check in. And I'll end up playing for hours. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't ever naturally just sit down. I'm like, oh, I'm going to play some Animal Crossing.
For sure.
It's something I check in, and there's something that sticks with you about that.
Yeah.
About that experience and that
agree.
feeling where it's like, there's aspects of life that are like that, where it's like you don't intend for something to happen, but it just works. And then it becomes something more. You're not just gaming, you're thinking, or you're experiencing just
it's beyond
bliss.
The game.
Yeah, exactly. You're experiencing just an enjoyable time. It's like, it's like doing a puzzle or doing something like that.
Yeah,
it's
or
like
even I feel like I see a lot from our parents' generation that I can't resonate with anymore, which is like you come home from work and you just sit down and watch the same sitcoms over and over again. Don't
just watch
you know that, right? And
and
for me, that doesn't sound like something I really want to do when I get home. But for
a lot of people in that generation, like that is like this like level of like comfort zone that they look forward to.
Yeah.
And I feel like Animal Crossing is like definitely in that way.
Comfortable.
Very.
I'll tell you what, in a way that
so comfortable.
Just will probably never leave my life. I'll probably always be playing Animal Crossing. Catch me as an old guy.
Yeah, bro. I'm fucking with you. I am, man. It makes me so hyped that Kendall has been so into Animal Crossing. Yeah. Like, she's playing almost every day.
It is in my opinion, it is a very easy game to get into, I think, because you can just play, and if you don't want to play that much, you don't have to.
Yeah.
You want to play a lot, you can.
There's something it does, too, there's a balance of, here's some direction, not all of it, but here's some, and figure it out. And like games that try that, generally, there's like this like frustration meter that builds when you don't know what to do or what to do properly.
Right.
And as you try to figure it out, you reach a point of frustration.
Absolutely.
Right? And Animal Crossing in particular, like, and I can probably say this, and maybe you agree, like, but we come from two very different like perspectives on Animal Crossing, where you grew up with it, and it you uphold the same things now, but this is a very recent thing for me.
It is,
right?
yeah.
And coming from a place where you knew me, and I was telling you I don't know if I'm gonna like it, right? And I've tried it before, but it handles that level of frustration in the best way. I don't even know how. I don't even know if I could put it into words.
I know. I don't think I could either.
The intrigue it gives you, and the I don't know, like the reward system of figuring shit out on your own, and so many more things. Animal Crossing is very special.
I'm so.
It's funny you said Animal Crossing, because he asked me in person, right? And he's like, "What comes to your head?" And I said, "Well, if you had asked me probably a year ago, I would have told you Animal Crossing." But I am kind of one of those gamers where like I always do have a passive game, like just like in the back, but it usually is changing, and I like to have usually one.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, I'm with that 100%, because even as of now, I had to think about it, because my natural is Pal World.
Yeah.
Pal World can be intense if you want it to, but it's also
I was kind of thinking, I'm
surprised
you said Pal World, because I kind of think from my perspective, your main focus right now is more on Pal World.
Yeah.
And your passive focus is probably Pokemon.
Yes. To a degree. But I'm still using my brain when I'm playing Pokemon. Okay. Like, I'm, like, thinking really hard, I guess. But that's how I think it.
Okay.
I think I'd put it like that. I mean, Power World is just at a point right now where I'm just playing it more than... I don't naturally go to my PC.
Yeah. No, that's true.
But that's where I am thinking about going right now.
Dude, that's so hype.
It's so funny. It's so different.
Dude, no, that's amazing.
Also, bro, we forgot Smash Bros.
When?
No, like a passive game.
Dude.
I don't know about you, but I turn on Smash, I'll run a CPU just before like I'm doing something.
I actually used to do that.
I do that all the time. I check
probably like about a year and a half ago is when I stopped. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I literally like I tell Gabe too, I'm like, you want to get better? Run at least one set a day. At least. With your character, level 9 CPU. They're not going to make you better, but you're just consistently doing the motions.
For sure.
And you will be better.
You will be better. Yeah, you will get better because of like the inputs and execution. Yep. And there's something that a lot of people discredit about those CPUs. And I'm with you, right? Like fighting a CPU,
they're kind of weak sauce, you know.
For sure. Yeah. And they have tech that is predictable and like you know the input read, right? So it's like okay, the argument that doesn't make you better. Well, you can test things, all right? And I love to test things in Smash, right? Because there's basically infinite things you can try and do.
Absolutely.
So if you try it against a CPU and it works, just might work in real life. You just know
that. Well,
right?
That's how I learned. I have literally... I feel like, by the way, I've leveled up my Dark Pit. There's just some level of control that I have really gotten down.
Completely agree.
And one of my thank you, by the way. I really like one of the things I really want to like do a lot more is like gimping off stage. Off stage, I'm always working on. Also, my directional recovery.
Yes.
I'm using side B way more to get back to stage, but also I've done some crazy shit to Adrel. I feel so bad for him because I tried it on CPUs. If someone's trying to... him as Falco, I'm constantly gimping him because his up B is delayed. Delayed, right? Yes. So I have done these things where I'll go down and I'm literally like right here. The edge of the stage is right here. I'm right here, so if I hit him, he'd probably bounce.
Like with a back
and go
air?
down. Yeah. If I hit him with something, and so I will literally, it's almost like you can't predict it, because why would someone do that? If I use a side B on his trajectory up, he doesn't have super armor or anything, my electroshock will clock him, and it sends me upward, and I can electroshock again to get back to stage. Or, if anything, I can jump after that next one. If you miss an electroshock, you usually are sent pretty far down, and sometimes it can be lethal to Dark Pit, who is a fucking jump king.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it literally it's a dangerous game, but sometimes that kind of shit, I never would have learned that if I wasn't running that with, like, CPU.
Yeah. No, I'm so with that.
I'm with that.
And I feel like I'll just wrap by like my current passive game right now. It's definitely Pokemon Go. I mean, no question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you've been paying attention at all, you would know. Like it's there's something that I have discovered that like with it being like in my pocket at all times.
It's a very passive game too already.
It is.
It's like got the timers. It's got all those things.
Yeah, and with the Pokewalker, even more passive. Yeah. So there's a level of enjoyability I have.
Yeah.
That you probably relate to with like this resource management passively type vibe.
With like Power World.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, like anything that has like these passive timers or whatever, and like management of something. And Pokemon Go definitely has that, and it's enjoyable. Like, definitely.
Fuck yes.
So I wanted to jump here to Caleb's question, Joshy. Yes. He has 2 questions for the boys. One for Joshy, one for me.
What?
For Joshy.
Let's hear it.
It's... Oh, he wrote it in a way as if he's saying it to me to tell you. So, if you have any desire or have had any desire to watch Tokyo Ghoul, he's currently watching it and loving it, by the way.
Great question, because I know that's
an extremely popular seinen manga.
Yeah.
And I have talked with one of my friends, Ben, from my old job, Top Golf.
Okay.
He's caught up in the manga.
Handorf?
Yeah, not Ben Handorf. He's really, really talked about how good the manga is. I hope he enjoys it 100%, but I have heard the anime does a lot of anime-only stuff, and they tried to spin it from this is what I've been explained, they tried to spin it to be a shonen type story with power-ups.
It's clearly not.
It's very much so a kind of like deeply disturbed seinen story. It's very adult in the manga. A lot of really adult ideas.
I'm surprised. I did not know that, because I've heard quite a bit, but only about the anime, and that's not the vibe I've heard.
Exactly, and so it kind of spirals off by season 2, from what I've heard, kind of spirals off onto some kind of road of this is all anime only, and this is all kind of trying to do shonen when the original story wasn't, and just kind of not really doing what really worked for it. So if I do check it out, I will definitely read the manga. If I feel the need to, because I've heard some really good things.
Yeah,
and I've heard the manga's really good. Maybe I'll love it.
Yeah,
I hope he fucking loves it. Though.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, that might give some perspective for Caleb if he's just watching the anime, because he said he's currently watching it, right? Yep. Like, maybe there is something to say about the shonen aspect in the anime, but maybe not in direct comparison if he's got love for original source or the manga.
Well, keep us posted.
Keep us posted, Caleb. Because you guys might like it the same thing for 2 different reasons, if that's the case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with it 100%.
So he asked me, how was your playthrough of Until Dawn, your score, and if it's piquing your interest in more horror-related type games?
Interesting.
Yeah, I did. I feel like we talked about it, and I did give it a score, but I'm so happy to recap. So, and I don't know if I did give it a score. I didn't write it down. So we'll just go fresh, okay? Way better than I thought, right? And I did start Until Dawn and get to a point where you kind of get more of that story with the Wendigo before going through my second playthrough with Kendall, right? So I did have some gist, but through finishing it, I really, really enjoyed my experience more than I thought I would.
Yeah.
Coming from, like that I don't really like horror stuff traditionally, but also just the way that it told something, like, in the way it told the story in a choose-your-own-adventure type vibe, which I have experienced many times through Telltale games, through, other games that we talked about,
Quantum Dream.
Yeah, there's this Quantum Dream games, but
Heavy Rain and like
and I played like I played probably like 15, 20 hours of Heavy Rain. So that type vibe, and there's like one more that's escaping my mind, but
said Telltale.
And there's a bunch in that wheelhouse, I feel like there's it was that 2D Oxenfree.
Yeah, Oxenfree was so good.
Dude, and and there's other things there that like have kind of a similar wheelhouse that have would I like that? Like Five Nights at Freddy's is an example. And I do think I would really like Five Nights at Freddy's, especially if I was doing it with somebody else.
That's a spooky
or
one,
a group.
That one gets you spooked.
For sure.
I feel like those other games like Until Dawn, there's creepy elements and it's for the most part pretty horrifying, but it's very character focused.
Yes.
When you're devoid of almost like human interaction in a game like Five Nights at Freddy's, it can get to you.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
that's the kind of horror that like really like the isolating horror.
Yeah.
Especially something like FNAF 4. That was the one in the child's bedroom.
Dude,
that stuff.
That would probably be my biggest nightmare.
I'm not kidding. It's probably one of the scariest experiences of like playing a game.
Oh, great.
Great. Maybe I'm overhyping it because I was younger. Maybe if I played it.
But no, that's valid.
But you know what I mean? Like that idea of the isolation.
For sure. And from what I kind of picture from what I know of FNAF and the whole series, I feel like I'd really like that. Like, even if it is like terrifying, doing it in the context of like with people, it changes the vibe.
Me and Faith want to have a Five Nights at Freddy's night fucking bad.
So down, bro. Seriously, I want to be there whenever we can make it happen.
I think it'd be fun.
Let's do it. I do want to say too, absolutely, in terms of intrigue towards other horror genre things.
Yeah.
I'll say that, but much before Until Dawn, I did play Dead Space years ago.
Oh yeah, you told me about that.
Xbox 360. Yeah, and that was really, I would attribute for my memory, I feel like that was my first horror experience I genuinely enjoyed.
Yeah.
And I didn't just enjoy it. That's one of my favorite gaming experiences ever. Is all of Dead Space. Well, I really want to go through the remake, man.
Yeah.
Because
brand new PS5, baby.
Yes, and it's funny because talking about the co-op thing, talking about everything that you know about me with horror, I specifically played Dead Space. I wanted to experience it in a very specific way, which was at night, usually after midnight, lights off, headphones on.
That's
myself.
Crazy.
And dude,
it's scary.
Scary. And not me.
Yeah.
But it gave me this immersion that I couldn't get in a different way. And it made the entire experience. You know what I mean?
I have a lot of respect for you for doing that.
Dude.
That shit's spooky.
Yeah, bro.
I struggle with a
lot of fun
horror games.
A lot of fun.
I really do.
Yeah, and I do too, and there's a lot there. Like, I don't think I would ever do that with like a Resident Evil game. I would not do that with Five Nights at Freddy. Dude, oh my gosh, especially with what you were saying about the fourth one.
Oh my god.
I feel like I would cry. But there are some experiences, and I don't know, like maybe it is the intrigue for me, okay, so this is a third person shooter. You're decked in armor, right? And it's badass. It's fun to play. Maybe there's something about that tied in with the horror aspect that I really liked. I also really liked too that with Dead Space, you're just a guy, right?
Yeah.
Like you're just a normal ass dude. This ain't no superhero story. You were killing these things with a wire cutter.
Yeah.
Because you're an engineer, right? You're not meant to shoot.
You're not the Doom Slayer from Doom. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So there's something more appealing to me too about like these like mobs where it's like it's one or two enemies on screen that are like that take critical thinking to take down instead of mobbing through waves with that new that genre that we said Doom is a part of. It's like
what do they call it?
Shooter. Huh. No, it was Boomer Shooter. That's it.
A boomer shooter.
Boomer shooter. Yeah. So not that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I was gonna say, there's like some games that have like horror elements. Like there's some parts that kind of spooked me in Half-Life.
Half-Life 2 and all those. You mentioned that several times, didn't
especially the first game.
I feel like I played a little bit of the first one. It was a long time ago in the orange box on 360. Yes. But I remember thinking this game is freaky and I want to play it later.
Freaky elements to it, especially that Just it's not a horror game, but it's just got those elements.
Yeah,
you know?
And I feel like thriller is a category here.
Definitely,
right?
That's what I'd say. Half-Life 2.
And I'm drawn to thrillers.
Yeah.
So if the horror element isn't like too much, then I enjoy it. Right, especially if it's like if I like the setting, if I like the characters, if I like certain aspects of it.
Sure.
You know, there was one more series too that came to my mind that I really enjoyed. That was in that wheelhouse, and of course, I can't remember.
Doki Doki Literature Club.
That was it. Yeah. Amazing, bro. I absolutely.
That was a good guess of mine, wasn't it?
No, that wasn't it.
Oh man,
I haven't played that one.
I thought you played it.
Actually, no, I just know about it because it was a pretty big deal when it came out.
My little brother, he said that is the game that scared him more than any other.
More than anything,
and he like plays
I believe
Resident
it.
Evil,
yeah,
all those.
Okay, I just said categories. I feel like there's thriller, there's horror, there's psychological horror. Ooh, Amori's pretty spooky. Yeah,
I was playing at nighttime at one point, and they scared the shit out of me. There's some moments where I'm literally like, okay, I think I need to play this during the day. It's not like horrifying. You know what was also creepy?
What?
Undertale had that fucking
Undertale,
with
bro.
Fucking like well, first off, the whole genocide run, terrifying. That's like psychological though.
Dude, yeah. Turning down the music like
not
a half
just that,
octave, so
but even during the fucking the normal run of the game, that Flowey boss at the end is fucking terrifying, bro. The fucking realistic teeth and like eyeballs and shit.
Yeah, that is a psychological experience.
It looks like it's out of a horror game.
It is, bro. It's straight up out of a horror series. Are you kidding me? Joshy, let's yes. Oh, you know what? I'll wrap. I didn't even give the review score.
Yes.
I'm gonna give Until Dawn a 3 out of 5. Okay. Because it's not perfect for a lot of reasons, but I love my experience, okay?
Yeah.
But looking at it as a game, objectively, doing my best, I'd say 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5.
And for further intrigue, I would say absolutely, because I'd say Elden Ring has kind of horror elements there, and there's then the Souls series in general. Yeah, dude, what the fuck is that? And his name is Flowey. Even the intro scene with Flowey, how it gets all evil, and it's like, what the fuck is this game?
Yeah.
Also, Caleb, I want to say, jumped right into the quarry, and I did that really out of intrigue for Until Dawn. And I enjoyed the quarry more than Until Dawn.
Yeah.
So I'll say that. Joshy, do you mind if we take one last break?
Yes.
Let's dive into some trivia and wrap this up.
Let's do it.
Cool.
I gotta pee, actually.
All right, my brother, we are jumping straight into our class trial this week.
Yes.
And it is your turn, if I am not mistaken, my friend.
That is completely right.
What you got for me?
So on days like today, which has been most episodes from this point, when I make the trivia, I don't know what the topic is, and usually I try to connect them, but when I don't, we kind of end up with an assortment of trivia. So I've got some fun ones.
Hell yeah.
I don't know how many of these you will know.
Okay.
But I found some fun ones online. I kind of just want to test your...
I'm ready, baby.
Oh, it should be fun. But some of them are pretty well known, and some of them are not.
Okay.
So we shall see.
Fuck yeah. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's dive in.
I have 6 right here. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Alrighty. For number 1, simple question.
Okay.
What is a victory known as in Fortnite Battle Royale?
Ooh.
Fortnite.
Ooh. Chicken dinner? Is it winner, winner, chicken dinner? No, that's PUBG.
It is PUBG.
That's PUBG.
Yes.
Ooh, dude. What is it called? Is it called a dub?
No, that's just a W. That's what people a win. That's what people call it. I'll give you one more guess.
Okay.
And just so...
Let me see.
What do you believe it should be?
I feel like I know it, dude, but I feel nothing is coming to me. But I feel like there is a word for it.
You know it.
What is it?
It's a victory royale.
Victory royale. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Did you know that?
No, I knew. The word victory though I can see in my mind. I feel like I've seen the screen, but I did not know it was called Victory Royale.
That's okay.
Yeah. Hell yeah, bro.
That's all right.
I love learning. I'll tell you.
I know we learned. There's a lot that I feel like we're gonna learn, and some of these I don't know how much you know. Alrighty, what is the tagline for Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within?
The tagline.
The tagline for the game.
That's not a game. That's a movie.
Oh, okay. In the movie.
Yeah.
Do you know it? Did you see it?
I did not. But
didn't.
Does the picture of it, like the front cover, does it have 4 portraits?
I believe so.
Of like characters next to each other?
Let me see.
Final Fantasy The Spirits Within tagline. Is there some kind of hint?
Yes, so it's the movie. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
2001 Final Fantasy The Spirits Within.
Yeah, it was live action, right?
I think it was 3D from what I'm looking
Really?
at. Yeah, I believe so. I don't know what kind of hint. Here, let me try and think.
Yeah. See if you come up with something.
Yeah, let's see.
How many words is it?
It's 3 words, but there's an A in there, like an A.
Like the letter?
Yes.
Like that's one of the words.
That's one of the words.
Okay,
yeah.
I figured out one of the words. So it's blank a blank.
Blank a blank blank.
Blank a blank.
Here.
Blank.
I might be able to.
Okay.
I'll give you something.
Okay.
Blank a new blank. I don't know if that gives enough. I didn't know if you've ever seen this or heard of it.
I have not heard of it, or I haven't seen it. I have heard of it. I don't know much about it. I just know that it was it was kind of a failure, kind of like offshoot of what they were doing with the series.
It didn't do too well either.
No, it tanked for sure. My guy, I want to say.
All right, no, I didn't know if you knew this.
Blank. What? It's blank.
Blank a new blank.
I'll
give you another one.
Yeah.
The first word is in a title of one of the Sonic games we talked about today. We didn't talk about it a lot. Sonic something. I feel like.
Oh, I feel like I know the words. I'm trying to think of the phrase now. So it's like.
If you get this would be such a dub. It would be worth 2 points.
I know. I feel like. God, 2 points.
Think about it. It's Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
You know, they're always doing something.
Yeah.
Some a little crazy. So.
I think the word is unleash. I think it's unleash a new. I think it's unleash a new. I feel like it can't be spirit.
No.
It's not. Unleash a new.
It's kind of what they're doing, I think, with the new Final Fantasy. That's got to be the final hint.
Yeah. Like with Rebirth?
I think so.
Unleash a new story?
No. Do you want me to say it?
Say it.
It's Unleash a New Reality.
Reality?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Which is
it right below it on the cover art?
That's what it is, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So, sorry
Hell yeah.
about that.
No, don't be, bro.
Fun stuff.
I'm learning.
We are. This is another fun one. In Splatoon, all the main pop stars have a subcolor that they work with, right?
Okay.
The first game, Callie and Mari are pink and green, right? Right?
Yeah.
And then in the second game, it's two slight...
it's two different colors.
It's two...
you want me to guess the colors?
2 colors, and I just want to know what Pearl's signature color is. If you know who Pearl is.
I don't know who Pearl is, but can I make a guess on the colors?
Yes.
I think it's yellow and blue.
That's the latest one.
Third one.
That's the latest one.
Then I think it's. You said it was purple. It was pink and green
in the first one.
First one.
I might have
the second one.
I might have just missed it here.
It's not black and green for this character, like a lime green, like a yellow.
No, that's the new one. I kind of messed it up a little bit. Though.
Did you?
I shouldn't have said the first 2 ones.
That's okay. I'm still lost. So
okay.
Yeah, we're cruising.
Damn it.
So what's the question? The color.
What my original one was Pearl. What's Pearl's signature color?
It's not pink.
It is pink.
I feel like it's pink and black.
So it's pink and white and black and green.
Pink and
white.
But
I messed up because I forgot they kind of did the same colors a little bit.
Yeah.
In the original one, it was like a harder, hot color of pink, and then this was like a hot. Green.
Even the green,
but they made it like a teal and like a greenish, kind of purplish green.
Yeah.
So I kind of fucked it up.
No, it's all good because I know what you're talking about. Because
I was trying to help.
It's hard to explain.
Yeah.
But I can visualize Splatoon because that's when I worked at Fred Meyer. That's we were putting out like big ads for them and shit.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. It's almost like
Because I remember those Joy-Cons came out.
Yes.
You know? Yeah, and it was
and
that
they were
pink
those colors.
and green,
it was
and it was
pink
almost
and green.
like an electric.
So the way that
vibrancy?
Splatoon works, from what I've learned, they
Yes.
always have 2 signature colors. The first game was blue and orange. That's the main 2 Inklings, and then they have these 2 characters who's pink and green. The latest one is yellow and blue.
Yellow and blue.
Yeah.
You're right.
So
Yeah,
it's
and it's like a
got,
darker blue, right?
Yeah, it's like a dark
vibrant
blue. Look, so you'll
Yes.
see. What the
Yes.
hell? Yeah, so yellow and blue is kind of the color.
Yeah.
Dude, I was thinking about it. I miss Splatoon so much.
Yeah, dude.
I might get the latest game sometime.
Yeah?
When I have money.
Well, dude, the newest DLC looks really good.
I know. And the character
all about
designs
that.
and the animations, everything just looks so good. All right.
I'm giving myself a point for that
Yeah,
one.
you definitely deserve a point.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm taking it as a dub.
You absolutely should.
I'm taking it as a victory royale. You know what I'm saying?
All right. What is the name of the final course in every single Mario Kart game?
Rainbow Road.
That's right.
Hey.
Simple, simple.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Alrighty.
I feel like every Mario Kart
Yeah, that's how they always do it.
since Super
Since
Mario.
the OG.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the end of all of the courses.
That's kind of cool.
Not all the courses, just at the
Like-
end of the last course.
Yeah.
That's how they do it. Alrighty. This one is a tough one. What's the name of the woman Mario is trying to save from Donkey Kong in the original
Paulina.
Donkey? Yeah. You're so
Pauline?
close. Pauline.
Pauline.
I'll give it to you. Paulina
Yeah,
is
Pauline.
closer. But it's
Paulina.
Pauline.
No, you're right. It is
Pauline, but that's
Yeah.
okay. That's okay.
I'll take a halvesy.
I mean, you could have the whole thing. You got the idea.
I got the idea.
That's what it's all about.
It's a different Pauline. It's not Paulina from
Yes.
Wait. No, it's Pauline from
Pauline.
Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I just
why
called
she's
her
the mayor
Paulina.
of New Donk City.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty. What is the let's see. Nintendo began as a company selling what kind of products?
Oh shit, this is a really good question. Dude, I really feel like I know this somewhere deep in my memory bank.
Make a guess, because they started in like the 1800s. Late 1800s.
Really?
Yeah, I'll show you.
No.
I swear.
No.
Nintendo?
1800s?
Mm-hmm. Look.
No
founding
way.
It was 1889 in Kyoto, Japan. So,
oh shit, was it like stuffed animals? Was it toys?
Somewhat, but they started with a specific product.
A specific product.
Yeah.
Is there a hint?
It's not toys. And there was no such thing as video games. What's the closest thing?
Action figures?
I said it wasn't toys.
Oh. You're right. That couldn't exist. It's not toys.
No, it's not.
So my hint is that it's not toys.
It's not toys.
No.
It's playing cards, actually. That's what they started off as.
I did know. Dude, that was
Interesting.
deep. That was deep. Playing cards.
Right? Yeah. Alrighty.
Was it like, I don't know, like their own, playing cards have been around for a long time.
Yeah, it was just their own brand of
It was their own
playing
brand.
cards.
Okay,
Yeah.
it wasn't like
kind of cards.
different than...
It's like, collectible cards
Sure,
and
okay.
stuff like that, basically.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
That's really interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, what are we at now?
Where are we at?
Yeah.
I think that was 5, yeah?
Yeah, so I'll do
Is
one
this the
more.
last one?
This is the one.
Okay.
Alright. Sorry, I wrote down a bunch that I'm going to try and use.
Oh, yeah. If you want to use another one, you can.
Wow, this is really... okay. I don't know. I didn't even know this, so here we go.
Let's do it.
You ready?
Yeah.
What was the first console video game that allowed the game to be saved by the player? You could save the game. And I'll give you a hint. It was on the NES. I will give you that hint.
Would a developer be too much of a hint?
Nintendo.
I'm like, no.
So it's a first-party
No.
Nintendo game.
Yeah. I'll make a stab. Donkey Kong Jr.
It's a good stab, but it was not it.
What is it?
It was the original Legend of Zelda.
No
video game,
way.
yeah. It was the first game that had saves that then you could come back to.
Yeah.
And then later, Mega Man did it with passwords.
Yes.
And such.
Right.
So,
But
Zelda started it.
Because I was thinking that too. Like I was like, well, a lot of these old games used to use passwords to bypass that could have a functionality.
Yep.
Like Mega Man. But I was thinking, like what actually caused like a hard save within like the cartridge, because that's how they used to do it. It was in the cartridge and not in like a memory card or something. Or the console, right? Like there was no onboard storage. So
Zelda,
wow.
Zelda was the first game.
That's my favorite one from the whole batch.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, dude. No,
Zelda
honestly.
has been changing the game since the first ever game.
Since the 1800s, baby.
Since the 1800s.
Fucking A, bro.
You're right.
Joshy, I have a plot twist here for you. I have one singular question for you.
For me?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to bring it back, okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
It was based on something I read this week, so I just wanted to throw this in here. What console has just overtaken the title of best-selling console of all time in Japan?
The Nintendo Switch?
It sure is the Nintendo Switch, buddy. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Huge, bro. So the Nintendo Switch in Japan only has just broken, as of this last week, 33.3 million units, which puts it just over the previous successor of the Nintendo DS.
Wow.
Yes.
Nintendo's on top, man.
Which it passed the DS. Right now, it's sitting at about 350,000 units more. So it just passed the DS.
Crazy. I'm loving that.
I'm loving
that.
And we talked about it way back, probably like episode 5 or 6 or something, with where Nintendo's been at with like the most sold consoles, right?
Yep.
I'll recap that the PS2 is still at the top spot for worldwide units at over 155 million.
Oh, fuck.
And the Switch is sitting at 139. It is this close.
Wow.
It is 16 million away. This is huge, bro. The DS, by the way, is at 154 worldwide.
Wow.
So that's about a million less than the PS2.
That's crazy.
Yes, sir. Joshy.
I love it, man.
I got a Shonen Sentiment here for you.
Let's hit it.
To wrap up our episode for the week.
Do you think I'd be able to guess it, or you want to say the name?
Should we?
It's up to you.
What do you personally think you can guess this? And I even have a hint of what anime it's from, if you would like. But I actually had you in mind in this one. Okay, the quote for this week is, "People's lives don't end when they die. It ends when they lose faith."
That's beautiful. It's very beautiful.
And you've definitely heard it.
Is it from One Piece?
It's not from One Piece.
What is it from?
It's from Naruto Shippuden.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Who says it?
You want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. It's Itachi Uchiha.
Itachi. Wow.
Yeah.
Such a good character.
People's lives don't end when they die. It ends when they lose faith. And that resonates, I think, with both of us. I know for a fact, because I'm one of those, I can simplify things to, hope is necessary for...
Essential?
It's essential to live. Because and I saw it when I worked at, a retirement home. When you lose hope, you cease to try, you have no motivation, you have no discipline, you're depressed. Hope, is a driver for all those. So I think it is masterfully said from this. And I know Naruto's amazing, and I haven't seen it, but that's one of those things where I'm like, damn, that's a really good quote.
It's so good. So, such a good quote. Good choice, too.
Yeah.
You picked that out nice.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Itachi. Fan favorite.
Josh, you know what time it is, bro?
Dude, it's time to wrap up.
It's time to wrap up.
We're wrapping up.
This is the end. This concludes episode 25 of the Flash Brothers podcast.
Potty Waddy.
Potty Waddy. Thank you so much for hanging with us, for showing your love and support, and being the highlight of our week this week, my friends.
Much fun.
We hope we were the highlight of your week.
Yeah.
I want to say, don't forget to send out your listener submissions to next week's episode, and check out the Spotify Q&A, my friends.
Yeah.
Get plugged in. One last plug here for patreon.com/FlashBrosPodcast to get plugged in.
Yes.
Head over there. Check out our Discord. It's completely free. Send us a message, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com. What'd you think of the format today's episode?
I thought it was great.
Yeah?
I hope that everyone will be able to enjoy the pregame.
Yeah,
I feel like we had some good fun there.
Me too.
So I'm loving it.
Yeah,
I'm
me too,
loving
buddy.
it. I'm loving
it.
I'm also loving the room. It's kind of nice.
It's kind of a vibe.
In the
yeah, dude. Yeah, we can kick Kendall out next week if we want to do it here too.
Have to.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever.
It's nice to have a TV.
I like it. Yeah, I really do. And it kind of keeps my brain alive.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Yeah, good vibe. Okay,
it's a great vibe.
I'll think about that for next week, brother.
Absolutely.
Dab me up. Thank
Yes,
you for
sir.
joining me today, Joshy, as usual.
Of
Grateful
course,
as fuck for you, bro.
I'm grateful for you.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for everyone out there too.
Grateful for all you guys.
So
Thank you
grateful.
so much. We love you. Be safe. Have a wonderful rest of your week.
Be safe. Have a wonderful one.